Chapter 235. The snow-white lunar shadow saber gave off a bright light, forming a resplendent saber light. Boom! The instant the sabers clashed, an intense whirlwind appeared with Ling Feng's saber as the center. The torrential storm that was swallowed by the whirlwind earlier gushed out with an even more ferocious aura. Dee-da! Dee-da! The sound of torrential rain started to resound in Xiao Chen's ears. With every drop of rain, the energy contained in Lin Feng's saber became stronger. Eventually, the sound of the rain became louder and louder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and it actually started to rain heavily. The energy in Ling Feng's saber had also reached a horrifying level. Xiao Chen had some difficulty blocking the energy in the saber, and he could not help but move back. The torrential rain quickly soaked Xiao Chen's clothes and hair. Lin Feng revealed a cocky expression. "You are very honored. You are the first opponent of my torrential storm saber technique since I mastered it to great perfection. For you, I even gave up on the 90 spots. The might of this swallowing wind drinking rain can grow infinitely. The longer you resist, the more pressure you will have to endure. In the end, your injuries will only worsen. I advise you to admit defeat as soon as possible." In the midst of the torrential storm, Xiao Chen slowly moved back. However, his expression did not change. When he heard Lin Feng's words, he revealed a faint smile. "Infinitely grow? Like I said, I will give you 5 moves. I will not attack you with this move. Unless it was a great perfection mysterious phenomenon, no one would dare to say that their strength could grow infinitely. Furthermore, even a great perfection mysterious phenomenon could be broken by force. To be able to draw out such a realistic mysterious phenomenon, Lin Feng's move was indeed shocking. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, it was full of openings. It would be easy for him to break it. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to do so. He placed his left hand on the saber hilt and switched to a two-handed grip. He immediately stopped moving back and shouted, "Solitary peak appreciating self." The image of a 1,000-meter-tall mountain flashed behind Xiao Chen. Clouds surrounded the peak, and it pierced through the dark clouds in the sky. Then, it entered Xiao Chen's body. Bang! The instant the mountain entered Xiao Chen's body, a majestic aura spread out from within. Xiao Chen stood upright on the arena like a towering mountain. "Let the wind howl, let the rain pour down, I will not move. Who cares about your unlimited growth? I will not be afraid, I will admire myself on the lonely peak." This move was the strongest defensive move of the Lingyun saber technique. Once he used it, Lin Feng felt a huge pressure. No matter how much strength he used, he could not move Xiao Chen at all. In his eyes, it was as if his saber had really struck a majestic mountain peak, and it had no effect at all. Retreat! Lin Feng sheathed his saber and quickly retreated. The mysterious phenomenon in the sky immediately disappeared. Swallowing wind drinking rain could indeed grow infinitely, but it also required sufficient essence to support it. Covering the entire arena with the mysterious phenomenon was already Lin Feng's limit. If he persisted for a long time, even without Xiao Chen making a move, he would automatically lose due to his essence being exhausted. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and dispersed the aura of the lonely peak. He looked at the retreating Lin Feng and said, 3 more moves. Let's see what other abilities you have." When Ling Feng saw that Xiao Chen had a card up his sleeve, he roared angrily. The qi and blood in his heart surged. He did not use any martial techniques and directly rushed over. So. Lin Feng did not use any martial techniques. Instead, his speed became even faster. A strand of saber qi flashed in front of Xiao Chen at lightning speed, making him somewhat surprised. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen's body moved back, and 2 strands of hair on his forehead were cut off. He narrowly avoided this saber strike. 2 more moves. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and retreated more than 100 meters, putting a distance between him and Lin Feng. Xiao Chen's words were like a nightmare that haunted Lin Feng, causing him to feel extremely frustrated. He was at a loss as to what to do. He was in a state of confusion and did not know how to make his move. When Wang Qinian, who was on 10,000 fathoms peak, saw Lin Feng on the arena, he revealed an extremely disappointed expression. He said to Luo Kudi, who was beside him, "Let's go, I don't want to watch anymore." Luo Kudi also secretly shook his head. He followed behind Wang Qinian and slowly left the pavilion. The result was already decided. There was indeed nothing to see. 5 moves are over. You can go down now, Xiaoqin said softly as he dodged Lin Feng's saber chi again. Lin Feng smiled coldly, "Don't speak as if you can defeat me at any time. This is just an excuse for you to be suppressed by me." Xiaoqin smiled faintly and did not argue. He used the high-level technique of the Blue Dragon Cloud Soaring Incantation, the Cloud Dragon's 9 transformations. On the arena, 9 illusory figures appeared. Hu Qi. The 9 illusory figures moved at the same time, turning into 9 cool breezes that blew towards Lin Feng from all directions. The cool breezes were gentle, bringing with them a refreshing feeling. Not only did Lin Feng not feel any killing qi or pressure, he even felt comfortable. When he felt that something was wrong, he suddenly felt pain in the 9 acupoints on his chest. In the next moment, blood spurted out like a fountain. The 9 figures merged back together and the lunar shadow saber returned to its scabbard. Xiaoqin stood behind Lin Feng and said indifferently, "Sorry, I can indeed defeat you at any time, be it in the past or now." Pu Tong. Lin Feng immediately knelt on the ground and muttered, "Clear wind chop," only seeing the cool breeze and not the saber. Qingyun Peak 7 Great Secret Techniques. Actually, I should have thought of this long ago. The referee removed Lin Feng's identity medallion and waved his hand. Immediately, someone carried Lin Feng off the arena and treated his injuries. The huge crowd did not make a sound when they saw this scene. Although they knew that Lin Feng might not be a match for Xiaoqin, they did not expect Xiaoqin to be able to toy with Lin Feng in the palm of his hand. He only used 1 saber strike to defeat the second-ranked core disciple of Wanren Peak. His strength was equivalent to the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list. Thinking about how Xiaoqin was currently only a peak martial grand master, if he advanced to martial saint one day, he would definitely be able to enter the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. Mu Heng stood beside Zhang Lai and said softly, "Do you still think that Yichen does not have the strength to fight for the top 10? Zhang Lai revealed a bitter smile. He discovered that he could not see through Yichen anymore. It seemed like he had an endless supply of trump cards. Previously, it was the 17th move of the Lingyun Saber technique. This time, it was Qingyun Peak Secret technique. I take back what I said earlier. He does indeed have the strength to fight for the top 10 of the Wind Cloud list. However, I will personally defeat him in the true battle for points at the end of the year." Mu Heng smiled faintly and did not say anything. He felt that Zhang Lai was too naive. In this world, there were some people who would only leave you further and further behind after they surpassed you. No matter how hard you worked, you would not even be able to see their backs in the end. In Mu Heng's opinion, Xiaoqin was such a person. He was neither arrogant nor rash, he did not reveal himself. However, once he revealed himself, he would be able to shake the heavens and shock everyone. At the highest point of the pavilion, the top 10 core disciples of the Wind Cloud list each stood in their own position. Murong Chang's calm expression could not help but change slightly when he saw Xiaoqin execute the clear wind chop. He looked at Lu Ryue in the distance and muttered, "Clear wind chop. Ryue, have you not given up yet? No matter what, I will let you know that aside from me, no one can help you revitalize Qingyun Peak." After Mu Heng and Zhang Lai easily defeated their opponents, this duel finally came to an end. Including Lin Feng, 7 people had lost their qualifications to become core disciples forever. The chief examiner looked at the crowd and said, "Let's disperse first. Mu Heng, Yi Chen, and Zhang Lai, the 3 of you stay behind." After the crowd dispersed, the chief examiner said, "According to the higher-ups, the 3 of you have the qualifications to participate in this mission. Don't ask me what the mission is, you will know after 3 days. What you need to do is to work hard on your cultivation within these 3 days and strive to improve further. The three of them exchanged glances. They could see a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The moon hung high in the sky like a round plate, quietly emitting a tranquil light. The light scattered around every inch of Qingyun Peak. In the independent courtyard that Xiaoqin was in, Xiaoqin sat cross-legged on the bed. It is time to break through to the 4th layer of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Xiaoqin thought to himself. There were still 3 days. He had to strive to improve his cultivation and cultivation technique. The qi whirlpool in his body spun very quickly. The essence flowed slowly along his meridians, following the circulation route of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy quickly gathered in Xiaoqian's body. As the spiritual energy poured in continuously, the essence in Xiaoqian's meridians slowly turned from a transparent color to a crystalline purple. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation had 3 thresholds. Every 3 layers would result in a qualitative change. The first 3 layers were the foundation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. Only by reaching the 4th layer could one be considered to have barely reached the next level. When one reached the 4th layer, not only would one be able to cultivate higher-ranked immortal techniques, but the Purple Thunder True Fire origin would also improve. The most important thing was that the essence in one's body would produce a trace of lightning energy. In the future, every move one made would produce a strong lightning-attributed electricity. Cultivating lightning-attributed martial techniques would also allow him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. The rushing thunder saber technique that lacked an opportunity might be able to advance because of this, allowing him to practice the final move of the rushing thunder saber technique, the rushing thunder triple chop. Thus, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer was more difficult than breaking through from the 3rd layer. Fortunately, Xiaoqin had made ample preparations for this. Be it the 20 auspicious signs in the underground world or the immortal grade flowing light marigold, they all made it much easier for him to break through to the 4th layer. Time slowly went by. After an hour, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation in Xiaoqian's body finally completed a great cycle. The crystalline and crystalline purple essence slowly returned to the qi whirlpool. Xiaoqin sank his consciousness into it and saw a tiny purple electric light at the bottom of the spiraling qi whirlpool. Although the electric light was small, the energy it contained made Xiaoqin slightly startled. After a while, the electric light condensed into a drop of purple liquid and slowly dripped down. When I condense 361 purple electric lights, this Purple Thunder Divine Incantation should be able to reach the 4th layer, Xiaoqin thought to himself. Chapter 236. Xiaoqin sank his consciousness and cleared his mind. He continued to circulate the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation unhurriedly. The speed at which the surrounding lightning-attributed spiritual energy poured in also increased. Z. Xiaoqian's room was filled with electricity. Occasionally, electricity could be seen in the air, crackling as it flickered. Then, it vanished into nothing. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated for another great cycle. This time, the purple electricity in the qi whirlpool condensed into 2 drops of purple liquid. The instant the liquid fell, Xiaoqin felt that every inch of his body was filled with a boundless energy. It made his mind surge and his qi and blood surge endlessly. As time went by, the speed at which the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated was no longer under Xiaoqian's control. It circulated at a frightening speed. The electricity in the qi whirlpool crackled endlessly. Dee-da. 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 The purple liquid fell quickly. Xiaoqin still managed to condense 100 drops of crystalline and translucent purple liquid. Xiaoqian's hair and skin started to glow with a purple light. This was especially so for his hair. His originally black hair was now crystalline and translucent, giving off a strange glow. The gentle moonlight shone through the window screens, giving Xiaoqin a faint yellow glow. The purple and yellow colors mixed together, forming an enchanting glow. When the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation circulated for 200 great cycles, the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire courtyard could no longer satisfy Xiaoqian's needs. The range of the spiritual energy slowly expanded. In the end, all the lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire Qingyun Peak surged towards Xiao Chen's room. The spiritual energy in the Lingyun mountain range was many times denser than that of the ground. The lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the entire peak was comparable to the spiritual energy in a medium-sized city on the surface. Suddenly, the surging lightning-attributed spiritual energy formed a huge whirlpool on the roof of Xiao Chen's room. This whirlpool was connected to the qi whirlpool in his body. Every time the cyclone in Xiao Chen's dantian rotated once, a large amount of surging and powerful lightning-attributed spiritual energy would enter Xiao Chen's body. Within the whirlpool, thunder and lightning roared. From time to time, lightning streaked across the night sky, illuminating the entire mountaintop. The huge commotion immediately startled everyone on Qingyun Peak. The Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen guarding the library revealed grave expressions. The leader did not know what was going on and wanted to send someone to check it out. Don't be anxious. Someone's cultivation technique is advancing. There is no need to be too shocked. Lu Qing walked out of the library and stopped the people from the Divine Saber Camp. Xiao Chen looked at the huge lightning whirlpool in the distance at the bottom of the mountain. Occasionally, the horrifying lightning within the whirlpool tore through the sky, tearing apart the night sky. The grave expression on Lu Qing's face was no less than that of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen. He thought to himself, such a horrifying mysterious phenomenon, could it be that a heaven-ranked cultivation technique is about to advance? In Xiao Chen's independent courtyard, Lu Ruyue and Lu Suifeng stood outside. Their faces were filled with astonishment as well. The two of them were less than 500 meters away from the whirlpool. They could clearly feel the horrifying might within it. The thunder was like a flood dragon roaring angrily, the lightning was like a tongue of fire spitting out. All that was left in the air was pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy. All the other attributed spiritual energy had been cleanly expelled. Everywhere was crackling lightning. Under the illumination of the electricity, it was as dazzling as a solar eclipse. Lu Suifeng squinted his eyes and said worriedly, "Sis, will Yichen be fine?" Jinx! Lu Ruyue knocked Lu Suifeng's forehead violently. She said, "I have only seen such a phenomenon in ancient books. It is a strong cultivation technique advancing. Yichen has always been cautious. If he is not completely prepared, he will not advance rashly." Although Lu Ruyue said that, the anxiety in her eyes did not lessen at all. It was also written in the ancient books that if a cultivator failed to advance, their cultivation technique would flow in reverse. Their meridians would break and they would die. Suddenly, the whirlpool in the sky turned into countless tiny bolts of lightning. They entered Xiao Chen's room. Immediately, the mysterious phenomenon in the sky disappeared, and everything became calm. Boom! After a moment of silence, a huge force exploded in Xiao Chen's room. The room suddenly collapsed, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Xiao Chen's figure leaped out from the cloud of dust. A purple light flashed in his eyes, disappearing in an instant. It was like two beams of purple light suddenly disappearing in the dark night. It was as resplendent as a pillar, soul-stirring. Lu Suifeng looked at Xiao Chen. He discovered that he could no longer see through Xiao Chen. In the past, he could still guess his cultivation realm. Now, he only had one feeling, unfathomable. Xiao Chen had noticed the two of them long ago. He smiled faintly and pushed off the ground with his feet, landing beside the two of them. He left behind a purple afterimage in the air. After a long time, it slowly thinned until it disappeared. The anxiety in Lu Ruyue's eyes vanished. Her pretty face revealed a joyful expression. Congratulations on crossing the first great hurdle of a cultivator and successfully advancing to martial saint. This was not the first time that Xiao Chen advanced his purple thunder divine incantation and cultivation realm at the same time. It was the same when he advanced to martial grand master. Thus, he did not find it strange, he just treated it as a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen smiled, this is all thanks to the dense spiritual energy in Qingyun Peak. Otherwise, I would have needed at least a month to advance. These words were not exaggerated at all. The spirit vein's origin under the Lingyun mountain range could very well be the core spirit vein's origin of the entire Shiha province. If Xiaochen advanced at some other place, the overly thin spiritual energy would not allow him to advance so smoothly. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaochen being so humble, her impression of him improved greatly. She smiled and said, "I shall not disturb you anymore. Your cultivation technique and cultivation realm have both advanced. You should now carefully comprehend them. If there is anything you do not understand, you can come and ask me. I will find someone to fix this room tomorrow." Lu Suifeng looked at Xiaochen. He felt somewhat bitter in his heart. When Xiaochen first came to Qingyun Peak, he was only an inferior grade martial grand master. His cultivation was not even as high as his. However, in less than half a year, Xiaochen had crossed 2 hurdles in one go. Then, he crossed the first great hurdle in front of cultivators and entered the martial saint realm. With such talent, he could be ranked in the top 10 among the young disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Lu Suifeng thought about himself. A year ago, he was already a peak martial grand master. However, he could not touch the door to martial saint. It was only after he consumed the flowing light flower that he managed to comprehend it. However, Lu Suifeng had a calm temperament. The fact that Xiaochen was able to advance to martial saint only gave him some pressure. He smiled gently and said, "Do you admit it or not? Now, I can no longer catch up to you." Xiaochen smiled faintly and did not say anything. Lu Suifeng's talent was not low. Unfortunately, his temperament was not resolute enough. If he could get rid of these distracting thoughts, his cultivation would improve significantly. After the two of them left, Xiaochen started to inspect the condition of his body. He sank his consciousness into it. The formless qi whirlpool in his dantian had turned completely purple. With a thought, a strand of purple essence immediately came out from the purple qi whirlpool. It flowed through his meridians and entered Xiaochen's right hand. Shua! Without any obstruction, the purple energy left Xiaochen's body and formed a small saber qi in the air as it flew forward. A small tree about 10 meters in front of Xiaochen was easily chopped in half at the waist. There were traces of electricity leaping around the gap in the small tree, lingering for a long time. Xiaochen revealed a complicated expression. He said, "The essence in my body has already turned into pure lightning-attributed essence. In the future, if I were to learn lightning-attributed martial techniques, I would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. However, if the attribute was too pure, there would be some obstruction to the comprehension of other martial techniques. For example, the Lingyun saber technique that Xiaochen was currently researching. The Lingyun saber technique did not have any requirements on the attribute. However, in terms of states, it was the state of mountains and the state of clouds. If Xiaochen wanted to comprehend it further, he would have to overcome the instinctive state of thunder in his body. It would be much more difficult for him to comprehend it compared to others. Xiaochen collected his thoughts and said, "Never mind, let's not care about this for now. I should take a look at the progress of the purple thunder true fire first." With a thought, a fierce flame started burning in his right eye. Xiaochen shouted, "Withdraw." The purple flame immediately gushed out like a waterfall. Xiaochen opened his right hand and a ball-sized flame immediately floated in his hand. In the center of the flame, there was a strand of dazzling electricity leaping around. It gave the purple flame a strange hue. The dazzling electricity was the origin flame of the purple thunder true fire. The purple thunder divine incantation had advanced to the 4th layer. Xiaochen could finally successfully draw out the origin flame. In the Tianwu continent, flames were also divided into different attributes. There was the extreme cold flame, which could instantly freeze the target into a pillar of ice, shattering it into countless ice shards. There was also the nurturing flame, which could treat injuries and expel the cold. It nourished the body and had the effect of bringing the dead back to life. There was also the ghost flame, which had a corrosive effect. No matter how strong the opponent's defense was, it could easily corrode them. There was also the incomparably tyrannical dragon flame, which was indestructible and unblockable. There were all sorts of flames, and it was not as simple as burning. As for Xiao Chen's purple thunder true fire, it was a lightning-attributed flame. Its origin flame was a strand of lightning soul. The flame contained boundless electricity. Shoot! Xiao Chen shouted, and the purple flame in his hand transformed into a sharp arrow, shooting into the pitch-black night sky. The purple arrow had a long, flaming tail behind it. It cut the night sky in half like a piece of black cloth. In an instant, it flew for more than a kilometer. Its speed surpassed the speed of sound. It was unknown how far it flew. In the night sky, only a spot of light could be seen moving continuously like a meteor. After a long time, the distant night sky suddenly gave off a resplendent light. It illuminated the night sky like it was daytime. However, countless bolts of electricity tore the sky apart. Hua la la. The instant the arrow exploded, Xiao Chen clearly felt the essence in his body drain away like water. Xiao Chen looked at the sky, at the direction the purple arrow flew in. He was somewhat astonished as he said, "What a fast speed. With such a sudden attack, no one would be able to block it." However, this was not the time to be concerned about this. Xiao Chen leaped up gently and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art. His figure instantly disappeared from the courtyard, heading for a desolate forest in the back mountains of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense. After he verified that there was no one around, Xiao Chen took out the broken sword he obtained in the ancient remnant from the universe ring. Chapter 237. This broken sword was the same as the Thunder King's Thunderwood sword. Aside from its sharpness, there was nothing special about it. However, when it was placed next to the lunar shadow saber, there would be an intense reaction. They were attracted to each other. Xiao Chen had wanted to burn it for a long time. Unfortunately, for some unknown reason, the purple thunder true fire that could burn the Thunderwood sword could not do anything to this broken sword. Coincidentally, the purple thunder true fire's grade had increased again. Xiao Chen was prepared to give it another try. He wanted to see what reaction there would be after he burned it. Summoning the purple thunder true fire, Xiao Chen gently placed the broken sword in his hand in the middle of the flames. His spiritual sense wrapped around the broken sword as it floated steadily in the middle of the flames. Pu Ci. The moment the flames touched the broken sword, it immediately gave off a dazzling electric light, crackling non-stop. Black smoke came out from the surface of the broken sword. The entire broken sword changed its appearance. The dust on its surface was removed, and it gave off a bright light once again. Wang! Wang! The lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's left hand could not help but tremble. The trembling became stronger and stronger. In the end, Xiao Chen almost could not hold it anymore. Could this broken sword really contain a portion of the battle sage origin? Xiao Chen thought to himself. The battle sage origin was the strongest offensive qi in the world. Because it was too strong, it was split into 6 portions. Each portion was embedded in a subdivine weapon. Back then, the Thunder King spent the latter half of his life searching for the remaining 5 portions of the battle sage origin. No one knew how many portions he found and what the final result was. No one knew who was it that injured the Thunder King and broke the Thunderwood sword in his hand, forcing him to seal the broken sword in the Moonlight Stone for 1,000 years. Later generations did not know. Back then, the Thunder King was a peerless genius. With the Thunderwood sword in his hand, he was unrivaled in the entire Great Qin nation. He was a peak expert in the entire Tianwu continent. There were not many people who could force him to use his full strength. Who could force him to a dead end? Aside from Ao Jiao, no one knew the answer. However, Ao Jiao did not answer this question. She had been avoiding the topic, not telling Xiao Chen the answer. Clearly, she was extremely wary of the matter of 1,000 years ago. Xiao Chen had a guess about this. The Thunder King might have already found the other 5 subdivine weapons containing the battle sage origin. However, just as he was about to fuse the divine weapons, he was severely injured by someone. His 5 subdivine weapons were separated, and the thunderwood sword in his hand was chopped into 2. Why was he so afraid of the thunderwood sword that was about to become a divine weapon? The answer was obvious. It had to be the owner of a divine weapon's master. From the day the divine weapons were born, there were only 10 divine weapons in the world. It was as if even the heavens were afraid of the divine weapons. King, from the sage, the thunder dragon, sword from the wood, from dragon. From sword. Wood, from wood. The owner of a divine weapon was afraid that his divine weapon would fall. Hence, he chose to make a move early. He used the might of the divine weapon to defeat the Thunder King, Sangmu. Xiao Chen's guess was very reasonable. However, he did not have any evidence. Hence, Xiao Chen did not dare to be too sure that the events of the past were as he expected. The purple thunder true fire that released its origin energy was several times hotter than before. It reached a horrifying temperature of more than 5,000 degrees Celsius. Under Xiao Chen's fervent gaze, that broken sword slowly melted. It turned into liquid and slowly dripped down. Hu Qi. The instant the liquid fell, it floated to the lunar shadow saber scabbard in Xiao Chen's left hand. It seemed like it had a life of its own as it flowed towards the gap between the scabbard and the hilt. It wanted to enter the scabbard and merge with the saber. Pooh! The simple and unadorned scabbard gave off a horrifying force, knocking away all the liquid flying over. Xiao Chen sent out a strand of his spiritual sense and gathered all the molten metal in the air. He frowned, not understanding what was going on. What is going on? When that broken sword completely melted, all the molten metal gathered together and moved around continuously. It was like jelly on earth. It was very strange. Who? Suddenly, a black figure flew out from the gathered molten metal, heading for Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chen was prepared for this long ago. He instantly used his spiritual sense to form a thick wall in front of him. It was impregnable. When the figure crashed into it, it bounced back. Ao! Ao! The figure let out a pained cry. Xiao Chen finally saw what it looked like. It looked exactly like a human, there was no difference at all. However, it was clearly much weaker. It gave off an extremely sinister aura, making others feel disgusted. So, it is the item spirit of the subdivine weapon. Because the broken sword did not receive proper maintenance, it has turned into an evil spirit. Now that Xiao Chen knew what it was, he was no longer surprised. No wonder the scabbard was disgusted by these things and merged with the lunar shadow saber. So, this was the reason. After the item spirit turned into an evil spirit, it would lose its consciousness. It would become a monster that only knew how to kill. If it was merged into a spirit weapon, it would turn the spirit weapon into an evil weapon, bringing disaster to the world. In the Tianwu continent, there were many evil cultivators who collected these evil spirits to refine evil weapons and use them to increase their strength. If this evil spirit, which was once the item spirit of a subdivine weapon, completely occupied the lunar shadow saber, it would immediately turn into an extremely evil weapon. Even Xiao Chen would be affected. However, this evil spirit had been tempered by the purple thunder true fire, so its strength was significantly weaker. It could not pierce through the wall that Xiao Chen laid down. Instead, it even injured itself. The evil spirit seemed to know how powerful Xiao Chen was. It roared and immediately flew into the distance, trying to escape this place. Trying to run. Can you run? Purple thunder true fire. Shoot! When Xiao Chen saw that the evil spirit was trying to escape, he smiled faintly. The purple thunder true fire turned into a sharp arrow and shot out with a long flaming tail. It was like a resplendent bolt of lightning. It surpassed the speed of sound and instantly caught up to the black evil spirit, piercing through it. Boom! The purple flame exploded. The might of the origin energy was completely unleashed. The brilliant electric light lit up the forest like it was daytime. The black evil spirit cried out in grief and turned into nothing, completely disappearing from this world. When Xiaochen felt his essence flowing out like water, he sighed and said, I only used it twice and my essence is already mostly depleted. Looks like this move can only be used as a trump card. After the evil spirit died, the broken sword turned into molten metal and flew back to the lunar shadow saber. This time, the strange scabbard did not stop it. It released the lunar shadow saber that wanted to escape. The snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber trembled in the air. It was like the molten metal had melted into his skin. There were no ripples as it completely seeped in. When the last drop of molten metal completely seeped in, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber became even more dazzling. Xiaochen stretched his hand out and grasped the lunar shadow saber. He immediately felt the energy in the saber become stronger. The lunar shadow saber advanced from inferior grade earth ranked to medial grade earth ranked. Unfortunately, he did not see the so-called battle sage origins. Xiaochen was slightly disappointed. Since there is no battle sage origins, why did Ao Jiao tell me to refine this broken sword in such a hurry? If there was a problem that he could not figure out, he would put it aside for now. This was Xiaochen's usual way of doing things. He would not waste time on it. When the time came, he would straighten things out. It was already very late. After advancing to Martial Saint, he had improved in other areas. It was not convenient for Xiaochen to check them one by one. There were still 3 days, it was sufficient for him to stabilize his cultivation. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Xiaochen stabilized his cultivation. If there was anything he did not understand, he would ask Lu Ryue for guidance. Lu Ryue had been a martial saint for much longer than Xiaochen. Hence, she had a lot of experience in this area. She imparted it to Xiaochen without holding anything back. For example, the speed at which saber qi could be condensed faster. How to use the least amount of essence to maximize the lethality. Xiaochen's comprehension ability was high in the first place. After consuming the flowing light flower, his comprehension ability became even higher. He was able to understand Lu Ryue's explanation after hearing it once. He could even deduce many things from one example. Xiaochen had benefited greatly in many aspects, his strength had increased significantly. It was night, there were no clouds in the sky for thousands of kilometers. He could clearly see the countless stars dotting the night sky. With one glance, the night scene was extraordinarily beautiful. Tomorrow was the day the missions would be issued. Xiaochen did not intend to cultivate tonight. He intended to have a good sleep to replenish his mental energy. For cultivators, the effects of meditating was comparable to sleeping. Hence, many cultivators would use cultivation to replace sleep. Doing so would not affect their mental energy. However, they would not be able to relax their minds. After all, when cultivating, the mind would still be awake. If there was even the slightest movement, one would be able to feel it immediately. Hence, only by sleeping could one truly relax their entire body. This would allow the cultivator's mental energy to recover to its peak state. Lying on the bed, Xiaochen closed his eyes and cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. After 10 minutes, his breathing stabilized. His chest rose and fell as he breathed, and he slowly entered dreamland. In a daze, Xiaochen did not know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. However, what he saw was not the room he was familiar with. Clouds surrounded him, and the sun shone brightly above him. When he looked around, many people and houses appeared before him like ants. This was one of the peaks of the Lingyun mountain range. Is this in my dream? Xiaochen thought hazily. This was because time and space did not match his perception. The most important thing was that he could not get rid of that haziness. When Xiaochen turned his head back, he saw the previous peak master of Qingyun Peak, Lu Ryue's father, Lu Tianyu, sitting cross-legged on a rock. Lu Tianyu's weathered, wrinkled face was calm as he looked at Xiaochen quietly. You do not seem to find this strange. Xiaochen had already guessed that this person had invaded his dream. He did not find it strange. After all, there was someone in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion with such strong mental energy that could easily break through his defenses. Aside from him, Xiaoqun could not think of anyone else. He said indifferently, "There is nothing strange about it. It is just that I am not used to people invading my dreams for no reason. Sorry." Right after Xiaoqun spoke, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. In an instant, the winds and clouds changed. The entire space was like glass, shattering. Chapter 238. At the summit of Qingyun Peak, Lu Tianyu sat cross-legged on a rock. His expression was unfathomable as he muttered, "This brat's mental energy is actually so strong. If I do not use the divine weapon, I will not be able to stop him." Under the night sky, Xiao Chen's figure flickered continuously as he quickly leaped towards the summit of Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen paused for a while on the precipice and used the gravity spell to climb up. When Xiao Chen landed on the summit again, it was exactly the same as in his dream. He looked at the old man on the rock and said, "The next time you look for me, I hope you do not intrude into my dreams." In the depths of everyone's dreams, there were secrets. If this secret was discovered by others, it could be used by the opponent to attack the weakness of one's state of mind in battle. Although it was extremely difficult to enter the depths of a dream, especially for a cultivator with strong mental energy like Xiao Chen, it was even more difficult to enter. Furthermore, Lu Tianyu did not do so. However, Xiao Chen felt that it was dangerous and felt somewhat displeased. Lu Tianyu smiled faintly and did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. "Do you remember what you promised me?" Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I remember. As long as it is within my capabilities and does not go against my heart, I can do it. Do you know what mission you will be going on tomorrow?" Lu Tianyu looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Have you ever thought about why there is a limit on the number, an age, and the Saber Emperor convening order?" Naturally, Xiao Chen had thought about this before. However, the higher-ups did not want to talk about it. The clues were limited, so there was no way for him to figure it out. He just had to face it calmly. Xiao Chen did not think too much about this. Now that Lu Tianyu asked this, could it be that the mission he arranged for Xiao Chen had something to do with this mission? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but ask, "Could the mission you arranged for me be related to this mission?" "That's right. I won't beat around the bush. Since it's already the last day, there's no need to keep it a secret." Lu Tianyu paused for a moment as his expression turned serious. "You should have heard about the demonic calamity 20 years ago, right? What you heard was only the tip of the iceberg. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion's losses in that calamity were far greater than what the rumors said. An inferior grade martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings. The biggest loss is that the previous pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, who had the highest chance of advancing to Emperor Wu, died." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but be startled. 1 martial sage, 10 martial monarchs, and countless martial kings had died. Such a strong force was sufficient to sweep through the entire Great Qin nation. How horrifying was this force to be able to annihilate all these people? When Lu Tianyu saw the astonished expression on Xiao Chen's face, he continued, "The strength of the demons in the deep abyss demonic world is much more terrifying than you imagine. The boundless deep abyss demonic world has a total of 18 realms. Each realm is a world of its own. Even the smallest realm, the first realm, is several times larger than the entire Tianwu continent. Each realm is ruled by a realm master. As for how strong this realm master is, it is impossible to measure it based on the strength of the Tianwu continent. Back then, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only encountered one of the 18 demon generals under the first realm master. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion did their best, but they could not kill this demon general. They could only seal it temporarily." Lu Tianyu spoke tirelessly, telling Xiao Chen about the secret history of the past. His words were somewhat vague, but Xiao Chen could already imagine what kind of horrifying power it was. If Emperor Wu did not appear, even a demon general under the first realm master would not be able to do anything to him. Xiao Chen raised his head and asked, "Are you saying that our mission this time has something to do with the deep abyss demonic world?" Lu Tianyu nodded and said, "That's right. 20 years ago, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion only temporarily sealed that spatial crack. Until now, it has not been mended. Until now, it has not been mended. Xiaochen felt suspicious and asked, didn't the people of the three holy masters send someone to mend it every 20 years? Could it be that they have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already? Lu Tianyu nodded and said, it is as you said, the three holy masters have not come to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion for 40 years already. Why? Isn't sealing the spatial crack the responsibility of the three holy masters? Xiaochen asked, feeling confused. Responsibility? Lu Tianyu smiled self-mockingly, you are too naive. Do you think there are such noble people in this world? Do you think they would help others out of goodwill without asking for anything in return? In the eyes of the three holy masters, an insignificant Heavenly Saber Pavilion is nothing. They are the true rulers of this continent. Things have to be prioritized. Even if they want to deal with it, they have to start with the bigger picture. What you think is extremely urgent might not be much in their eyes. Naturally, they have to deal with the more important things first. In the past, the reason why the three holy masters would send someone over every 20 years was because there was an absolute genius in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He was able to enter the realm of Emperor Wu before the age of 50. Now that this genius is dead, they might have forgotten that there is a Heavenly Saber Pavilion in the great Qin nation. Xiaochen frowned heavily and entered deep thought. He had not expected such a simple matter to have so many dark sides to it that no one knew about. After sorting out his thoughts, Xiaochen said, based on what you said, how can I, an insignificant martial saint, do something that even martial sages and martial monarchs are unable to do? Martial sages and martial monarchs are indeed unable to do it. However, you forgot your other identity, the inheritor of the Thunder King. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiaochen and said sullenly, 1,000 years ago, the seal was originally complete. If not for the Thunder King making a move, the seal would not have been broken. 1,000 years later, you have the responsibility, the ability, and the obligation to deal with the mess that the Thunder King left behind. Xiao Chen's expression turned cold. He said coldly, you don't have to keep using the name of the Thunder King to pressure me. Although I am the inheritor of the Thunder King, I am not him. I hope you understand this clearly. I am helping you out of my own will. If it is beyond my capabilities, I will choose another method to return it to you. Your decision is clearly beyond my capabilities. Sorry, I cannot accept it. Goodbye. Even a martial sage could not deal with it. How could he deal with it if he went? Lu Tianyu was clearly using his identity as the inheritor of the Thunder King to threaten him to his death. Do you really think that I gave that scabbard to you casually? Or do you think that the pure lightning attributed essence in your body without any impurities is just a coincidence? Do you really know why you came to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Just as Xiao Chen was about to jump off the cliff, Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind him unhurriedly. Xiao Chen could not help but stop. He turned around and looked at Lu Tianyu. He asked, what do you mean? Lu Tianyu did not answer Xiao Chen's question directly. He waved his hand and a strong suction pulled the lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand over. Huang dang! A snow-white saber light flashed in the dark night. Suddenly, it shone on Xiao Chen's face, making him feel uncomfortable. Lu Tianyu looked at the snow-white lunar shadow saber and muttered, this is a pretty good saber. After merging with the second broken sword, its might is much stronger than the last time I saw it. Unfortunately, the owner of the saber does not know how to use it. Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, he tossed the saber in his hand into the dark sky. The saber suddenly released a boundless lightning. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The dazzling electric light tore through the sky, leaving a space that was even darker than the night sky. Finally, the electric light condensed and the saber's light was withdrawn. Everywhere it passed, the night sky was split in half like a piece of black cloth, falling to the sides. Xiao Chen stared dumbfoundedly at all this. This saber could even split the sky. Ka Xie. Lu Tianyu held the scabbard and waved his hand at the sky. The lunar shadow saber drew an arc in the air and returned to the scabbard with a schwa sound. After a long time, the two halves of the night sky slowly merged back together. Lu Tianyu tossed the lunar shadow saber back to Xiao Chen and said, "You can also use this kind of power. However, there is only one chance. Remember, there is only one chance." Ignoring Xiao Chen's astonished expression, Lu Tianyu continued, "What I am asking you to do is naturally within your capabilities. You don't have to worry about this. Actually, if you think about it carefully, you should be able to understand the reasoning behind this. Why don't the strong elders go? Why only the young disciples can enter? Furthermore, there is a limit to the number of people. This is because once one's bone age exceeds 24, they will not be able to enter that space. What you will be facing is not the true demons, but just the projection of these demons." Xiao Chen received the lunar shadow saber and his expression returned to normal. He said indifferently, "Cut to the chase. What do you need me to do? How can I swing that saber earlier?" That saber earlier had given Xiao Chen a huge shock. He had never expected the lunar shadow saber to be able to display such a strong force. Xiao Chen's heart was filled with questions. Back then, when he was in the miniature ancient absolute saber formation, he already had this feeling. The true strength of the lunar shadow saber was not as simple as what he had seen. Lu Tianyu smiled and said, "What you need to do is very simple. You just have to kill the projection of the 18 demon generals at the crucial moment. When you open your eyes, you will know how to execute this saber. In the end, this mission is still very dangerous. After you complete it, I will tell you where the third broken sword is." "What does it mean when I open my eyes?" Right after Lu Tianyu spoke, his figure slowly turned blurry in front of Xiao Chen. After a while, this space started to shatter and eventually turned into nothingness. "Who?" Xiao Chen opened his eyes and sat up on the bed. He looked at his surroundings. It was the room he slept in. He looked out the window and saw that the sky had just brightened. It was still blurry. Getting up, Xiao Chen tossed aside the blanket and quickly walked out of the courtyard. He looked at his familiar surroundings. Cold sweat poured down his back as he looked at the mountain peak in the distance. He muttered, "So, I did not break it at all. That dream was really a joke." After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered his wits. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand. The snow-white saber gave off a bright light. It was incredibly sharp. Chapter 239. The instant the saber was drawn, Xiao Chen immediately felt an extremely complicated formation appear within the lunar shadow saber. The formation lines were densely packed, like a spider web. There was a resplendent light at the center of the formation. It looked like it would explode at any moment. Xiao Chen immediately understood what Lu Tianyu meant. As long as he opened his eyes, he would know how to execute that move. The secret was in the center of the formation. As long as he detonated the light, he would be able to execute that move. Xiao Chen tested it out. He extended his spiritual sense into the formation and gently touched that light. Qi! Qi! A horrifying energy immediately rushed into the center of the formation and spread out in all directions. The spiderweb-like formation lines started to light up. Xiao Chen was startled and quickly withdrew his spiritual sense. The energy of the formation lines immediately receded like a receding tide. "So, this is how it is used. Just using my spiritual sense is like igniting a spark of dynamite. It will explode with just a spark." Xiao Chen sheathed the lunar shadow saber. The strange formation in the saber immediately cut off the connection with his spiritual sense. Xiao Chen looked at the scabbard and shook his head. "I should change to a new scabbard in the future." When the sky was bright, Lu Ruyue arrived at Xiao Chen's courtyard. She looked for him and explained the reason for her visit. Xiao Chen was somewhat astonished as he said, "Elder sister Ruyue, you are going to participate in this mission as well." Lu Ruyue smiled and said, "The rules of this mission state that all the experts of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion below the age of 24 must participate. I happen to be at the tail end. I am getting old. This mission is for youths like you, 18 or 19 years old. Xiaochen rubbed his nose and said, "Elder sister Ryue, actually, you still look like a 17 or 18-year-old. Furthermore, you have a certain temperament that those little girls do not have." Lu Ryue blushed slightly and looked at Xiaochen in surprise. She said, "This is really surprising. I don't think I have ever seen you praise a girl before. You seem to spend all your time on Qingyun Peak cultivating. Normally, you do not even speak a few words. Cultivation is all about relaxation and speed. Don't let yourself get too engrossed in it, or you'll develop inner demons in the future." Xiaochen paused for a moment. He had always been introverted. In his original world, he was not good at conversing. After coming to this cruel world, his personality became even more obvious. Not saying anything unnecessary, not doing anything unnecessary. This had always been Xiaochen's basic principle. Today, for the first time, he opened his mouth and praised Lu Ryue's appearance so boldly. Even he was surprised. Not wanting to dwell on this topic for too long, Xiaochen changed the topic. "Elder sister Ryue, what are the details of this mission? Have you received the news yet?" Lu Ryue shook her head and said, "I am not sure either. I only know that the person in charge of this operation is Lu Chen, the Lu Chen you met in the returning Cloud Hall." Lu Chen. Xiaochen had a deep impression of this person. Is he only 24 years old? Don't tell me he's stronger than you, sister Yu. Since he was the person in charge, his cultivation would definitely be the highest. Lu Ryue's cultivation was already horrifying enough. Could it be that Lu Chen was even more horrifying than her? Lu Ryue nodded and said, "His cultivation is about the same as mine. However, the martial technique he cultivates is rather special. So, his combat prowess is slightly stronger than mine. However, he is 1 year younger than me." Xiaochen felt ashamed in his heart. He is only 23 years old, and his cultivation is already very close to becoming a martial king. Originally, he thought that aside from Lu Ryue, there was no other genius like him in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It looked like it was as the Hall of Contributions said. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, geniuses were the most worthless thing. When Lu Ryue saw that Xiaochen was somewhat dispirited, she consoled him, "Don't be too discouraged. Lu Chen is being nurtured as the next leader of the Divine Saber Camp. It can be said that he has the best conditions in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Medicinal pills, spirit stones, secret manuals, and there are even death-sworn soldiers specially trained in killing qi. These are far from what you can compare to." Xiaochen had long understood the terror of the Divine Saber Camp. It could be said that they were the true elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the final protectors. It made sense that their future leader could have such a powerful cultivation base. Gee! Gee! A green bird circled in the sky as it flew down. Lu Ryue called Xiaochen over and jumped onto it. They flew towards the heaven viewing platform. Lu Ryue's piloting skills were many times better than Lu Suifeng's. They only spent a quarter of the time before arriving at the drill grounds of the heaven viewing platform. The people on the drill grounds had not all arrived yet. There was no one in the spectator stands, it seemed very empty. Not long after the two of them landed, an elder led Lu Ryue away. Xiaochen looked at Lu Ryue's departing figure and thought to himself, it seems like Lu Ryue knows some insider information. "Yi Chen, how long have you been here?" Not long after Lu Ryue left, two familiar people walked over to Xiaochen. They were Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, who had collapsed a long time ago. Xiaochen was somewhat surprised when the two of them walked together. "I have not been here for long. What did you find out about this mission?" "It is useless." Lu Tianyu and Xiaochen had revealed too little information. Xiaochen was not very confident. These two people's identities were not simple, they should have some insider information. Mu Heng's expression was somewhat grave as he said, "My father did not reveal much to me. He only used 4 words to describe this mission, 90% chance of survival." There was no useful information. Xiaochen was somewhat disappointed, he did not know as much as he did. Since there is a 90% chance of survival, why would your father dare to send you out? When Mu Heng heard this, he took out a talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. It can instantly teleport. Zhang Lai has one as well." Xiao Qin had heard of the divine flame talisman before. It was extremely expensive. It was in short supply in the Great Jin Nation, where it originated from. Once it appeared in the Great Qin Nation, it would be gone. He did not expect the two of them to have one. With the divine flame talisman, they could save their lives at a crucial moment. No wonder they dared to risk their lives. They had already prepared a path of retreat. Mu Heng continued, "From the news I received, there is a limited number of divine flame talismans. Aside from the top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion Elders Assembly did not give out any divine flame talismans." Xiao Qin could understand this. It was the survival of the fittest. Outstanding people had superior conditions, it was the same everywhere. With Lu Tianyu's position, he should be able to obtain a divine flame talisman. However, it was not hard to guess why he did not give it to Xiao Qin. Zhang Lai, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Yi Chen, you broke through to Martial Saint." Xiao Qin nodded and smiled gently, "Aren't you the same?" When Zhang Lai heard this, he smiled bitterly, "I originally thought that after I became a Martial Saint, I would be able to surpass you. Who knew that you would become a Martial Saint as well?" The people on the drill grounds arrived one after another. The moment the top 10 people on the Wind Cloud list landed, they were immediately taken away by the Elders' Assembly. It was probably to give them the divine flame talisman. The three of them chatted for a long time, exchanging their experiences and comprehensions of martial techniques. The three of them had pretty good talent, they all had their own unique understanding of saber techniques. After chatting for a long time, the three of them felt that they had gained a lot. Some of the questions that they could not figure out were answered. This was especially so for Xiao Qin and Zhang Lai. The two of them had practiced the Lingyun saber technique to great perfection. However, their methods were different. After exchanging their experiences, they gained some comprehensions. "Yi Chen, come over for a while. I have something to talk to you about." Lu Riyue's melodious voice came from the front. Xiao Qin said goodbye to the two of them and quickly walked over. Lu Riyue's expression was exceptionally grave. She brought Xiao Qin to a place where there was no one around. She took out a divine flame talisman and said, "This is a divine flame talisman. At a crucial moment, it can save your life. Take it." Xiao Qin was slightly stunned. He did not expect Lu Riyue to give her divine flame talisman to him. However, since Lu Tianyu did not give him a divine flame talisman, he probably had his own plans. Shaking his head, Xiao Qin did not take it. He said, "You should only have one divine flame talisman. You should keep it and use it. It should be more than enough for me to use my movement technique to escape." Lu Riyue frowned slightly and said somewhat angrily, "Are you saying that your movement technique is better than mine? Now that your strength has improved, you look down on me, your master." Xiao Qin was caught off guard. He quickly explained, "No, that is not what I meant. I mean, don't say no. I told you to take it, so take it. If you don't take it, I will really get angry." Lu Riyue seemed to be really angry. Xiao Qin felt helpless. He could only take the divine flame talisman that Lu Riyue handed to him. He said, "Thank you, elder sister Riyue." Seeing Xiao Qin take the divine flame talisman, Lu Riyue's expression immediately turned warm. She said, "That's right. I will not be able to accompany you on this mission. I just received news that there are a total of 100 people participating in this mission. You will be split into 10 groups. Each group will have 10 people. The top 10 core disciples on the Wind Cloud list will lead the group. This mission is very dangerous. Be careful." After Lu Riyue spoke, she left Xiao Qin in a hurry. She seemed to be in a rush. Xiao Qin thought to himself, "It looks like Lu Riyue already knows the details of this mission. Since she is in such a hurry, this mission should be much more dangerous than I thought. When Xiao Chen returned to the drill grounds, Mu Heng and Zhang Lai immediately waved at Xiao Chen, indicating for him to come over. Xiao Chen nodded and quickly walked over. The 100 people participating in the mission had already arrived on the drill grounds. The people from the Elders' Assembly were discussing something anxiously on the tall platform in front. Suddenly, Zhang Lai asked in a soft voice, "Yi Chen, did your master reveal anything to you? I saw her standing in the elders' seats. She should know something." When Mu Heng heard this, he looked at Xiao Chen curiously. Xiao Chen shook his head. She did not say anything. She only gave me a divine flame talisman. Anyway, we are about to depart. The answer will be revealed soon. Mu Heng nodded. That's true. If we continue to let our imaginations run wild, we will not be able to guess the answer. We might as well wait patiently. After waiting for a long time, there was still no news. The people present started to get impatient. All sorts of discussions gathered together. It was very chaotic. Xiao Chen cocked his head and listened for a while. They were all guesses about this mission. What surprised him was that many people had already guessed the general direction. The discussion on the tall platform finally stopped. When the first elder of the main hall's elders' assembly, Jiang Qi, heard the noise below, he frowned slightly. Silence. Chapter 240. The moment Jiang Qi spoke, it was just 2 simple words. However, there was a sense of majesty lingering in everyone's ears. No one dared to show any signs of disobedience. Xiao Chen thought to himself, Jiang Qi used his mental energy when he spoke. His spiritual sense was extraordinary. He could clearly feel that Jiang Qi had combined his vast mental energy with the word silence. Otherwise, he would not be able to achieve such an effect. If there was a chance, I should give it a try. Jiang Qi's 2 simple words caused Xiao Chen to comprehend something. Jiang Qi was very satisfied with the reaction of the crowd. After muttering to himself for a while, he said, "The mission this time is about to begin. I believe you all have already guessed the importance of this mission. There are not many missions that can make the Heavenly Saber Pavilion use the Saber Emperor convening order. This mission concerns the life and death of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. I hope you all will do your best. After the mission is completed, everyone will receive 100 medial-grade spirit stones. You can choose a peak Earth-ranked cultivation technique, a peak Earth-ranked spirit weapon, or battle armor." After Jiang Qi spoke, the crowd was flabbergasted. They did not expect the rewards of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be so bountiful. 100 medial-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Of course, no one would be foolish enough to exchange medial-grade spirit stones for inferior-grade spirit stones. This was just an example. For cultivators who had advanced to Martial Saint, inferior-grade spirit stones could no longer satisfy their needs. They would use up an inferior-grade spirit stone in a day. Furthermore, the effects would not be as good as before. When one advanced to medial-grade Martial Saint, the effects of inferior-grade spirit stones would be even weaker. When one advanced to superior-grade Martial Saint, inferior-grade spirit stones could only be used to recover spiritual energy. They would no longer be of any help to cultivation. This was because the density of essence in inferior-grade spirit stones was already too thin. At this moment, only medial-grade spirit stones would have an effect on his cultivation. If these 100 people all came out successfully, the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would have to fork out 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen guessed that this would be at least a fifth of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's reserves. After all, the spirit veins in the entire Great Qin nation were not of high grades. It was too difficult to obtain medial-grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, exclaimed, "How extravagant! My Zhang clan has been in Yunyang City for hundreds of years and we have only obtained a few dozen medial-grade spirit stones. We are still reluctant to use them." Xiao Chen frowned. He was thinking even further. The reward of a mission was usually linked to the difficulty of the mission. The higher the reward, the more difficult the mission would be. Jiang Qi pointed to Lu Chen and Lu Riyue, who were standing beside him. He continued, Lu Chen and Lu Riyue will be in charge of this operation. Later, you will be split into 10 teams. The team leaders are the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list. If you have any questions, you can ask the team leaders directly. The mission leaders have absolute authority in the missions. No. No of shao of. No. None of you all to you, he give. He. Of. Of. Shao of yun of. But he said, Chen of shao was. Of yun was. Long of shao of yun, of. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and Xiao Chen were assigned to the same team. Aside from them, there were 6 other unknown core disciples. The team leader was the only female disciple in the top 10 of the wind cloud list, Yun Kursen. Yun Kursen looked at everyone and swept her gaze across the faces of the 9 people. She said, state your name, cultivation realm, what you are good at, and the attribute of your martial spirit. You will go first. She pointed in the direction of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, Qing Yun Pixi Chen, inferior grade martial saint. I am good at movement techniques and Ling Yun saber technique. The attribute of my martial spirit is lightning. When Yun Kursen heard Xiao Chen say that his attribute was lightning, a strange look flashed in Yun Kursen's calm eyes. Her gaze lingered on Xiao Chen's face for a while longer. After that, everyone continued. Beichen Peaks Mu Heng, Peak inferior grade martial grand master. I am good at defense. The attribute of my martial spirit is wood. Tianyue Peaks Zhang Lai, inferior grade martial saint. I am not good at anything. The attribute of my martial spirit is wind. Qianduan Peaks Gao Xiang, medial grade martial saint. I am good at offense. The attribute of my martial spirit is fire. After the 9 people finished explaining themselves, they had a general impression of each other. Yun Kursen nodded slightly and pointed at Xiao Chen. She said, from now on, you will be the vice captain of this team. Aside from me, his words are the loudest. The moment Yun Kursen said this, not only was Xiao Chen surprised, but the other 8 were astonished as well. This was especially so for Qianduan Peaks Gao Xiang. Among the 10 of them, his cultivation was higher than Yun Kursen's peak inferior grade martial saint cultivation. Gao Xiang was already somewhat dissatisfied with Yun Kursen being the vice captain. However, she was, after all, one of the top 10 core disciples on the wind cloud list. Her strength was clear for all to see. Gao Xiang could not help but be convinced. However, now, an early stage inferior grade martial saint had to be the vice captain. Gao Xiang could not accept this. Gao Xiang snorted coldly, why should he be the vice captain? Don't you understand that in the martial saint realm, even a small advantage in cultivation would be reflected 100-fold in strength? Yun Kursen's expression did not change at all. She said calmly, the reason is that he is stronger than you. The lightning attribute will have a strong advantage in this mission. Gao Xiang revealed a mocking expression, are you joking? A person who just advanced to inferior grade martial saint is stronger than me, a medial grade martial saint. Qi. Right after Gao Xiang spoke, he heard a piercing sound resounding in his ears. It reverberated in his ears and his mind went blank for a moment. When he recovered his wits, he had only raised the huge saber on his back halfway. Suddenly, he discovered that a 2-finger-wide, 20-foot-long saber had appeared at his chest. The tip of the saber tore through his clothes and pressed against his chest, leaving behind a small wound. Dong! Dong! Gao Xiang's heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A horrifying killing chi surrounded his chest. It felt like the tip of the saber would pierce through his skin and crush his heart in the next moment. The expression on Yun Kursen's face did not change at all. She was extremely calm, as though she was doing something insignificant. She said softly in a gentle voice, cultivation is very important, but sometimes, it is not omnipotent. My judgment of people has always been very accurate. Are you doubting my judgment? No, I just have some doubts, Gao Xiang said with a trembling voice as he raised the huge saber in his hand. Pu Ci. Yun Kursen controlled the saber in her hand and pushed it forward a little more. Now, it was just above the ribs in front of his chest. She said indifferently, do you still have any doubts? Gao Xiang had never felt death so close to him before. He said in a fluster, no, I really don't. Huang Dang. Yun Kursen sheathed her saber with a shua sound. Gao Xiang's tensed heart immediately relaxed. He sprawled on the ground, panting without any grace. Xiao Chen, Mu Heng, and Zhang Lai exchanged glances. It went without saying that this woman was too horrifying. The experience of a few seconds would probably become Gao Xiang's nightmare for the rest of his life. Yun Kursen turned her gaze to Xiao Chen and asked softly, do you have any doubts? Xiao Chen said very decisively, no. Yun Kursen's way of doing things was very direct, quick, and decisive. Honestly speaking, such a character suited Xiao Chen's taste very well. She did not have many rules and regulations, just a set of rules. Although Xiao Chen was not afraid of Yun Kursen, there was no need to get into a conflict with her over this matter. There was nothing wrong with being the vice captain. As long as she did not threaten his safety, it was fine. Yun Kursen did not have any obvious expression on her face. She nodded and said, now is the time to ask questions. We only have 5 minutes. Try to simplify your questions. The same scene happened in other places as well. The 10 core disciples explained the contents of this mission to the others. Perhaps Yun Kursen's earlier actions had frightened the others, resulting in a period of awkward silence. Xiao Chen organized his thoughts before asking, what are the details of the mission? Where is the location? What do we need to do? Yun Kursen did not think for long before she replied, the details of the mission are very simple. Enter a subspace between the deep abyss demonic world and the Tianwu continent and kill all the demons there. The location of the mission is that subspace. The subspace is 50 kilometers south of the Lingyun mountain range. There is a seal blocking it, so the exact location is unknown. I need you all to bring out your strength and kill all the demons in the subspace to prevent the seal from being damaged. This was a very formulaic answer. When everyone heard it, they felt ashamed in their hearts. Killing all the demons in the subspace. This mission was very simple. When Zhang Lai saw that Yun Kursen was easy to talk to, he quickly asked, then how are the rewards for this mission calculated? What do I have to do to complete the mission? The reward of 200 medial grade spirit stones was not only very tempting to Zhang Lai, it was very tempting to the others as well. When Zhang Lai asked this question, even Gao Xiang listened carefully. After all, everyone knew that the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would not be so foolish as to let you walk around the subspace and then give you spirit stones, secret manuals, or spirit weapons. There would definitely be a standard. Yun Kursen did not disappoint everyone. She continued, the details of the mission are personal. Everyone has to kill at least 20 demons. After killing the demons, there will be demon cores. All you have to do is hand over 20 demon cores. If you exceed that, there will be additional rewards. A female disciple of Gangyu Peak asked, when will the mission end? How long will it last? Will we not be able to come out if we do not succeed? Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sun in the sky. Then, she lowered her head and said, 5 minutes are up. I will not be accepting any answers for now. Her timing was really accurate. Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. It was exactly 5 minutes, no more, no less. After that, the atmosphere was rather heavy. With Yun Kursen's aura, no one dared to bring up other topics. The Elders' Assembly's arrangement was actually pretty good. They arranged for a team leader for every 10 people. The team leader would explain the details of the mission to the 10 people. This would save a lot of time. Otherwise, if the first elder had to explain them one by one, they might not even be able to finish in half a day. Furthermore, the results would not be good. Chapter 241. Rumble. Suddenly, the sky above the drill grounds turned dark. Rumbling sounds came from above. Everyone looked up and saw a few huge bird-type spirit beasts. When the spirit beasts spread their wings, they were 100 meters long. When the spirit beasts flew together, they covered the entire sky. These are the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's guardian spirit beasts, Heavenly Wind Vultures. They are the tyrants of rank 6 flying spirit beasts. I did not expect all of them to come out. Someone below recognized the spirit beasts and exclaimed in astonishment. The huge heavenly wind vultures created an intense gust of wind as they circled around in the air before landing on the drill grounds. Yun Kursin called out to the crowd and quickly headed for one of the heavenly wind vultures. Everyone quickly followed. The huge heavenly wind vulture looked similar to the red-tailed eagles of Earth. The feathers on its back were light brown, its abdomen was lighter, and its tail was reddish-brown. However, there was a pair of sharp claws on both ends of its wings. They were strangely sharp like hooks. When the huge wings spread out, they formed a space of a few hundred meters. A dark-skinned old man stood on the neck of the heavenly wind vulture. He was the driver of the heavenly wind vulture. Xiao Chen and the others all walked up. The old man stepped on the heavenly wind vulture's back. The heavenly wind vulture immediately cried out and created an intense gust of wind as it rushed into the sky. A strong wind blew from both sides. A few core disciples with weak willpower were nearly blown off the vulture. They were startled. When the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's second elder saw the many heavenly wind vultures flying away, he turned to Jiang Qi and said, "First elder, are you really at ease letting these youths go?" Jiang Qi said indifferently, "What else? Do you want me to repeat the mistakes of the previous generation? Back then, I tried to persuade him for a long time, but he was unwilling to sacrifice these youths. He wanted to fight personally. What happened in the end? Since ancient times, only those who survive are considered geniuses. No matter how talented you are no longer a genius if you die young." The third elder said, "Back then, Tianhe underestimated the strength of those demons. He was too confident in his own strength. Otherwise, there would not have been such a tragedy." Jiang Qi continued, "That's right. As long as we get rid of these projections, the subspace that connects to the Tianwu continent will naturally shatter. Even if the 3 holy masters do not come, we can deal with it ourselves. I am confident in Lu Chen's strength." Above the clouds, the wind vulture was flying faster and faster. The fierce airflow caused by the vulture forced everyone to use all of their powers to keep themselves from being blown down. Soon, the Lingyun mountain range was left far behind them. Xiao Chen observed for a while and found that there were 11 wind eagles in total. 10 of them were led by a core disciple. Lu Chen, Lu Riyue, and the others were on the last heavenly wind eagle. Using his spiritual sense, he counted 10 people. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It looks like these are all the candidates for this mission. 100 core disciples and 10 hidden geniuses like Lu Chen and Lu Riyue." After flying for an unknown period of time, the wind vulture's speed started to slow down. A desolate land appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a vast flat land with no end in sight. Not a single blade of grass grew on the ground, only rocks of various sizes. There was no sign of life, it was completely lifeless. The 11 windy eagles let out a series of caws, then quickly landed on the ground. Everyone hurriedly jumped down from the top and looked at their surroundings with an uncomfortable feeling in their hearts. Lu Chen had a faint smile on his face as he gathered everyone. He said, "The seal is in front. Everyone, please check if you are wearing your identity medallion. If you are not, come to me to get a backup identity medallion. Otherwise, you might be accidentally injured by the barrier outside." Everyone always carried their identity medallions on them. After everyone checked, no one forgot to bring their identity medallion. Very good. In that case, follow me under the leader's lead. Don't run around. The atmosphere here was very strange. Even without Lu Chen's instructions, no one would run around. Everyone followed behind Lu Chen and slowly walked forward. Not long later, Lu Chen, who was leading the group, suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The people behind him disappeared as well. Yun Kursen explained, "There is no need to worry. They are all fine after passing the barrier." After the explanations of their respective leaders, they did not panic and continued walking forward. Unknowingly, everyone felt as though they had passed through a formless barrier. The scene before them suddenly changed. An ancient well appeared in front of everyone. The people who had disappeared earlier were all here, gathered beside the ancient well. The height of the ancient well was no more than 1 meter. However, its diameter was very large, about 3 meters. The clear water in the well was like a smooth mirror, without any ripples. Even when the wind blew, there were no ripples on the surface of the water. It looked very strange, as though there was a horrifying monster hidden in the ancient well. 4 old men dressed in black clothes stood around the ancient well. They were like wooden stakes, standing at 4 different angles. Even further away, there was a group of bladesmen from the divine saber camp. They all stood there expressionlessly. When Lu Chen saw that everyone was present, he nodded to one of the old men in black clothes. Only then did that old man, who was like a wooden stake, slowly raise his head. His face was as skinny as a tree trunk, looking very frightening. He said in a hoarse voice, "This well is called reincarnation. You must be above 24 years old. Leave immediately. Otherwise, you will be sent to an unknown space." Lu Chen said, "Senior, we have already checked the age of these people. The number of people is also correct. Please rest assured." The old man looked at Lu Chen and revealed a bitter smile on his skinny face. He said, "I recognize your father. They are really timid. They do not even have the guts to make a trip here. I wish you all good luck. I am going to open the seal. Remember, only 10 people can enter at a time." The 4 old men, who were like wooden stakes, turned around and faced the ancient well. They each took out a jade strip and quickly formed all sorts of hand seals. This is a sealing formation from the ancient era, Xiaochen thought to himself. Unfortunately, aside from the 3 holy masters, the specific method of laying formations had already been lost in the Tianwu continent. ZZ. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared on the calm surface of the water. The calm surface of the water started to churn non-stop. Slowly, a huge whirlpool appeared on the surface of the water. In the middle of the whirlpool was a boundless black hole. It was unknown where it led to. When Lu Chen saw the situation, he immediately said anxiously, "Murong Chong, bring your people down first. The rest will follow the rankings on the wind cloud list, one at a time." Murong Chong had a calm expression on his face. He did not hesitate and took the lead to jump into the whirlpool. The 10 of them jumped in one after another. There was no movement at all. They were instantly sucked in by the black hole. As the elites of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's core disciples, everyone here had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators. When faced with such an unknown situation, they did not hesitate. Soon, Xiao Chen's group fell. Yun Kursen took the lead and jumped in. Xiao Chen looked at the bottomless, spinning black hole and followed suit. The instant Xiao Chen was sucked in by the black hole, his body was sliced into countless pieces. However, he did not feel anything, his consciousness was a blur. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps it was an eternity, perhaps it was just an instant. Xiao Chen felt his body regathering and he landed firmly on the ground. This was a strange space. The ground was covered in black soil. When they looked up, there was a scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. It was scarlet, it was very strange. Occasionally, there would be strange black birds the size of crows circling in the air. They gave off g sounds, it was very disturbing. After Xiao Chen landed, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others slowly appeared. All 9 of them were present. They looked around but could not find Yun Kursen. Zhang Lai looked around and felt it was strange. He said, "Why do I not see Yun Kursen? Why are the other teams gone as well? Stop looking, I'm here. Yun Kursen's figure suddenly appeared behind the group. I just went out and took a look at the surroundings. The other female disciple of the 10, Lu Jia, asked worriedly, where are the others? Did we get separated from them? Or what's going on? Yun Kursen raised her head and looked at the sky. A trace of seriousness appeared on her calm face. She said, you can ask questions later. Now, prepare to fight. Xiao Chen's right hand was already on his saber hilt. The strange birds in the sky had a very heavy evil aura. They were circling above everyone's heads and had not left. Yun Kursen quickly said, these are blood crows, rank 4 demonic beasts. They live by sucking blood. In the demonic world, they should be of a higher rank. The most important thing is that before they die, they will self-destruct. Xiao Chen, I'll leave these blood crows to you. Infuse them with electric attacks. This can prevent them from self-destructing before they die. Mu Heng, you are mainly in charge of defense. If Xiao Chen cannot kill them all, just block them. There is no need to kill them. The rest of you, don't act rashly for now. Pu Ci. Right after Yun Kursen spoke, the 3 blood crows circling in the sky swooped down. From a distance, they looked like 3 scarlet arrows falling from the sky. Ka Xie. Xiao Chen did not wait for the blood crows to arrive before him. He immediately drew his lunar shadow saber. A snow-white saber light appeared in the dark space. He chopped down 3 times. 3 strands of pure lightning attributed saber chi flashed by. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere in the air. The 3 blood crows were split in half and fell from the sky. A black aura flowed out from the wounds. It merged with the electric light that Xiao Chen left behind, giving off a zzz sound. Before Xiao Chen could catch his breath, hundreds of blood crows flew over from the dark sky. The sound of their wings flapping merged into one, creating a wild wind. Xiao Chen's expression was calm. The instant the blood crows arrived, he shouted, flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air. Saber lights danced around. Boundless saber chi danced among the flock of blood crows. Every time Xiao Chen changed his position, he would send out 12 strands of saber chi. Xiao Chen changed his position a total of 81 times, sending out 1,620 strands of saber chi. Every strand of saber chi would chop down a large number of blood crows. When Xiao Chen landed, the ground was littered with the dismembered corpses of the blood crows. Due to the pure state of thunder, the electric light lingered on the wounds for a long time. Chapter 242. When Xiao Chen saw the destructive power of this move, he was somewhat astonished. He had not expected that after comprehending saber chi, the attacks of the disordered dance of 1,000 years would reach such a level. In the past, when he was a martial master, he could only use saber light. At that time, he could not even bring out 1/10 of this move's might. Even though he was a martial grand master and comprehended saber light, he could only bring out less than half of his strength. Only when one reached martial saint could one bring out the true might of the disordered dance of 1,000 years. A dense stench of blood permeated the entire space, causing people to feel nauseous when they smelled it. Even more blood crows in the distance smelled the blood and flew over. The entire sky seemed to be filled with blood crows. The originally dark space was now completely dark, and everyone's vision was greatly affected. Xiao Chen looked at Yun Kursen beside him and said, "What should I do? I cannot use that move often. It exhausts a lot of essence. There are at least 10,000 of these blood crows." Behind the 2 of them, the expressions of the other 8 people were somewhat unsightly. They had just arrived at this strange place, and before they had even met the demons, they had already encountered such trouble. The blood crows were only level 4 demonic beasts. In front of everyone, they were nothing. Any one of them could easily kill dozens of blood crows. However, when there were a certain number of them, it would be horrifying. The most crucial thing was that the blood crows could self-destruct. The might of a rank 4 demonic beast's self-destruction was equivalent to the full-powered strike of a medial-grade martial saint. Yun Kursen pointed to a huge blood crow in the sky and said, "Look over there. That blood crow should be the king of this group of blood crows. As long as we kill it, the rest of the blood crows will automatically scatter." Shao Chen looked up. Indeed, he saw a huge blood crow that was as large as an eagle. It was ingeniously hidden behind several hundred blood crows. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice it. Shao Chen shook his head and said, "If it doesn't come down, we won't be able to do anything to it unless someone knows a flying martial technique. Only when a cultivator reached the martial king realm would they be able to fly, or if their martial spirit was of the wind attribute, they would be able to fly as long as they reached the peak of the martial saint realm. Apart from that, if one wanted to fly without the help of external objects, one had to master a flying martial skill. However, flying martial techniques were extremely rare. In terms of value, they could rival peak Earth-ranked martial techniques. Of course, if Shao Chen was alone, he could summon silver. However, the silver warship could easily expose Shao Chen's identity. He could not use it unless he had no other choice. Yun Kursen thought for a while and said, "Blood Crow King, leave it to me later. With so many blood crows, the next wave of attacks will definitely come from more than one direction." The two of them retreated, shielding the other 8 behind them as they waited for the next wave of attacks from the blood crows. Crunch! The strange cries of the blood crows in the sky didn't stop. Tens of thousands of blood crows cawed at the same time. Their voices were ear-piercing and sharp. They hadn't even attacked yet, but they were already disturbing everyone's minds. For some reason, the blood crows in the sky had become extremely patient and were constantly making strange cries. Pairs of blood-red eyes stared at the crowd, but they didn't attack. Instead, they were wearing down their fighting spirit bit by bit. "Damn it, can't you be more straightforward?" Gao Xiang could not help but curse out loud. The martial techniques of Qianduan Peak were very particular about being open and direct. They were famous for their might and ferocity. Gao Xiang was very much in line with this character. When he met with a demonic beast like the blood crows that could self-destruct, it was very painful for him to not be able to use his strength. Just as everyone's patience was about to run out, the blood crows in the sky suddenly stopped making strange cries. The noisy space suddenly turned quiet. Only the sound of wind could be heard in the air. It was extremely quiet. The intense contrast made everyone nervous. They could not help but tighten their grip on their sabers. Everyone knew that this was just the calm before the storm. Hu Qi! Suddenly, the sound of air being torn resounded in the quiet sky. In the next moment, the blood crows gave off a strange red light. They were like the lights of 10,000 households. Suddenly, they lit up the sky, turning it scarlet. The layers of blood crows in the sky were like countless scarlet arrows. They tore through the dark sky and flew towards the crowd. Yun Kursen quickly said, "Aside from Shao Chen, the others are not allowed to draw their sabers. Zhang Lai, come to my side. Later, we will attack together. The others can only use their scabbards to attack the blood crows." Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Shao Chen executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and quickly drew a circle around the crowd, killing all the blood crows in the first layer. However, there were simply too many blood crows. Soon, the second layer of blood crows flew over. The others did not dare to draw their sabers due to Yun Kursen's instructions. They could only use their scabbards to knock down the blood crows flying at them. They did not even dare to use too much force. They were afraid of killing the blood crows and self-destructing. With their hands and feet tied, they were surrounded by danger. Among the crowd, only Mu Heng had it easy. He circulated the purple jade body tempering art and his body glowed with a purple light. These were only rank 4 demonic beasts, they could not break through his defense. When the blood crow's beaks, which could pierce through steel, struck Mu Heng's body, they gave off a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. He was not injured at all. Instead, some of the blood crows pecked off their own beaks. Hoo-chee! Yun Kursen, who had been dodging, suddenly drew her saber. There was a flash of saber light and a blood crow's heart was pierced. It did not even have the time to self-destruct before it turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Yun Kursen said to Zhang Lai, "The reaction speed of the blood crows is very fast. They only need half a second to self-destruct. If you are confident that you can kill them in half a second, you can make your move." Zhang Lai's expression was calm, he was not in a rush to make a move. As he dodged the blood crows, he carefully observed Yun Kursen's actions. So, after a while, Zhang Lai had an idea. He drew his saber and an indistinct cloud appeared. In the next moment, the cloud scattered and a tiny strand of saber chi soared into the air. Everywhere the saber chi passed, it instantly pierced through all the blood crows. In an instant, hundreds of blood crows died. Zhang Lai swung his saber and the strand of saber chi disappeared. He shouted, "Everlasting startling cloud, explode." The everlasting startling cloud, which contained Zhang Lai's small perfection saber intent, suddenly exploded. The strand of saber chi reformed and turned into countless beams of light scattering in all directions. Every strand of light was actually saber chi containing saber intent. Its speed and strength had reached the peak of inferior grade martial saint. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a flock of blood crows fell like rain. This saber strike had killed thousands of blood crows, allowing everyone to relax. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, her expression did not relax at all. Instead, her crescent-shaped eyebrows knitted together tightly. She tossed a medicinal pill to Zhang Lai to replenish his essence quickly. "Stop trying to be brave. Quickly recover your essence. This is not the time to use your trump card yet. Mu Heng, protect him first." When Zhang Lai heard this, he felt slightly embarrassed. This move had indeed exhausted a lot of essence. It had exhausted almost 2/3 of his essence. However, its lethality was obvious. Originally, he thought that even if Yun Kursen did not praise him, she would not criticize him. Who knew that he would receive such an evaluation? When Zhang Lai placed the medicinal pill in his mouth, he immediately felt a cooling sensation in his mouth. After a while, the essence in his dantian quickly recovered. In a short while, he had recovered 1/3 of his essence. This was a rank 6 medicinal pill, the White Cloud Pill. It could instantly recover 1/3 of a cultivator's essence. After that, it would replenish the cultivator's essence within 10 minutes. It was worth 500 inferior grade spirit stones. Zhang Lai did not expect Yun Kursen to be so generous. His impression of her changed greatly. Gag. Gag. The huge blood crow king in the air let out 2 strange cries. Immediately, all the blood crows stopped their attacks. They flapped their wings a few times and flew back into the sky. Yun Kursen looked at Zhang Lai and said, "In this space, unless you have no other choice, do not exhaust too much essence. There is still a long way to go." Zhang Lai did not dare to retort. He knew that he had been somewhat rash. He did his best to circulate his energy to recover his exhausted essence. The attacks of the blood crows only lasted for 5 minutes. However, the density of the attacks was too high. Everyone was exhausted. Woo! Woo! Suddenly, the blood crow king let out a drawn-out cry. Under the red moon in the distant sky, a large group of black dots heard the cry and flew over densely. After a while, more than 10,000 blood crows gathered in the sky. It was a black mass, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Xiaochen had a calm expression as he looked at the sky. He muttered to himself for a while before saying, "We have to kill that blood crow king. Otherwise, it will not end. Everyone will be exhausted to death by it." Yun Kursen said indifferently, "After this wave of attacks, I will deal with it. Every time it summons a blood crow, its strength will decrease." The group did not have much time before the attacks of the blood crows arrived again. This time, Zhang Lai did not use the everlasting startling cloud. He infused his saber intent into his saber chi. His saber danced around continuously. Each saber chi would quickly kill a blood crow. Xiao Chen and the other two did their best to kill the blood crows. The rest of the group used their scabbards to block. Occasionally, when someone was in danger, Mu Heng would immediately rush forward and use his body to block the blood crow's attacks. For a while, there were no openings. As time passed, the corpses of the blood crows piled up densely on the ground. I can't take it anymore. This group of little things is too troublesome. Gao Xiang suddenly roared angrily and drew the huge saber in his hand. I'll smack you all to death. Shua. Under the horrifying huge saber, the hundreds of blood crows circling above Gao Xiang's head were all struck. They were chopped in half at the waist and blood sprayed out like rain. When Gao Xiang saw all this, he laughed loudly. They are just insignificant rank 4 demonic beasts. Why are you all so afraid? I can kill them all by myself. When Xiao Chen turned his head and saw all this, he was greatly astonished. He wished he could chop this fellow to death with his saber. The expression on Yun Kursen's calm face changed greatly. She shouted loudly, leave quickly. ZZ. The blood crows that were chopped in half did not have the suppression of electricity on their wounds. The black aura sizzled continuously. Boom. The 100-odd blood crows' corpses exploded in the air, creating an intense shockwave. Gao Xiang was the first to be blasted away. He vomited 6 mouthfuls of blood in the air and fell heavily to the ground. Chapter 243. In the end, Yun Kursen's words were too slow. Before the others could react, they were instantly blasted away as well. More than 100 blood crows exploded at the same time. The might of the explosion was equivalent to the full-powered strike of an inferior-grade martial king. Almost no one could escape unscathed. After the explosion, aside from Xiao Chen, Zhang Lai, and Yun Kursen who were further away and barely managed to dodge, only Mu Heng did not seem to be in a serious condition. The remaining people had all lost the ability to continue fighting. They lay on the ground in pain. It was difficult for them to even stand up. As for the main culprit, Gao Xiang, he had already fainted. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This was the horror of the blood crows. A martial Grand Master could easily kill a lone blood crow. Even if they were injured by its explosion, they would not suffer any serious injuries. However, once there were many of these demonic beasts and they exploded together, even a martial king would find it difficult to deal with them. Fortunately, these blood crows would not explode for no reason. They would only explode before they died. Otherwise, if these tens of thousands of blood crows exploded together, even a martial king would not be able to survive. Even if a martial king came, he would be blasted to smithereens. Of course, martial kings could already fly, so it was relatively easy for them to dodge. The 6 of them had already lost all their combat prowess. However, the blood crows above them continued to attack. When Yun Kursen saw the situation, she said, Xiao Chen, Zhang Lai, there is no need to hold back. Kill this batch first. With the help of the rank 6 white cloud pill, Zhang Lai's essence had already recovered to its peak state. When he heard Yun Kursen's words, he immediately did as she said. Xiao Chen brought out his small perfection saber intent and infused it into the aura of the Lingyun saber technique. He shouted and executed the 16th move, everlasting startling cloud. Explode! Countless strands of saber chi shot out in all directions in the air. The horrifying scene appeared once again. In an instant, thousands of blood crows did not have the time to explode. The saber chi pierced through their bodies and turned them into pools of blood. A large amount of blood rain fell from the sky. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and soared into the air with a shwa sound. This time, Xiao Chen did not hold back. The essence in his body flowed endlessly into the saber through his meridians. The pure lightning-attributed energy contained in the saber chi moved as fast as lightning. As the berserk saber chi swept across, it swept through the blood crow corpses. By the time Xiao Chen landed, the number of dead blood crows on the ground was no less than Zhang Lai's everlasting startling cloud. Heavenly note explosion. Yun Kursen shouted, and the slender saber in her hand trembled continuously. At first, the trembling sound was almost inaudible, but it slowly grew louder. Eventually, it was like rolling thunder, shaking the heavens. One by one, the blood crows fell from the sky. But if you cut open their wings, you would find that every blood crow's heart had been shattered into pieces. He died of a broken heart. What a horrifying killing move, Xiao Chen thought to himself in astonishment. If this move was used against human cultivators, it would be equally effective. It used sound waves to attack the heart, making it hard for people to defend against it. The three of them executed their best moves and killed tens of thousands of blood crows in an instant. The blood crow king above them did not give up and started to summon again. Yun Kursen took advantage of this moment to take out a map and handed it to Xiao Chen. She said, "There is a forest on the map. Bring them there. I will lure away this blood crow king and meet up with you later." Xiao Chen was not in a rush to receive the map. He looked at the calm Yun Kursen and said, "I will lure away this blood crow king. I have a 70% chance of killing it. I will meet up with you after that. I know you can kill the blood crow king. However, you cannot lure it away." Yun Kursen directly stuffed the map into Xiao Chen's hands. Only the purest blood of virgins can make these blood crows go crazy. Indeed, even if they could kill the blood crow king, it did not mean that they could lure it away. If they could not lure away the blood crow king and had to fight here, it would be hard to guarantee the lives of the other 6. He did not expect Yun Kursen to have such a kind heart despite her cold exterior. When he figured out what was going on, Xiao Chen could not help but feel surprised. Xiao Chen kept the map and said sincerely, "In that case, be careful. Remember to meet up with us." Yun Kursen nodded and said, "When I was out on experiential training, I met this kind of demonic beast before. I am very familiar with its habits. I will be fine. I'll be leaving first." Pu Ci. After Yun Kursen spoke, she placed her left hand on the sharp saber and pushed off the ground. Her petite figure leaped high into the air. The saber made a so sound and cut open her left palm, leaving behind a trail of scarlet blood in the air. Amidst the heavy stench of blood, the trail of blood that Yun Kursen left behind seemed to have a special magical power. Crunch! Crunch! The remaining blood crows in the sky immediately went berserk. They flew frantically towards the source of the blood. Even the blood crow king stopped summoning. It flapped its wings and kicked up a strong wind. It left a scarlet trail in the air as it chased after Yun Kursen. The densely packed blood crows all flew away and the scarlet moon reappeared above everyone's heads. Everyone was temporarily out of danger. Xiao Chen took out the blood replenishing pill and gave one to everyone who was injured. The blood replenishing pill was very effective in treating internal injuries. Furthermore, the effects of the medicinal pill were very fast. Xiao Chen had specially refined it for use in battle. Although the rank of the medicinal pill was not high, it was more than enough for a martial king. After these people consumed the medicinal pill, they would be able to recover their basic mobility in a short period of time. After the medicinal pills were distributed, Xiao Chen looked at the unconscious Gao Xiang. Anger immediately rose in his heart. If it were not for this fellow acting like a retard, everyone would not be injured. Yun Kursen would not have to take such a risk. Given the current situation, they would not be in such a passive position. Based on Yun Kursen's tone, this strange space was filled with danger. Every step was filled with danger. The blood crows were probably just the appetizer. The later parts would be even more dangerous. Only by being steady and sure, maintaining sufficient strength at all times, would they be able to walk to the end. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts. Although he did not like this person, he was, after all, a companion. He could not just abandon him. He said to Mu Heng, "Carry this fellow, you will carry him." Mu Heng said in dissatisfaction, "I am not carrying him. I feel unhappy just looking at him. There is no way I can carry him. If you are not carrying him, who will? Before Xiaoqin could say anything, Zhang Lai spoke up. He smiled and said, I exhausted too much of my essence earlier. The others are all injured. Xiaoqin is the vice-captain. Aside from you, who else can lead the way? Furthermore, you are the strongest. Mu Heng was helpless. He could not find a reason to refute, so he could only agree to this difficult task. Xiaoqin did not say anything more. He called the injured people to treat their injuries quickly. Then, he took out the map and looked at it carefully. The map was very detailed, it included the entire space. Xiaoqin first found the location of the group. Then, he started to search for the forest that Yun Kursen mentioned. The Black Forest occupied a large area on the map, it was about half of the map. Behind the forest was a mountain range. There was a palace built on a cliff. It was specially marked with a red dot. Xiaoqin looked at the map and muttered, looks like the final destination is this palace. However, to get to the palace, we have to go through this forest. Let's go to the forest first. Hopefully, Yun Kursen can return safely. After putting away the map, Xiaoqin got everyone to get up. After they found the right direction, they rushed towards the forest at full speed. After they walked for a long distance, a strange black cheese suddenly rose up from the ground where they were earlier. The black cheese slowly gathered and eventually formed a human figure. It was a man with an extremely pale complexion. He looked in the direction that Yun Kursen left in and stuck out his tongue greedily. He smiled sinisterly, I have not smelled such a fragrant virgin blood in a long time. No wonder even the blood crows that I reared are disobedient. At the same time, the same thing happened to the other teams. Every team was attacked by a large group of blood crows. Murong Chong shouted and his figure flashed in the air, dodging a red arrow of blood that the Blood Crow King spat out. With the aid of a flying martial technique, Murong Chong could fly freely in the air. Every time he dodged, the intense speed created a piercing sonic boom in the air. Pu Ci. Murong Chong casually swung his saber and chopped dozens of blood crows flying over in half. The Blood Crow King knew how terrifying Murong Chong was. It controlled the blood crows to harass Murong Chong continuously. This created a lot of obstacles for him and prevented him from making a move. Chapter 244. This is never-ending. Peerless Lunar Shadow. Murong Chong lost his patience with the unceasing flight of blood crows. He executed one of Qing Yun Peak's 7 great secret techniques, Peerless Lunar Shadow. 2 crescent moons appeared in front of Murong Chong. The crescent moons formed a cross in the air and streaked across silently. In the next moment, countless drops of blood appeared, dyeing the 2 crescent moons scarlet. The densely packed blood crows in the surroundings fell down like rain. The 2 scarlet crescent moons flew back with a schwa sound, one in front and one behind. They sandwiched Murong Chong's body in the middle, forming a true full moon. Hu Qi. The instant the crescent moons merged, Murong Chong's body flashed in the air. Blood spurted out from the center of the Blood Crow King's huge body, splitting it in half. Murong Chong's grave and stern figure appeared behind the Blood Crow King. He held a bloodstained demonic core in his hand. Behind him, a scarlet full moon slowly rose, dyeing the sky scarlet. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Murong Chong stood upright while holding his saber. He looked strangely beautiful. The Blood Crow King's corpse fell from the sky with a piu tong sound. The remaining blood crows immediately scattered. The other disciples on the ground heaved a sigh of relief. He is already very close to a peak consummation mysterious phenomenon. Murong Chong is indeed worthy of being the top core disciple on the Wind Cloud list. I'm afraid a regular inferior grade martial king would not be a match for him. A Beichen peak core disciple on the ground sighed as he looked at Murong Chong in the air. Another person beside him added, that is indeed so. The greatest advantage a martial king has over a martial saint is the ability to fly. Murong Chong grasps a flying martial technique. This advantage is useless against him. He would even be able to hold his own against a medial grade martial king. Don't be envious. He is not on the same level as us. Among the younger generation of the great Qin nation, his strength is firmly within the top 10. We can only fight for the top 10 spots in the Shiha province. The full moon slowly disappeared and Murong Chong landed on the ground expressionlessly. His gaze was like lightning as he looked at the other 9 people. Immediately, everyone felt a trace of pressure and stopped their discussions. A Qianduan Peak disciple walked over to Murong Chong and asked, "Senior brother Murong, are you alright?" Murong Chong sheathed his saber and said indifferently, "It is just a peak rank 4 demonic beast. What can happen to it? Where do we go next?" The man took 2 steps forward and asked with a puzzled expression. Bang! When this person was only 1 step away from Murong Chong suddenly attacked at lightning speed. His palm struck this person's chest. That person's body trembled violently as a black shadow drilled out of his body. The black figure revealed himself, revealing an extremely pale face. Suddenly, he vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his already pale face became even paler. The black figure looked at Murong Chong incredulously. "How did you discover me?" Murong Chong said indifferently, "In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, no core disciple has ever dared to get within 3 steps of me." Puchi. The black figure vomited another mouthful of blood and looked at Murong Chong in horror. Then, he quickly turned around and fled into the distance. He was as fast as lightning, and in an instant, he had moved 1,000 meters. Murong Chong watched as the black figure fled, but he did not give chase. After a while, the black figure, who was still fleeing, suddenly exploded into pieces. A core disciple revealed a horrified expression. He asked, "What is this? How can it enter our bodies?" "Shadow demon." Murong Chong said indifferently, "The Deep Abyss demonic world, a subsidiary race of the blood demons of the 9 royal clans. It can only enter the bodies of dead people. Just be careful." "What about senior brother Cheng?" That person pointed to the Qianduan Peak core disciple lying on the ground and asked with a trembling voice. Murong Chong turned around and said indifferently, "Dead." The moment Murong Chong spoke, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time they felt the aura of death so close. Some people rejoiced, some people were worried. Not all the teams were as lucky as Murong Chong and Yun Kursen. They did not have many casualties. In the sky, a huge blood crow carried the corpses of 10 Heavenly Saber Pavilion core disciples. A shadow demon was on its head. He muttered to himself, 10 fresh corpses. Master will definitely be happy. On another battlefield, the ground was littered with the corpses of the blood crows. A thick stench of blood permeated the air. The huge body of the blood crow king lay on the ground, torn to pieces. Not far away from the blood crow king, there was a person inspecting the shadow demon's corpse. The other 9 people were all emitting a dense killing chi. Some were cleaning their sabers, some were meditating, and some were looking around at the scenery. Everyone seemed to be very casual. A man in black walked over to the shadow demon's side. He said to the person inspecting the corpse, "Senior brother Lu, can we set off now?" This team was the elite team of 10 led by Lu Chen. Lu Chen smiled at the person behind him, "Big brother Pang, there is no need to be anxious. This is our first time meeting a shadow demon. It is better to study it first." Lu Ryues slowly walked over and said worriedly, "I suspect that the moment we entered this subspace, the blood demon general already sensed us. I believe that every team met with an ambush." Lu Chen's handsome face did not reveal any astonishment. He said, "This subspace is the incarnation of the blood demon general. There is no need to guess. Everyone must have been attacked." Lu Ryue frowned slightly, "You do not seem worried at all. The blood crows are not ordinary rank 4 demonic beasts. Furthermore, there is the shadow demon controlling them." Lu Chen muttered to himself for a while before slowly taking out a piece of metal from the shadow demon's heart. The piece of metal was covered in black incantations. A black aura lingered around it. Lu Chen did not reply to Lu Ryue's question. He revealed a surprised smile and said, "Interesting, so this is how the blood demons control their subordinates." Lu Chen put away the piece of metal and stood up. He said, "Senior Sister Ryue, your disciple has the divine flame talisman you gave him. He will be fine. The others are meant to be cannon fodder. There is no need to worry." When Lu Chen said this, his expression was incomparably calm. It was as though he was talking about an insignificant matter. The hundreds of core disciples were like ants in his eyes. Originally, it was only a few dozen kilometers before they could reach the forest. However, Xiao Chen and the others had to walk for half a day before they arrived at the entrance of the forest with great difficulty. Everyone finally understood what Yun Kursen meant when she said they could not exhaust their essence at any time. Along the way, they bumped into a group of demonic beasts every 10 minutes. These demonic beasts were at least rank 5, which was equivalent to a peak martial saint. Furthermore, in this strange space, the strength of the demonic beasts were at least 1 or 2 times stronger than in the Tianwu continent. It was very troublesome to deal with them. However, these were not the most important things. The most troublesome thing was that there were 6 injured people who had just regained their mobility. For the sake of taking care of these injured people, Xiao Chen and the other 2 nearly died along the way. Mu Heng tossed Gao Xiang, who was on his back, to the ground. He heaved a sigh of relief and said, "We finally arrived at this lousy forest. I really do not want to carry this rotten person anymore." "Yi Chen, thank you," the 6 injured people said in embarrassment. Along the way, the 6 of them could be said to be a burden. They knew this in their hearts. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, "We are all from the same sect. Now, we are companions. There is no need to thank us for helping each other." To Xiao Chen, there was indeed no need to thank them. Although he was not a good person, he would not abandon this group of people if it was within his capabilities. Looking at Zhang Lai, who was recovering his essence, Xiao Chen did not disturb him. He said to Mu Heng, "You keep an eye on them first. I'll go check out the forest first." Mu Heng nodded, "Go on then. Be careful." There was no one walking in the dark forest. There were all sorts of shrubs and weeds everywhere, there was not a single complete path. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out. Then, he looked around carefully. As his cultivation of the Purple Thunder divine incantation deepened, Xiao Chen had gained some insight into the usage of his spiritual sense. In an instant, Xiao Chen saw everything within 1,000 meters. There was not a single demonic beast within 1,000 meters. He could not even feel the aura of a demonic beast. The surroundings were very quiet, there was no movement in the air at all. Xiao Chen withdrew his spiritual sense and jumped down from a tree. He muttered, "Strange, why is it so quiet?" Executing the blue dragon cloud soaring art, Xiao Chen decided to take a look personally. There were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel them. Xiao Chen's figure turned into a flood dragon, tearing through the water like air. Xiao Chen charged through the forest, swinging the lunar shadow saber in his hand. Strands of saber chi shattered the shrubs in front of him, forcibly carving out a path. Xiao Chen did not care about the commotion he caused. He paced back and forth in the quiet forest. However, there was no reaction from any demonic beasts. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at his surroundings again. Like before, there was no movement at all. "Never mind, I'll leave it as it is. It is good that there are no demonic beasts. The others should recover their combat prowess after resting for a night." After making up his mind, Xiao Chen executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning streaked through the air. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance of the forest. Seeing Xiao Chen walk out of the forest, Zhang Lai, who had already recovered most of his essence, got up and asked, "How was it? What's the situation in there?" Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "It is a little strange. I did not see any demonic beasts. It is too quiet. Everyone, be careful when you enter." Zhang Lai smiled and said, it is good that it is quiet. I am here to kill demons. In the end, I did not even see any demons. Now, when I see demonic beasts, I get a headache. Under Xiao Chen's lead, the group was led into the forest. After they settled down, they anxiously treated their injuries. After a long time, according to real time, it was already midnight. However, in this strange space, the scarlet full moon hung in the sky. Chapter 245. The sky was always gloomy, they were not used to it. After running around for an entire day, the injured group fell asleep early in the morning. Xiao Chen and the others did not dare to sleep. They found some wood and started a bonfire, chatting from time to time. The flickering light of the fire shone on the faces of the three. Zhang Lai looked at the red full moon in the distance and suddenly said, "Don't you guys feel that the moon is a little brighter than when we arrived?" When Xiao Chen and Mu Heng heard this, they looked up. Indeed, the moon that was initially scarlet was now scarlet. The scarlet light looked very frightening. Mu Heng withdrew his gaze and curled his lips. He said indifferently, "Whether the moon is red or not, what does it have to do with you? How boring." Zhang Lai smiled and said, "I was just saying it casually. Isn't this boring? Give me a demon to practice with. It would be better than sitting here doing nothing." However, Xiao Chen's gaze was fixed on the scarlet moon in the sky. This was the first time he looked at the scarlet moon so clearly. He finally felt something strange about it. That scarlet moon seemed to have a life of its own. However, it was too far away. This feeling was too vague. Xiao Chen did not dare to be sure. Sha! Sha! Suddenly, a soft sound entered Xiao Chen's ears. Xiao Chen quickly withdrew his gaze. "There's a situation. The two of you, don't leave first. I'll go take a look." By the time Mu Heng and Zhang Lai heard Xiao Chen's words, he had already disappeared without a trace. Zhang Lai sighed, "It is getting harder to see through him. His speed is probably not much slower than your Big Dipper transposition." Mu Heng shook his head, "The difference is that this is a movement technique. Strictly speaking, the 7-star transposition cannot be considered a movement technique. It should be a martial technique. Hence, I cannot compare to him." In a few breaths of time, Xiao Chen arrived at the place where the sound came from. He saw a familiar white figure. It was Yun Kursen. Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, the Blood Crow King was no threat to her. He gently leaped in front of Yun Kursen. Just as he was about to speak, Yun Kursen's body fell towards him. Slightly startled, Xiao Chen quickly supported Yun Kursen. He discovered a ghastly wound on her back. It was a long line of blood, dyeing her white clothes red. Yun Kursen had already fainted. Xiao Chen had no choice but to carry her and rush back. When Zhang Lai saw the unconscious Yun Kursen, he said in astonishment, "Yun Kursen is actually so severely injured. A peak rank 4 demonic beast should not be able to deal with her like this." Everyone had seen Yun Kursen's strength for themselves. Furthermore, what they saw was just the tip of the iceberg. Even Xiao Chen did not dare say that he could defeat Yun Kursen. If it was a demonic beast that Yun Kursen could not deal with, then Xiao Chen would not have any advantage. Mu Heng muttered, "What should we do now? Aside from her, none of us know the details of the mission. Don't tell me we are trapped here." Xiao Chen was currently treating Yun Kursen's wounds. When he heard this question, he felt a headache coming on. He had promised Lu Tianyu that he would find an opportunity to kill the Blood Demon General. He could not accomplish that if he was trapped here. Xiao Chen crushed the blood-replenishing pill and slowly rubbed it on Yun Kursen's wounds. Then, he took out another blood-replenishing pill and was about to place it in Yun Kursen's mouth. Suddenly, Yun Kursen, who was in Xiao Chen's embrace, moved. She opened her eyes and said weakly, "Thank you." Seeing that she had woken up, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "You should treat your injuries first. If there is anything else, we can talk about it later." After 4 hours, Yun Kursen stopped circulating her energy. Her face regained some color. Without waiting for the others to ask, she said, "After I killed the Blood Crow King, I was sneak attacked by a demon." A strange light flashed in Zhang Lai's eyes. He quickly asked, "What happened to that demon?" "I killed him." After Yun Kursen spoke, she took out the corpse of a shadow demon from her universe ring. This is a shadow demon, a subordinate race of the blood demons of the first layer of the demonic world. Following that, Yun Kursen introduced the combat characteristics of the shadow demons to the others. After answering some of Zhang Lai's questions about the demons, Yun Kursen took the map from Xiao Chen's hands. She pointed to the foot of the mountain behind the forest and said, "We will do it tomorrow night. We have to pass through the forest and coordinate with the other teams at the foot of the mountain." Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Senior Sister Yun, how did you get this map? Could it be that someone else entered this subspace before us?" Yun Kursen put away the map and said indifferently, "From the reincarnation well, we can see the situation in this subspace. However, we can only see the outline of it. We are not sure what kind of demonic beasts there are in this forest." The night passed silently. When the sky brightened the next day, it was only the same as the sky on the surface. In this subspace, the sky was always scarlet. It made people's sense of time very blurry. After resting for a night, everyone's injuries had mostly recovered with the help of the blood-replenishing pill. Gao Xiang had just opened his eyes when he saw Yun Kursen looking at him expressionlessly. He was startled and muttered, "Senior Sister Yun." Yun Kursen interrupted him and said coldly, "If there is a next time, I will kill you personally." At this moment, the others also got up. When they saw this scene, they did not feel any pity for Gao Xiang. If it were not for Gao Xiang's rashness yesterday, they would not be in such a sorry state. Xiao Qin stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He said to Yun Kursen, "I'll go scout ahead. You all wait here for a while." Yun Kursen stopped him, "Don't go out alone. Let's move together. This forest is very strange. It is better for everyone to be together." That seemed to make sense. If they met with any sudden incidents, Xiao Qin might not be able to deal with it alone. After thinking for a while, Xiao Qin did not argue further. Under Yun Kursen's lead, everyone carefully made their way through the dark forest. After recovering their combat prowess, they moved very quickly. In an hour, they reached the end of the path that Xiao Qin opened yesterday. Xiao Qin drew his lunar shadow saber and sent out a few strands of saber chi. Electric light flickered in the dark forest. The large patch of shrubs in front was immediately turned into dust by the saber chi. Everyone was astonished. They did not expect a few casual strands of saber chi from Xiao Qin to have such might. It was no weaker than a regular peak inferior grade martial saint's. Xiao Qin said, "I reached this place yesterday. As for the situation in front, I am not sure." Yun Kursen nodded. "This should be the boundary between the core region of the forest and the periphery. We cannot be careless." Xiao Qin, continue to open the path. Rumble. The shrubs and thorns blocking the way were all crushed by Xiao Chen's saber chi. Just like that, Xiao Qin forcefully opened up a path for everyone. After walking for another 5 kilometers, they still did not meet with any danger. Zhang Lai and the others could not help but relax. However, Yun Kursen's expression became increasingly grave. "Be careful, don't be careless. Otherwise, you might lose your life at any moment," Yun Kursen reminded when she saw that everyone had relaxed their guard. However, they did not meet with any danger along the way. They did not pay too much attention to Yun Kursen's words. They only raised their guard slightly. Pu Ci. After walking for a few more kilometers, just as everyone's guard was at its lowest, countless scarlet tree branches tore through the air like sharp swords, flying at them at an extremely fast speed. Yun Kursen, who had been maintaining her guard, immediately drew her saber. The tree branches flying at her were chopped in half with a ka-ca sound and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. 2 of them were pierced through the heart by the glowing red tree branches and died on the spot. The instant the tree branches appeared, Xiao Qin extended out his spiritual sense. He saw a black figure flash behind a tree 500 meters away. Withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiaochen focused his gaze on the crowd. He executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and drew an arc in the air. A purple saber chi blocked most of the surrounding tree branches with a schwa sound. Yun Kursen was not slow either. Her saber trembled in the air and the tree branches flying at her seemed to be pulled down by a formless force. They fell to the ground with a hua la la sound. Xiaochen was no stranger to these strange tree branches. He moved closer to Yun Kursen and said, "There are tree spirits in this forest. Furthermore, there are quite a few of them." "I know." Yun Kursen said calmly, "We have to find the location of the tree spirits. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with them." The tree spirits were plant-type demonic beasts that were hard to deal with. They hid in the forest. If they did not attack, there was no way to distinguish them from ordinary trees. Gao Xiang revealed an anxious expression, "Damn it. There is no way to find the tree spirits. We are going to be trapped here until we die." Bang! Xiaochen suddenly made his move. A dazzling saber light condensed on the snow-white saber. With a loud boom, he chopped a tree at the side in half. "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" Zhang Lai asked suspiciously. Xiaochen did not stop moving. In an instant, he chopped 4 or 5 trees on both sides in half. As Xiaochen chopped down more and more trees, the originally confused crowd finally understood why Xiaochen was doing this. Since they could not find the tree spirits, then they would chop down all the surrounding trees. Eventually, they would meet a hidden tree spirit. After a while, all the trees around them were chopped down. However, they still did not meet any tree spirits. However, their field of vision had broadened significantly. When Gao Xiang saw the situation, he could not help but want to go over and help. However, he was not in a rush this time. He first asked for Yun Kursen's opinion. Yun Kursen thought for a while and nodded in agreement to Gao Xiang's method. Gao Xiang was not weak. Furthermore, his martial techniques were more suitable for fighting with the tree spirits. After he discovered the tree spirits, he would be able to use Qianduan Peak's ferocious martial techniques to kill the tree spirits in one move. "Who?" Gao Xiang pulled out the huge saber from his back and revealed an excited expression. He stomped on the ground and shouted loudly. Then, he landed beside a tree. The huge saber carried a huge force as it hacked at the tree trunk. Bang! There was a loud sound. Strangely, the tree was not chopped down by Gao Xiang. Chapter 246. Gao Xiang had a surprised expression on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Just as he was puzzled, just as he was feeling suspicious, a human face suddenly appeared on the tree trunk. It opened its huge mouth and cried out in pain. The tree shook violently. 2 branches hung down and lifted Gao Xiang up like hands, sending him into the huge mouth. Gao Xiang had no time to react. His body struggled violently in the air, crying out loudly. However, there was no place for him to push himself off, so he was fearless. When Xiaochen saw this scene, he felt it was funny. He had chopped down at least 100 trees and had yet to meet a tree spirit. The moment Gao Xiang made a move, he found a tree spirit. He did not know if his luck was good or bad. Lightning evasion. Xiaochen shouted and a bolt of lightning flashed beside Gao Xiang. Xiaochen's figure appeared. The lunar shadow saber flashed with a cold light as it chopped down on the 2 branches that were grabbing Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang immediately landed on the ground with a furious expression on his face. A fiery red glow burned on his huge saber as he hacked at the huge mouth of the tree spirit. Hu Qi. 2 branches suddenly extended from the ground and grabbed Gao Xiang, who was not paying attention. They lifted him back into the air. Boom! The surging saber light deviated and hacked at another tree. That tree instantly turned into a ball of fire and burned to ashes. It was clear how horrifying the might of this saber was. However, Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. This person was a classic example of someone who had combat prowess but lacked intelligence. Pooh! A scarlet branch shot out from the huge mouth of the tree spirit. It pierced through the air and gave off a sonic boom. It instantly arrived in front of Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin had experienced this move before. Back then in Gloomy Forest, he could only flee. However, at this moment, it was not worth mentioning. Drawing the saber. There was a flash of cold light. The branch that was flying at supersonic speed was chopped in half by Xiaoqin. It was fast, but Xiaoqin was faster. Flight on wings, one-line chop. Break for me. The light on the snow-white saber was withdrawn. Xiaoqin's figure moved quickly in the air. The few tree branches that tried to grab him all missed. Xiaoqin brushed past the tree spirit. A moment later, the tree spirit exploded and split into two, turning back into an ordinary tree. The tree spirit died and the branches on the ground that were grabbing onto Gao Xiang also fell down. Gao Xiang removed the two branches that were wrapped around his ankles and felt extremely depressed. However, when he saw that Xiaoqin was still making his move, he had no choice but to pull himself together and stand up. Next, the two of them used the same method to chop down the surrounding trees one by one, finding the tree spirits hidden in the middle one by one. After that experience, Gao Xiang had learned his lesson. Before he attacked, he would pay attention to the branches on the ground and in the air. Only when he got close would he attack with his full strength. Fire-attributed essence was the nemesis of the tree spirits. Furthermore, with the ferocious martial techniques of Qianduan Peak, Gao Xiang could easily kill a tree spirit. As for Xiaoqin, it was even easier. His figure disappeared without a trace in the air. The tree spirit's branches could not catch him at all. When he got close, he chopped them in half. Although the tree spirits were hard to deal with, they were only peak rank 4 demonic beasts. If they were not very secretive, they would not have much of an advantage against a martial saint. With the addition of Yunkerson and the others, after 4 hours, all the surrounding tree spirits were pulled out and eliminated one by one. A Gongyu Peak disciple looked at the 2 disciples who had died first. His expression was somewhat grave. How unfortunate, junior brother Wang and senior brother Lu, their deaths were not worth it. Indeed, their deaths were not worth it. If they had not let their guard down, they could have avoided the sudden attack of the tree spirit. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. After resting for a while and recovering their essence, the group continued on their way. This time, no one dared to disobey Yunkerson's words. They maintained their guard at all times. After all, there was already a living example. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the surroundings. However, he did not discover anything. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why has that black figure not appeared yet? Never mind, it will appear eventually. I just have to keep an eye out for it," Xiaoqian thought to himself as he withdrew his spiritual sense. The instant he withdrew his spiritual sense, a clump of black smoke appeared on the ground. A person with a pale face slowly appeared. The black figure muttered, "What a strong perception. I was nearly discovered. I have to be more careful later. Otherwise, I will not be able to complete Master's mission. Big brother, it is just a few human martial saints. Is there a need for us to be so vigilant?" Another 9 clumps of black smoke appeared on the ground. A shadow demon could not help but ask. A trace of anger flashed on the pale face of the shadow demon that wanted to appear the most. He scolded, "Shut up. I already said not to make a move before they meet the scarlet demonic snake. You still dare to disobey my orders and control the tree spirit to make a move." A horrifying killing chi was emitted from this person. The shadow demon that spoke could not help but tremble. He did not dare to say anything more. In the dark forest, 10 shadow fiends appeared respectfully in front of a man in blood-red clothes. However, when one looked carefully, it was not a scarlet shirt. It was clearly a layer of squirming blood. His face and body were very blurry. The scarlet-clothed man said in a hoarse voice, I remember I said to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. I only left for a while. Who made that decision? One of the shadow demons could not help but feel fear. He knelt on the ground and said in a trembling voice, Master, I acted blindly without thinking. I wanted to capture them all and offer them to Master. It has nothing to do with Big Brother. The scarlet-clothed man said, Never mind, give me the 2 corpses. You can only make a move when you reach the scarlet demonic snake. Those people are not ordinary humans. If you are not confident, do not show yourself. Remember, in this space, for every single one of you who dies, the Lord Devil General's strength will be weakened. Your lives are for the Lord Devil General, not for yourselves. The shadow demon kneeling on the ground felt like he had been pardoned. He said continuously, Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. These are their corpses. After we dug them out, we used a secret technique to preserve them. They are absolutely fresh. The scarlet-clothed man laughed a few times and pointed at the corpses. After a while, the blood from the corpses spurted out and returned to the scarlet-clothed man's body. A burst of red light flashed continuously and the blood on the surface of the man in blood-red clothes kept surging. The man in blood-red clothes kept gurgling. After a while, the 2 corpses that were originally dead slowly stood up. The scene was very strange. The 2 cultivators who were originally Heavenly Saber Pavilion Core disciples looked at the scarlet-clothed man. Their eyes were unfocused as they trembled and said, Moss, pretty good material. It is worth it for me to spend some effort to modify you. The scarlet-clothed man laughed strangely. He stretched out his hand and shot out 2 scarlet blood pearls at the 2 corpses. Blood Demon Secret Technique, Little Heavenly Demon Transformation. The scarlet blood pearls instantly merged into the 2's foreheads. The originally pale faces of the 2 turned lustrous at a visible rate. The color in their eyes became denser and denser. The wounds on their bodies healed up and they looked no different from a normal person. Their eyes were filled with respect as they looked at the scarlet-clothed man. Master, what instructions do you have? The scarlet-clothed man waved his hand and said to the leader of the shadow demons, I will temporarily hand over the control of these 2 blood corpses to you. You have to bring back all of those people. Especially the girl in white clothes and the man with purple light. Their corpses must be complete. They cannot be missing limbs. It would be best if they could be captured alive. Yes, I promise to complete Master's instructions. After Xiao Chen and the others dealt with the tree spirits, they got closer to the core area of the forest. Finally, they met with the obstruction of demonic beasts. However, with the help of Xiao Chen's spiritual sense, everyone was able to prepare in advance. It was daunting but not dangerous. Gao Xiang used his saber to take out a rank 5 demonic beast demonic core. He revealed a satisfied expression as he smiled, even if we cannot kill the demons, these demonic cores are enough to break even. There should be no problem exchanging them for 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic beast would be good. The value of a demonic core was no less than a spirit core, it might even be slightly higher. Furthermore, the higher the rank of the demonic core, the greater the difference in value between it and a spirit core of the same rank. A complete rank 5 demonic core was worth 100 inferior grade spirit stones. A peak rank 5 demonic core was worth 1,000 inferior grade spirit stones. A rank 6 demonic core would be worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. As for a peak rank 6 demonic core, its value would skyrocket to a horrifying level. It would require 100,000 inferior grade spirit stones. However, along the way, the group only met early rank 5 demonic beasts, which were equivalent to a medial grade martial saint. There were also a few rank 5 medial grade demonic beasts. However, they did not meet any peak rank 5 demonic beasts. Mu Hen cursed, you really jinxed it. A peak rank 5 demonic beast is equivalent to an inferior grade martial king. In this space, its strength would increase explosively. At the very least, it would be equal to a medial grade martial king. If we really meet one, it would be a problem if we can escape unscathed. You want to kill it? You must be tired of living. Gao Xiang put away the demonic core and smiled embarrassedly. I was just joking. We will not really meet one. If we do, my huge saber is not to be trifled with. Along the way, they met all sorts of demonic beasts. Finally, Gao Xiang had a place to display his strength. It had to be said that the might of Qianduan Peak's martial techniques were extremely ferocious. When Gao Xiang, who was a medial grade martial saint, attacked at full power, even a medial grade 5 demonic beast would find it difficult to deal with. If an early rank 5 demonic beast was struck by him, it would be severely injured. Xiao Chen's desperate fighting style changed everyone's impression of him. They were no longer as bad as before. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and ignored the two of them bickering. He had gained a lot as well. He had personally killed an early rank 5 demonic beast. He had personally killed 20 early rank 5 demonic beasts and 1 medial grade 5 demonic beast. If all of them were exchanged for spirit stones, he would get 2 or 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Seeing Yun Kursen standing guard at the side, Xiao Chen felt it was strange. He asked, Senior Sister Yun, are you not going to take some demonic cores? Yun Kursen said indifferently, a rank 5 demonic core cannot be exchanged for many spirit stones. You can split it among yourselves, there is no need to care about me. Chapter 247. Everyone blushed with shame. This was already a few thousand inferior grade spirit stones, yet Yun Kursen did not care about it at all. This was very strange. After they cleaned up the battlefield, Xiao Chen continued to scout ahead. Now, everyone knew that Xiao Chen had a martial technique with outstanding perception. So, they were at ease with him scouting ahead. After a while, Xiao Chen suddenly stopped. His originally calm face revealed a grave expression. Yun Kursen saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chen's expression. She asked, What's wrong? Is there a demonic beast blocking the way? Xiao Chen nodded silently and smiled bitterly, the jinx came true. There is a demonic beast in front. Based on its aura, it is at least a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might even be an early rank 6 demonic beast. When everyone heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Gao Xiang with a murderous gaze. Zhang Lai said unhappily, Your chance to shine is here. Go and kill it. We will wait for your good news. Gao Xiang said embarrassedly, I was really just saying it casually. You can't blame me for this. Yun Kursen's expression did not change. She asked calmly, Can you see what demonic beast it is? Can we go around it? Xiao Chen shook his head, I can't see what demonic beast it is. I only know that it is a huge snake. Its aura covers a large area. If we want to go around it without alerting it, we will need at least a day. Due to the aura of some demonic beasts being too strong, they would cause their spiritual sense to be blurry. So, Xiao Chen could not see what demonic beast it was. Yun Kursen thought for 10 seconds and quickly made a decision, since we cannot go around it, then let's fight it. Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, Gao Xiang, and Yi Chen, follow me. The rest of you, wait here for further orders. Of the 8 of them, the 5 of them were the strongest. The other 3 were slightly weaker. If they met a peak rank 5 or rank 6 demonic beast, they would not be able to gain an advantage. Sometimes, a large number of people wouldn't be able to produce a big advantage, and they might even become a burden. The 3 of them understood Yun Kursen's intentions. They were not unhappy and stayed where they were. Under Yun Kursen's lead, the 5 of them carefully made their way towards the unknown demonic beast. As they got closer, the aura and pressure of a peak rank 5 demonic beast became more obvious. Even breathing was somewhat difficult. Gao Xiang said with an unsightly expression, this might not be a peak rank 5 demonic beast. It might be an early rank 6 demonic beast. It's impossible for a rank 5 demonic beast's aura to be so terrifying. It's suffocating. Zhang Lai smiled faintly and said, in that case, what do you think we should do? If you are timid, no one will care about you. Gao Xiang argued, when did I say I was afraid? I was just stating a fact. Before the battle started, the two of them started arguing. Yun Kursen frowned and said in a cold voice, all of you, shut up. The battle has not started yet, and you are already arguing. You are messing things up. Are you tired of living? Yun Kursen's words had always been effective. After she spoke, Zhang Lai and Gao Xiang immediately shut up. They only glared at each other. Yi Chen, what do you think our chances of victory are? Yun Kursen turned her head and asked Xiao Chen, who was leading the way. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, if it is a peak rank 5 demonic beast, we have a 50% chance of victory. If it is an early rank 6 demonic beast, we only have a 40% chance of victory. Actually, Xiao Chen did not say anything. If they included the sneak attacks from the shadows in the darkness, their chances of victory would be even lower. A look of worry flashed on Yun Kursen's delicate face. She muttered, I hope it is only a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Rumble. At this moment, the ground suddenly started to tremble. The four of them quickly circulated their qi to stabilize their bodies. They were extremely focused. Ka xie. Ka xie. The sound of trees breaking resounded in everyone's ears. Unfortunately, they could clearly feel a huge creature quickly approaching them. Yun Kursen said calmly, danger, retreat. Everyone executed their movement techniques and retreated in the forest. Hu Qi. A black shadow smashed at the slowest person, Mu Heng. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He shouted and executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure instantly disappeared and reappeared at the top of a tree. Bang! There was a loud sound. In the next moment, a huge pit appeared in the flat ground. It was 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long. As for its depth, it was impossible to see with one's eyes. Mu Heng took in a deep breath of cold air. If this had struck him, no matter how strong his physical body was, he would have suffered significant internal injuries. Just thinking about it made him tremble in fear. Taking advantage of this, everyone saw the demonic beast's body clearly. It was a black snake more than 200 meters tall. The scales on its body flickered with a cold, black light. Its upper body was upright. Its scarlet eyes were like 2 bright lanterns in the dark night sky. It opened its huge mouth and flicked its red tongue in and out continuously. When it stood upright, it was more than 100 meters tall. It was taller than the trees in the forest. In front of it, everyone was as insignificant as an ant. Suddenly, Xiao Chen was startled. He muttered, this is a scarlet crown snake. That's not right. It has not grown a crown yet. It is still immature. Even so, after it turned into a demonic beast, it has the strength of an early rank 6 demonic beast. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Mu Heng suddenly disappear, it was clearly enraged. Its scarlet eyes swept across the ground and saw Gao Xiang, who was holding an eye-catching huge saber. Damn it! Stop staring at me! When Gao Xiang felt the scarlet demonic snake's gaze, he said gloomily and quickly retreated. Who? The scarlet demonic snake's huge body shot up from the ground. Its speed was not slow at all. It opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow the retreating Gao Xiang. Gao Xiang was startled. He did not expect the scarlet demonic snake's speed to be so horrifying. When the huge mouth approached, Xiao Chen did a roll and dodged to the side. However, before Gao Xiang could relax, the scarlet demonic snake's red tongue shot out and lashed out at him. Lone Peak Fatal Blow. At the critical moment, Zhang Lai executed the 15th move of the Lingyun saber technique. The saber light that filled the sky turned into a huge mountain. It descended from the sky and pressed down on the scarlet demonic snake's body. Chi! Chi! The scarlet demonic snake felt pain and withdrew its long snake. With a flip, it spat out a black flame at Zhang Lai. The black flame dragged a long tail as it moved around in the air. Everywhere it passed, even the air was burned into nothingness. The mountain immediately melted. The mysterious phenomenon was forcefully broken. Zhang Lai vomited a large mouthful of blood. His complexion was pale as he fell from the sky. Gao Xiang stopped retreating. He did not expect that Zhang Lai, who had been bickering with him, would save him at the most critical moment. Seeing Zhang Lai injured, Gao Xiang roared angrily, "Damn beast! I'll fight it out with you." 3,000 blazing flames covered the sun, pouring into the saber. Heavenly flame clouds. In the crimson sky, 3,000 flaming clouds burned in the sky. Suddenly, it looked boundless, even the clouds covered the sun, and the raging flames reflected the entire forest red. The unending flaming clouds gathered in the air and formed a huge flaming whirlpool. With a "so" sound, it merged into Gao Xiang's huge saber. Boom! In that instant, Zhang Lai's body burned with a red flame. He looked like a flaming giant. The long saber wrapped in flames swung forward ferociously. The red flame was like a roaring flood dragon. The horrifying temperature melted all the trees within 100 meters. It rushed towards the scarlet demonic snake's head. The scarlet demonic snake's red eyes flickered continuously. It opened its mouth and spat out a black flame at the flame Zhang Lai sent out. Bang! 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 The red flame and black flame clashed in the air. A huge energy exploded in the air, creating a surging shockwave that spread out in all directions. Everywhere the shockwave passed, the ground was scorched. The two flames started to burn in the air. However, not long after, the black flame suddenly increased in size. It immediately shattered the red flame Zhang Lai sent out and continued to roar at him. Zhang Lai did not dare to be careless, but he did not retreat. He sent out flames continuously from his huge saber. After a few breaths, he finally managed to block the flames the scarlet demonic snake spat out. Swift horizontal saber. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to spit out another mouthful of black flame, Mu Heng, who was standing on the top of the tree, suddenly made his move. Mu Heng's entire body glowed with a purple light. He was like a steed flashing in the air. His entire body turned into a treasured saber, giving off a dazzling light. Bang! Mu Heng's palm turned into a saber and chopped down on the scarlet demonic snake's head. This was a saber that could split mountains. He chopped down without holding anything back. There was a muffled sound. The scarlet demonic snake's upright body was actually chopped down by this saber. However, that was all. This saber still did not manage to break through the scarlet demonic snake's skin. The instant the scarlet demonic snake landed on the ground, its huge tail gave off a thunderous sound as it tore through the air and swept at Mu Heng. Mu Heng, who was in the air, had no place to borrow strength from. Just as the scarlet demonic snake was about to strike him, his figure strangely disappeared in the air again. Pu Ci. The huge snake tail gave off another thunderous sound in the air. Soon, it sensed Mu Heng's figure. With a schwa sound, it swept at him again. Its speed was much faster than before. Mu Heng's expression turned grave as he executed the 7 stars transposition. His figure flashed 7 times in the air. Every time his figure flashed in the air, the huge tail would follow closely behind. Each time, it would be faster and more dangerous than the one before. Swirling peaks scatter clouds. Zhang Lai, who had swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and a qi-returning pill, stood up once again with his saber in hand. His eyes blazed with a fierce fighting spirit. He stood up once again. The peak small perfection saber intent infused into the Lingyun saber technique turned into a lone peak. It created a boundless strong wind as it smashed towards the scarlet demonic snake. Mu Heng gained a chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed in the air again and he finally managed to dodge the scarlet demonic snake's tail that he could not avoid. The rolling cloud-crushing mountain infused with the small perfection saber intent crashed into the scarlet demonic snake's body. This time, it finally broke through the scarlet demonic snake's tough scales. The strong wind was like a saber, causing black blood to spurt out in the air and cover the entire forest. The heavenly flames connected to the clouds and a huge flaming whirlpool formed in the air once again. Chapter 248. Holding his saber horizontally, Mu Heng, who had recovered for a while, gave off a resplendent purple light. He turned into a treasured saber and attacked again. When the three of them met this early rank 6 demonic beast, they did not dare to make any probing attacks. They all brought out their full essence, sending out all sorts of powerful moves. The three of them did not care about their essence and attacked with all their might. The horrifying rank 6 demonic beast, the scarlet demonic snake, was unable to take them down in a short period of time. The aftershocks of the intense battle spread throughout the forest. Flames rushed to the sky, shock waves surged, and there were thunderous booms. Due to the shock waves of the battle, rows of tall and broad trees within a radius of 1,000 meters were directly burned to ashes. Deep pits appeared continuously on the ground, shaking and trembling non-stop. Xiao Qian and Yun Kursen were not in a rush to make a move. They continued to gather their auras and placed their fingers on the saber hilt. Xiao Qian placed his finger on the hilt of his saber and stared at the battlefield, prepared to deal a fatal blow at any moment. The two of them knew that although Mu Heng and the other two looked like they were locked in a stalemate with the scarlet demonic snake, the scarlet demonic snake was not injured at all. When the three of them exhausted their essence, the situation would turn around. Hence, the two of them were waiting for the best opportunity. When they made their move, they would decide the situation with one saber strike. The three people who remained in the forest looked at the fiery light and the surging shock waves of the battlefield. They were all shocked and horrified. What a horrifying battle! Could they have met with a rank 6 demonic beast? A Gangyu Peak female disciple said worriedly. Another person's face was filled with worry as well. He continued, that should be it. Yun Kursen is already strong enough to fight against a peak rank 5 demonic beast. Adding in the others, they should have a 50% chance of killing it. Only a rank 6 demonic beast would cause such a huge commotion. The remaining person said, an early rank 6 demonic beast is already as strong as a medial grade martial king. I wonder if Yun Kursen and the others can handle it. I hope they can, right? Otherwise, with our strength, it will be very difficult to leave this place. If we leave this forest, only death awaits us. The female disciple of the Gangyu Peak thought for a moment before saying, should we go and take a look? If anything happens, we can go and help. The person next to him laughed and said, don't be silly. If it's an ordinary rank 5 demonic beast, it's naturally easier with more people. But it's a peak rank 5 demonic beast and a rank 6 demonic beast. We'll only cause more trouble if we go. Let's wait for their good news. Everyone stopped talking and began to wait anxiously. This was a battle that would decide their own fate. See nearby. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the three of them. It was a female disciple from Gangyu Peak. Puzzled, he turned around and saw that his two companions, who had died earlier, were standing there with a smile. Junior brother Wang, senior brother Lu, didn't you two die? The three of them were puzzled. The two of them walked a few steps closer and explained, we were lucky. We don't know what happened, but we suddenly woke up in the middle of the night. The soil you buried was a little loose, so we climbed out on our own. By the way, where are senior sister Yun and the others? The two of them asked with puzzled expressions. This scene was incredibly strange. People who were clearly dead suddenly appeared before the three of them. This made them feel suspicious, they did not know what was going on. The three of them exchanged glances and communicated silently. Then, they started to ask the two of them some questions. In the end, the two of them answered fluently without any hesitation. This continued for a long time before the three of them believed that the two of them were still the same people. The female disciple from Gangyu Peak revealed a joyful expression. She said, that's great. The two of you are not dead. Senior sister Yun and the others are in front, PUCI. Before this female disciple could finish speaking, a short saber appeared on her chest. The smile on her face froze, and a life vanished just like that. Junior brother Wang, what are you doing? Another person exclaimed as he walked forward. However, before he could take a few steps, another person stabbed him in the back and pierced his heart. Before the last person could react, 4 shadow demons appeared behind him at the same time. Each of them executed a move, silently ending this person's life. Who? With a schwa sound, the 3 shadow demons burrowed into the 3 corpses. They stretched their limbs and smiled. Humans are really stupid creatures. When the leader of the shadow demons saw the scene of the battle, he said, "No wonder Master wanted us to make a move when they passed by the scarlet demonic snake. These people are too strong. Indeed, I'm afraid the scarlet demonic snake will not be able to deal with them. However, with these corpses, it should be much easier to deal with them." Bang! Gao Xiang's huge saber covered in boundless flames struck the scarlet demonic snake's tail violently. There was an explosive sound and Gao Xiang vomited a mouthful of blood as he flew back. Gao Xiang fell to the ground and revealed a pained expression. He wanted to stand up, but he could no longer do so. Zhang Lai, who was at the side, was helpless as well. He sat cross-legged where he was. When his mysterious phenomenon was broken, he suffered many injuries. After that, he forced himself to continue fighting, adding injuries to his injuries. He was the first of the 3 to lose his ability to fight. 7 stars transposition, shifting stars. Mu Heng shouted and drew a circle in the air with his left hand. A strange ball of air formed in front of him and repelled the black flames that the scarlet demonic snake spat at him. The scarlet demonic snake could not dodge in time. The horrifying black flames burned its body, causing its huge body to roll on the ground. After Mu Heng made this move, the purple light on his body completely vanished. His complexion was incomparably pale and blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He took a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Attack! Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen exchanged glances. They did not hesitate and the aura that they had been gathering for a long time instantly soared into the sky. Heavenly music roar, piercing the heavens. Yun Kursen shouted and immediately drew her saber from its scabbard. The slender saber trembled continuously, giving off a drawn-out sound. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! The sound was like thunder, unending. Finally, it gathered together and formed a heavenly sound that could break the heavens. The saber pointed at the scarlet demonic snake that had just gotten rid of the black flames. A soundwave-like saber chi descended from the sky and entered the scarlet demonic snake's body. Bang! 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 A muffled thunder-like sound came from the scarlet demonic snake's huge body. Its huge body bounced up and down from the explosions, causing the ground to tremble non-stop. Mu Heng and the other 2, who had exhausted their essence, staggered on the ground. They only managed to stabilize themselves after much difficulty. Soaring clouds in the 9 heavens, road twisting around peak. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground gently and his figure flashed into the air, rising higher and higher. In the sky, the layers of white clouds suddenly rolled and surged. Xiao Chen appeared indistinctly within the white clouds. Dang! Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the churning white clouds. All the white clouds scattered in an instant. Xiao Chen's body moved in an arc in the air. As Xiao Chen slid down the arc, a mountain peak slowly appeared from the top to the bottom. Clouds and mist lingered on the mountain peak. There were birds, beasts, flowers, trees, pavilions, and everything else. It was like a real mountain peak had appeared above everyone's heads. Zhang Lai, who was on the ground, looked at the mysterious phenomenon that Xiao Chen executed. His eyes were filled with a strange light as he muttered, "There are mountains and clouds. However, this is not the true state of mountains and clouds. Clouds need to be accompanied by thunder. Mountains need to be accompanied by flowers, birds, and trees. Not a single one can be missing. 9 heavens soaring clouds, road twisting around peak. So this is the true 17th move of the Lingyun saber technique. Shua. Just as Zhang Lai was exclaiming in surprise, the Great Perfection mountain peak suddenly disappeared and merged into Xiao Chen's body. In that instant, Xiao Chen's aura suddenly changed. It had the grandeur of a mountain and the faintness of clouds. This saber strike also became very strange. Zhang Lai was stunned for a long time. Suddenly, he said excitedly, "Road twisting around peak, road twisting around peak. How laughable! How laughable! I thought I understood it. I did not expect that I was still tricked in the end." The scarlet demonic snake on the ground, who was in unbearable pain, felt a dangerous aura. It endured the pain in its body as it swung its huge tail in the air. In an instant, the sound of explosions rang out in the air as the giant tail swung horizontally. The shockwaves from the explosions drained the essence of the three people on the ground. They could not retaliate at all. Their chi and blood surged and they vomited another large mouthful of blood. Bang! The saber and the snake tail clashed in the air. A shockwave immediately exploded, creating a visible shockwave that spread out in all directions like water. Xiao Chen's body was like a mountain. Under the huge force of the scarlet demonic snake, he did not move at all. He did not show any signs of moving back. Under the huge force, the qi and blood in his body surged. Xiao Chen did his best to circulate his essence. His heart was not in a mess. The mysterious phenomenon that had already merged into his body was unleashed through the saber. Pu Ci. A bloody wound appeared on the scarlet demonic snake's huge tail. Its huge body was actually knocked into the air by this saber strike infused with the state of mountain. Black blood dripped down like rain. Xiao Chen's essence trembled, and the corrosive black blood was blocked outside his body. Rumble. The huge scarlet demonic snake was like a sandbag. After it flew far away, it landed heavily on the ground and rolled for a long time. Its mountain-like body caused the ground to tremble continuously. So, Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen did not stop moving. They did not want to let go of this opportunity. The scarlet demonic snake's recovery ability and life force were very shocking. They could not give it too much time to recover. The scarlet demonic snake had already received countless attacks from Mu Heng and the other two. However, it did not suffer any serious injuries. Now that the two of them managed to sneak attack it, it was severely injured. Naturally, they had to grab hold of this opportunity and not give it a chance to make a comeback. The two of them instantly rushed to the scarlet demonic snake's side and used all sorts of martial techniques to attack it. Every saber strike from Xiao Chen left a deep wound on the scarlet demonic snake's body, causing it unbearable pain. However, when Yun Kursen's slender saber struck the scarlet demonic snake, she could only leave a shallow mark. Her saber seemed to be a superior grade profound ranked spirit weapon, it could not break through the scarlet demonic snake's defense. Chapter 249. Xiao Chen found an opening and took out the roaming dragon saber from the universe ring. He tossed it to Yun Kursen and said, "Use my saber first." Yun Kursen nodded her thanks and caught the roaming dragon saber. The instant her right hand grasped the saber hilt, a ripple appeared on her previously calm face. She exclaimed in astonishment, "This is a heaven-ranked spirit weapon." Yun Kursen's stable mental state actually wavered for a moment. She suspected that Xiao Chen had tossed the wrong spirit weapon. Unexpectedly, he casually tossed out a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. Bang! A strong wind blew and a dangerous aura arrived. Yun Kursen suddenly recovered her wits. Her body instinctively dodged to the side, dodging the scarlet demonic snake's swing. The scarlet demonic snake, which had recovered from the two fatal strikes, was thoroughly enraged by the endless attacks of the two. Its 100-meter-tall upper body stood upright and its huge tail spun around in the air. Unexpectedly, it actually grew longer. In the end, the tail grew longer and sharper. The sharp tail tore through the air and gave off ear-piercing sonic booms. It stabbed at Xiao Chen continuously. It was as fast as lightning, startling Xiao Chen and causing him to quickly retreat. Bang! 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 There was a loud sound where Xiao Chen was standing earlier. A bottomless hole appeared in the ground. Xiao Chen retreated continuously. That all-like tail chased after him relentlessly. Bottomless holes appeared on the ground. The speed of the snake tail increased every time. Xiao Chen did not even have the chance to turn around. While the snake tail attacked Xiao Chen, the scarlet demonic snake did not stop opening its mouth. Streams of horrifying black flames flew towards Yun Kursen. However, Yun Kursen's situation was slightly better than Xiao Chen's. She had obtained the inferior grade heaven-ranked spirit weapon, the roaming dragon saber. Even if she could not dodge the black flames, she could still knock them away with a full-powered strike. Wang! There was a dragon roar and Yun Kursen suddenly stopped dodging while holding the roaming dragon saber. The cold saber suddenly lit up with a boundless brilliance. There seemed to be a swimming dragon circling around the saber in the brilliance. Bang! The saber light chopped the black flames in half. Yun Kursen did not hesitate to charge at the scarlet demonic snake. Under the huge body of the scarlet demonic snake, Yun Kursen's body was like that of a baby. When the scarlet demonic snake saw Yun Kursen rushing at it, a cruel light flashed in its green eyes. The huge mouth stopped swallowing the black flames and swallowed it. Yun Kursen Dragon Kursen. Yun Kursen nimbly dodged and easily dodged. It was like she had eyes on the back of her head. She swung her saber and the sharp saber blade chopped the long red tongue in half. Tian Ling to Xiao Xiao, Tian, He Yun, Xiao Sovereign, Chen, Tian, Kun, Yun, Star is, Yang, and Xiao Chen, Kun Yu, in Dragon. Flight on wings, horizontal slash. The light on the snow-white lunar shadow saber was withdrawn and a cold light flashed. With a schwa sound, it chopped off the scarlet demonic snake's 3-meter-long tail. After they landed, Yun Kursen's and Xiao Chen's gazes met. The two of them smiled at each other. The two of them had a tacit understanding. They knew that this scarlet demonic snake was already an arrow at the end of its flight and would not be able to hold on for much longer. It was time to launch its final counterattack. Even if it was an early rank 6 demonic beast, after being struck by the 2 peak Earth-ranked martial techniques, it would suffer from severe internal injuries. Coupled with the relentless attacks from before, every strike of his blade had drawn blood. It was not a joke. The scarlet demonic snake's continuous and terrifying attacks were actually the scarlet demonic snake's final attack. If the two of them could persevere, the scarlet demonic snake would definitely lose. It was only a matter of time. If the scarlet demonic snake could not endure this ferocious attack, it would obtain the final victory. The remaining 3 were no longer a threat to it. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen brandished his saber and brought out the Lingyun saber technique's state of mountain to its limits. He was as stable as Mount Tai, blocking all the scarlet demonic snake's attacks. This created opportunities for Yun Kursen, who was wielding a heaven-ranked spirit weapon, to attack. One was in charge of defense and the other was in charge of offense. They worked very well together. The scales of the battlefield started to tilt in favor of Xiao Chen and the others. The signs of the scarlet demonic snake's defeat became increasingly obvious. Senior Brother Mu, Senior Brother Zhang, are you all right? The 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples controlled by the shadow demons suddenly walked over. They had nervous expressions as they headed for Gao Xiang and the others. Zhang Lai felt it was strange and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there? We saw that the commotion here was too big and were worried about you. So, we rushed over." The female disciple from the Gangyu Peak helped Gao Xiang up from the ground. "What's the situation now?" Gao Xiang thanked her and said, "It's about time. The scarlet demonic snake is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Yi Chen and Yun Kursen should be ending their battle soon." Pu Ci. The opportunity that Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen had been searching for crossed paths in the air. 2 resplendent saber lights lit up in the air and a large amount of black blood spurted out. The scarlet demonic snake's huge body was struck by the two of them at the same time. It was instantly split in half. Heavenly melody burst. Yun Kursen shouted and pointed the roaming dragon saber in her hand into the air. A formless saber chi infused into the scarlet demonic snake's broken body. Bang! 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 The sound wave infused into the scarlet demonic snake's upper body exploded. The upper half of its body, which was more than 100 meters long, was blasted beyond recognition. It was covered in blood, it could not be more dead. Yun Kursen stretched out her hand and took out the scarlet demonic beast's rank 6 demonic core. She casually tossed it to Xiao Qin and said, "This is for you, I don't need it." Xiao Qin stretched out his hand and caught it. He was in slight disbelief. A rank 6 demonic core that was worth 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Yun Kursen casually tossed it over as if it was just a worthless rock. Yun Kursen explained, "I do not lack spirit stones. You can just split it with them later. As for how to split it, you can decide." Xiao Qin was not a pretentious person. He nodded and thanked her before putting it away. Yun Kursen did not lack spirit stones. Actually, Xiao Qin did not lack spirit stones either. However, spirit stones were like banknotes in his previous life. The more, the better. Xiao Qin would not dislike having too many. The two of them each swallowed a medicinal pill and took out an inferior grade spirit stone. Then, they sat down and adjusted themselves. They finally managed to kill the rank 6 demonic core in front of them without any mishaps. They relaxed slightly. After a while, the essence in the spirit stone was completely absorbed. The two of them stood up at the same time. With their current cultivation, one inferior grade spirit stone could only recover half of their peak essence. The two of them knew that they did not have enough time to recover. Hence, they did not intend to waste any more time recovering their essence. Seeing Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen stand up, Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the 3 Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who were possessed by the shadow demon followed them. Zhang Lai and the other 2 had suffered significant internal injuries. After resting for a while, they were barely able to suppress their injuries. When Yun Kursen saw the other 3, a strange look flashed in her eyes. She vaguely gave Xiao Qin a look. Xiao Qin was mildly astonished. He scanned the 3 of them with his spiritual sense. After a while, he understood what was going on. "Why are the 3 of you here? Didn't I tell you to wait for us there?" Yun Kursen asked the 3 of them calmly. The female disciple from Gangyu Peak replied, "The commotion from the battle was too big. We were worried, so we rushed over." Yun Kursen did not continue to pursue the matter. She said, "Never mind, there is no danger now. However, we cannot continue on our way. Let's go back and rest first." The 3 of them did not suspect anything. They turned around and headed back the way they came. Pu Ci. Xiao Qin and Yun Kursen attacked at the same time. The roaming dragon saber in Yun Kursen's hand flashed with a cold light in the air. She stabbed the chest of a shadow demon from behind. Xiao Qin's figure flashed in the air. He punched a shadow demon with a heavy force. The 2 of them continued, one saber and one fist, striking the final shadow demon. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The 3 shadow demons did not even have time to react before they were struck. Mu Heng and the other 2 looked at each other, not knowing what happened. "Senior Sister Yun, and Yi Chen, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen did not reply. She said indifferently, "You will understand in a while." The 3 people on the ground let out pained cries. Zhang Lai and the others watched in astonishment as black smoke came out from their bodies. The 3 shadow demons had pained expressions on their faces as they fell to the ground. Clearly, they were severely injured. Hu Qi. Seeing that their companions' identities were exposed, the other shadow demons stopped hiding and came out from the ground. 7 pale shadow demons suddenly appeared in front of everyone. 3 shadow demons did not hesitate to charge at Mu Heng, Zhang Lai, and the others. The remaining four surrounded Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen. The two Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had already turned into blood corpses also slowly appeared. They charged at Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen. The battle had just ended, they had not even recovered a quarter of their strength when they were in danger again. This was especially so for Mu Heng and the other two. They had not even recovered a quarter of their strength. Under the attacks of the three shadow demons, they were in danger. Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen's situation was not very optimistic either. The two of them had to deal with two shadow demons and a blood corpse respectively. Furthermore, they had only recovered half of their strength. They could not find the time to help Mu Heng and the others. The attacks of the shadow demons were very strange. They were different from the martial techniques of the Tianwu continent. They relied on their instincts to attack. They were very direct and did not have any fancy moves, they were like demonic beasts that stood upright. However, if that was all, it would not be a problem for Xiao Chen. The most troublesome thing was that their movement techniques were very strange, there were no traces to be found. Sometimes, when Xiao Chen clearly struck with his saber, he would discover that he only struck a clump of formless black smoke. If he could strike them, Xiao Chen was confident that he could kill them in one strike. Unfortunately, they were everywhere, in the sky, on the ground, and in all directions. It was hard to tell which was the real one, it was very troublesome. There was also the Heavenly Saber Pavilion disciples who had been turned into blood corpses. Not only did their strength increase by 20%, they did not feel any pain when they struck them, they continued to attack you. I can't conserve my strength anymore. Otherwise, even if I can escape, Mu Heng and the others will die here, Xiao Chen thought quickly. Chapter 250. After making up his mind, Xiao Chen circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art as he fought. Instantly, all the bones in his body started to crackle. A layer of golden light slowly appeared on the surface of his body. The power of the tiger and dragon slowly formed. Xiao Chen suddenly stopped his move and did not dodge the attack of a shadow demon. When the shadow demon saw that Xiao Chen's movements suddenly slowed down, it thought that his essence could not keep up and an opening appeared. A sinister smile appeared on its face, and its 5 sharp fingers quickly stabbed forward. Keng Chang. The sharp fingers immediately tore through Xiao Chen's clothes. However, when they made contact with his flesh, they gave off a metallic sound and were unable to advance any further. How can this be? The shadow demon thought it was very strange. Although this attack did not pierce into Xiao Chen's heart, it shook his heart, affecting his internal organs. Xiao Chen endured the feeling of his qi and blood surging. Xiao Chen suddenly shouted and the image of a tiger and dragon flew out from his body. The tiger and dragon roared, and in an instant, his entire body was filled with a horrifying force. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains. There was a tiger's roar. Before the shadow demon could retreat, its head was crushed by Xiao Chen's horrifying punch of 6,000 kilograms of force, it was dead. Seeing the remaining shadow demon and blood corpse rushing over to save the situation, Xiao Chen smiled coldly. The qi whirlpool in his dantian spun twice. A surging and pure lightning attributed essence flowed through his meridians and into the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber. A resplendent purple light flickered in the dark forest, it was very dazzling. Drawing the saber. This was the first time Xiao Chen infused the pure state of thunder into the rushing thunder saber technique. Dark clouds covered the sky, and thunder roared endlessly, it was like a huge army galloping. Xiao Chen's original attribute was the lightning attribute. After he advanced to martial saint, the essence in his body had completely turned into the purest lightning attributed essence. In such a state, when Xiao Chen used the rushing thunder saber technique, the strength he could bring out was even stronger than the Lingyun saber technique, which required the state of mountains and the state of clouds. 3 bolts of lightning tore through the night sky and gathered on Xiao Chen's saber. Xiao Chen's figure flashed in the air and the other shadow demon was instantly chopped in half. The essence containing the state of thunder still flickered in the wound, not disappearing even after a long time. Arclight slash. Xiao Chen did not stop moving. Thunder roared in the sky again. Xiao Chen's saber moved in an arc in the air, chopping the fleeing blood corpse in half. It could not resist at all. Soaring heaven slash. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and pointed his lunar shadow saber at the sky. Then, he soared into the sky. There was nothing fancy about it, but it carried an indomitable and boundless aura. Qi! 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 Xiao Chen's body was like a bolt of lightning, flashing in the air. With a shua sound, the 3 shadow demons surrounding Mu Heng and the others were pierced through, dying in that instant. Xiao Chen's body paused in the air, and the unceasing rumbling of thunder suddenly stopped. It was like the calm before the storm, it was extremely quiet in an instant. Rushing thunder chop! Xiao Chen shouted. He held his saber with both hands and chopped down at the blood corpse surrounding Yun Kursen. Pu Ci. A resplendent saber light tore through the water-like air and appeared above the blood corpse's head. In the next moment, the intense electric light on the saber light exploded. There was a clap of thunder that was even more intense than any of the previous ones. With a shua sound, the blood corpse was chopped in half by this horrifying saber strike. Then, the electric light blasted it into nothing. The rushing thunder second chain chop, the energy accumulated from the 4 moves of the rushing thunder saber technique was unleashed without any restraint. The shadow demon that Xiao Chen struck did not even have the chance to cry out miserably. The shadow demon that was struck by Xiao Chen was immediately chopped into a pool of blood. The remaining shadow demon was horrified. It decisively gave up on attacking Yun Kursen. Its body turned into a clump of black smoke and quickly flew backward. Trying to run? Do you think you can? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and snorted coldly as he watched the fleeing shadow demon. A boundless purple flame started to burn in Xiao Chen's right eye. With one glance, it looked like a sea of flames. The blazing flames started to slowly gather together. Finally, they gathered into a clump and formed a strange purple flame in Xiao Chen's right eye. Purple thunder true fire, shoot! The strange purple flame formed a purple arrow in the air. It was like a shooting star, silently catching up to the shadow demon that had already fled 1,000 meters away. Explode! A horrifying explosion came from the distance. The purple flame suddenly flashed, and the origin of lightning in the flame blossomed. Countless arcs of electricity filled the entire space. Aside from Yun Kursen, everyone else was dumbfounded when they saw this. They did not dare believe this was real. Xiao Chen stood still and withdrew his hand. He had already expected the rushing thunder saber technique to be very strong after it grasped the state of thunder. However, he was still shocked at its might. He believed that if he completely grasped this saber technique, aside from some peak late-stage martial saints, no one within the martial saint realm would be his match. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen turned his head and discovered Gao Xiang clutching his chest. He was lying on the ground in pain. His lips were black and he was trembling non-stop. These were the symptoms of being poisoned. Xiao Chen quickly walked over and asked Zhang Lai, "What's going on with him?" Zhang Lai had an extremely sad expression on his face. His voice trembled as he explained what happened to Xiao Chen. It turned out that when the shadow demons suddenly attacked, Gao Xiang, who was the slowest among the 3 of them, had yet to recover from his injuries. As a result, he was immediately stabbed in the chest by the sharp fingers of a shadow demon. Originally, the wound was not very deep. At first, Gao Xiang did not pay much attention to it. He often went out for experiential training and had encountered many similar wounds. With the physique of a cultivator, this was not a fatal wound. However, he did not expect the shadow demon's attack to contain a slow-acting poison. By the time he reacted, the poison had already spread throughout his body, and he was unable to force it out. Mu Heng asked from the side, "Yi Chen, do you have a solution?" Xiao Chen shook his head. In the Compendium of Cultivation, there was a medicinal pill that could cure hundreds of poisons. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have the time to refine it. It was impossible for him to find a cultivation technique. Maybe Yun Kursen has a solution, this thought suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This feeling was very strange, it was purely a feeling of intuition. Yun Kursen had rushed over a long time ago. However, she was observing Gao Xiang's situation from the side. She did not say anything. At this moment, she felt Xiao Chen's gaze. She shook her head and said, I do have a rank 6 detoxification pill. However, the poison has already permeated his bones and heart vessels. Unless someone from the medical sage clan comes personally, or an immortal grade holy herb that is at least 1,000 years old, there is no way to save him. When Gao Xiang heard this, his pained face slowly revealed a gentle expression. He smiled bitterly. I started cultivating at the age of 6. I entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion at the age of 16. Now, I am 26 and am already a medial grade martial saint. I am not satisfied to die like this. It was like the final radiance of a setting sun. The pained expression on Gao Xiang's face suddenly vanished. His complexion started to turn rosy. He took off the bag on his back and handed it to Zhang Lai. He muttered, these are the demonic cores that I obtained along the way. I originally thought I could exchange them for some medial grade spirit stones after I got out and raise my cultivation to peak medial grade martial saint. Now, I can only let you guys benefit from it. The path of a cultivator has always been rugged. Everyone who has taken this path should have expected such a day. My misfortune should serve as a reminder to all of you. No matter when you fight, you cannot be careless. After Gao Xiang spoke, his eyes revealed a look of determination. In the next moment, he circulated the last of his essence and shattered his heart, dying from it. Gao Xiang chose to end his own life. This was a somewhat tragic way of dying. Gao Xiang's death caused everyone to feel melancholy. While they felt pity and sorrow, they also thought of themselves. In the Tianwu continent, the strong were revered. In the eyes of the strong, the weak were like ants. If they wanted to kill them, they could do so at will. If they were unhappy, they could trample on your dignity. Under such cruel circumstances, every cultivator would use all sorts of methods to cultivate diligently in order to pursue the path of the strong. However, this path was too difficult. Aside from having to face all sorts of open and secret fights, they also had to be careful during experiential training to avoid dying in the hands of demonic beasts. Life was too fragile on this path. This mission was also a form of experiential training. However, in the end, before they even reached the halfway point, 6 people in the group had already lost their lives. Xiaochen casually sent out a clump of purple thunder true fire and covered Gao Xiang's corpse. The corpse immediately started burning. Burying the corpse in the forest had already been proven to be a mistake. It would only be used by the enemy. Hence, no one felt that Xiaochen's actions were inappropriate. When Yun Kursen saw Gao Xiang's burning corpse, an undetectable, complicated look flashed in her eyes. However, it disappeared in a flash, no one noticed it. After a while, Yun Kursen said calmly, rest for an hour. After that, we will continue on our way. Similar massacres were taking place in other places in the forest. Murong Chang's figure moved erratically in the air, creating a cool breeze. After a while, a saber light flashed and a scarlet-clothed man was chopped into pieces. The blood demon's body, which could have merged back together, could no longer do so. It had turned into a corpse. Murong Chang's stern face was expressionless as he wiped off the blood on his saber. Then, he sheathed his saber with a shwa sound. The blood demon's corpse on the ground exploded, turning into pools of blood that shot into the air. Behind Murong Chong, there were 2 members of the blood demon. Their lips had turned black and their expressions were unsightly as they fell to the ground. They had also been inflicted with the shadow demon's slow-acting poison. It had spread throughout their entire body, there was no way to save them. Senior brother Murong, do you have any way to save my junior brother? He is about to die, a Gangyu Peak disciple said anxiously. Murong Chong shook his head and did not say anything. He carefully put away the demon core that the blood demon left behind. Then, he hugged his saber and sat to the side. He closed his eyes and recovered his strength. Chapter 251. The life of a cultivator was like that of an ant. If they were not strong, they could only be used as cannon fodder by others. Murong Chong thought to himself. Hence, aside from becoming strong, he had no other choice. Otherwise, he would end up like these people. On a cliff, in a majestic palace, on a blood-red throne. The blood demon general, who was wearing a scarlet cloak, held a golden wine cup in his hand. He sat expressionlessly on the throne. If one looked carefully, the blood demon general's appearance was not much different from that of a human youth. However, his scarlet eyes were filled with a boundless killing intent on his pale face, causing one to tremble in fear. Below the great hall, there were 12 tall pillars on both sides. 10 blood demons wearing scarlet clothes stood on both sides of the pillars. The blood demon general brought the golden wine cup to his lips and took a sip, leaving a scarlet mark on his lips. It turned out that this was not some fine wine. It was a cup of scarlet human blood. It was very likely that it was left behind by the captured disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The blood demon general wiped the blood off his lips and revealed an intoxicated expression. He said indifferently, "What delicious human blood. I have not tasted it in this space for more than 20 years. Dang! Dang!" Suddenly, a blood demon covered in blood walked over anxiously from the great hall. When he walked forward, he knelt before the throne. He said respectfully, "Lord Demon General, the shadow demons that we sent out have been completely annihilated. According to your instructions, I sent out all the blood demons in the palace 6 hours ago. Because Lord Demon General was in closed-door cultivation, I could only inform you now." The blood demon general revealed a faint smile. He placed the golden wine cup on the table beside the throne and said indifferently, "No matter, it is within my expectations. Dogs. I did not expect it to be of any use. Why bother being a projection? They are not even comparable to dogs, all the more I would not care. You may withdraw first. You have done well. As long as you can block that group of people for 1 day and wait for the ceremony to be over, everything else will be fine." The person kneeling on the ground quickly got up and left the great hall after thanking the blood demon general. The blood demon general picked up the wine cup again. There was a frightening light in his scarlet eyes. He drained the cup of blood in one gulp and said coldly, "1 day, I only need 1 day to turn the Heavenly Saber Pavilion back into rubble." "Is that so? I'm afraid you won't have the chance." A cold mocking voice suddenly sounded in the hall. Within the gloomy forest, Xiao Chen's group of 4 continued forward. The scarlet demonic snake's territory in this forest was very large. Even after walking for an hour, they did not encounter any other demonic beasts. After walking out of the scarlet demonic snake's territory, they once again encountered various kinds of demonic beasts. The weakest was a rank 5 primary demonic beast. Occasionally, they would encounter a rank 5 intermediate demonic beast. They even encountered a peak 5th order demonic beast. Fortunately, it had not yet reached the 6th order. Although everyone had a hard time fighting it, it could be considered daunting but not dangerous. Along the way, there were also the constant sneak attacks of various shadow demons, causing everyone to be exhausted from dealing with them. It could be said that every step they took was filled with killing intent, and every step they took was extremely dangerous. As they continued forward, they finally met the master of the shadow demon. It was a demonic person made of blood. Its ability to hide itself was even more horrifying than the shadow demons. Its attacks were even more strange and varied. The most important thing was that its body was a pile of liquid. Ordinary methods would not be able to kill it. Even if one exploded its head or chopped it into pieces, there was nothing to fear. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's lightning-attributed essence could restrain it. His essence contained the state of thunder. After Xiao Chen injured it, the electric light lingered for a long time, preventing it from healing. Yun Kursen's heavenly melody saber technique was even more horrifying. When the sound wave entered the blood demon's body, it could instantly infuse every drop of blood in the blood demon's body, blasting it into nothing. Lone Peak Fatal Blow. Zhang Lai shouted explosively, and a chain of saber strikes formed a mountain, instantly killing a shadow demon. After that, he extracted the demon core from its body with a shwa sound. Senior Sister Yun, how much longer before we can get out? Zhang Lai asked as he lay down on a tree after he finished what he was doing. His breathing was somewhat hurried. Along the way, there were endless battles. Aside from the various demonic beasts, they also had to be on guard against the sneak attacks of the shadow demons and blood demons. Everyone was constantly on high alert. However, the path in the forest seemed endless. No matter how they walked, the scene in front of them was always the same, large patches of black trees. Even Zhang Lai, who comprehended saber intent and had a stronger mental state than regular cultivators, felt somewhat frustrated. Yun Kursin tossed an inferior-grade spirit stone to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai. She said, "It will not be long. We are walking in a straight line. We should be able to get out by dusk." Yun Kursin seemed to have an inexhaustible supply of inferior-grade spirit stones and medicinal pills. After every battle, she would give everyone medicinal pills for treating injuries and recovering essence. If Yun Kursin exhausted too much essence, she would just give everyone inferior-grade spirit stones. If it were not for Yun Kursin's resources, even if they wanted to fight, they would not be able to. Mu Heng sat down cross-legged and smiled faintly, just treat it as cultivation. After fighting continuously for a day, I feel that my strength has increased by at least 50%. I also made some breakthroughs in some martial techniques that I could not comprehend normally. The increase in my cultivation is even greater than cultivating in the back mountains for 3 months. Indeed, compared to bitter cultivation, one's cultivation would advance much faster when they went through life and death experiential training. However, there were pros and cons to both. Bitter cultivation was stable and did not endanger one's life. Experiential training could increase one's cultivation, but it was too dangerous. There were too many uncertainties. Overall, both were indispensable. Bitter cultivation and experiential training were not desirable. Only a reasonable arrangement of bitter cultivation and experience could allow one's cultivation to grow at the fastest speed. Pu Ci. Xiao Chen, who had gone out to scout, jumped down from a tree and said, "We can rest for a while. There are no demonic beasts in the surroundings. The closest group of demonic beasts is about 1,000 meters ahead. They are early rank 5 demonic wolves. If they were alone, they would be easy to deal with. Unfortunately, these demonic beasts live in packs. There are about 500 of them. We will have to fight a tough battle later." Yun Kursin muttered to herself, "Let's do it the same way. The 3 of us will be responsible for dealing with the demonic wolves. Yi Chen will hold the line and prevent the shadow demons and blood demons from sneak attacking us." After an hour, the group had already recovered their essence and started their journey. Sweeping mountain destroys clouds. Zhang Lai shouted, and a strong wind blew. A mysterious phenomenon appeared, and the continuous saber aura turned into a lone peak, charging at the pack of rank 5 demonic wolves on the ground. Horizontal saber stance, 7 stars transposition. Mu Heng was not willing to fall behind. A purple light burst out from his body and he turned into a saber. His figure flickered continuously in the pack of wolves. With each rise and fall, his palms slashed through the air, and a wolf head would be sent flying. Within the pack of wolves, the huge wolf king stared at the group with its scarlet eyes as it howled ferociously. It was like they were in a formation. Every time it howled, the formation of the pack of wolves would change. After a while, under the command of the Wolf King, Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were advancing like a hot knife through butter, received an intense counterattack. As the pack of wolves advanced and retreated, they managed to block the attacks of the 2 of them. They retaliated without fear of death and even left some wounds on the 2 of them. Chi! Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom on the battlefield. A white figure moved in an arc in the air and landed in front of the Wolf King. The slender saber in Yun Kursin's hand trembled slightly. The huge body of the Wolf King was immediately knocked back. The formation of the pack of wolves immediately turned chaotic. After Yunkursen delayed the Wolf King, the pressure on Zhang Lai and Mu Heng decreased. Shao Chen hugged the lunar shadow saber and closed his eyes. He spread his spiritual sense to every corner of the battlefield, especially the surroundings of Yunkursen and the other two. They were constantly on guard against the attacks of the demons. Compared to the demonic beasts, these cunning demons knew how to hide themselves. They were the greatest threat to the group. Shua. In the world of Shao Chen's spiritual sense, a figure that was different from the demonic wolves and humans appeared in Shao Chen's mind. A pool of blood quickly shot towards Yunkursen from the ground. Shao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and executed the lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning tore through the dark sky. Shao Chen drew his saber with a huang dang sound. The lunar shadow saber lit up with a light that was even more resplendent than the lightning. It was bright and dazzling. Pu Si. A cold light flashed in the air and the saber stabbed into the pool of blood on the ground. It was so fast that the lightning in the sky did not even have time to disappear. A miserable shriek came from the ground. The pool of blood on the ground turned into a human figure. It grabbed the lunar shadow saber, flickering with electricity with both hands as it roared ferociously. Despicable human. Sooner or later, I will eat up all your blood and marrow. I will let you experience the most painful torture in this world. Shao Chen smiled faintly and said softly, "Sorry, you no longer have this chance." Explode. The lunar shadow saber stabbed into the blood demon's chest suddenly burst out with a horrifying electric light. Pai Li Pa La. There were crackling sounds as the electric snakes danced around. The blood demon's body exploded into tiny blood droplets in the air before finally disappearing. Suddenly, 4 shadow demons flew over. They quickly launched themselves at Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were engaged in an intense battle. The timing of the shadow demons was very accurate. It happened to be when the two of them were surrounded by a pack of wolves and could not extricate themselves. A fierce flame started burning in Shao Chen's right eye. It condensed into a clump of purple lightning fire. The flame quickly elongated and turned into a sharp purple arrow. Pu Si. The arrow was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the air, illuminating the dark forest. It moved faster than the speed of sound and silently pierced through the bodies of the 4 shadow demons. The shadow demons exploded and turned into a black rain of blood, covering the entire sky. In the palace on the cliff, the blood demon general on the throne could not help but be stunned when he heard the sudden mocking. Unexpectedly, someone managed to hide from his perception and sneak into the palace. Pu Si. In the great hall, the 10 blood demons standing on either side of the throne all cried out miserably. Their bodies exploded and turned into a blood mist. Lu Chen, Lu Ryue, and the others slowly revealed themselves in the great hall. They released their auras and their gazes were like sharp blades as they stared at the blood demon general on the throne. This was the dream demon that once brought disaster to the heavenly saber pavilion. When the blood demon general saw the 10 of them, the corner of his lips curled up. He revealed a faint smile on his pale face. "I was wondering how high your cultivation was to be able to hide from my perception. It turns out you only used an aura-concealing talisman." Chapter 252. Is there no one else in the heavenly saber pavilion? Why did they send you all to die? Lu Chen said calmly, "You are just a projection. It is enough to kill you." The blood demon general's scarlet eyes revealed a cold light. He said indifferently, "Originally, I was a little worried about what kind of people the heavenly saber pavilion would send. It looks like I was worrying for nothing. Coincidentally, the ceremony requires some nourishment. Since you all delivered yourselves to me, I will not stand on ceremony." Boom! Right after the blood demon general spoke, a red light soared into the sky from his body. A horrifying killing chi surged towards the crowd like a flood. His eyes were filled with a scene of purgatory. Countless aggrieved spirits cried out miserably. A horrifying illusion appeared before the crowd. In this strange space, it was hard to distinguish what was real from what was fake. Huang dang. Everyone drew their sabers at the same time. An orderly sound reverberated in the air. With a schwa sound, the illusion instantly vanished. In the forest, after Yunkursen killed the Wolf King, the remaining demonic wolves were defeated. Under the attacks of the crowd, they fled in all directions. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng started to clean up the battlefield, extracting the demonic cores of the demonic wolves. Xiaoqin continued to be on guard, preventing any more demons from launching sneak attacks. Boom! Just at this moment, a scarlet light soared into the sky under the bright red moon in the distant sky. A horrifying aura spread out from afar. Zhang Lai and Mu Heng, who were cleaning up the battlefield, felt a chill and could not help but tremble. Mu Heng stopped what he was doing and looked at the scarlet light under the full moon. He muttered, "What is this? What a horrifying aura. Who is it?" Actually, everyone had a guess in their hearts. However, they did not dare to confirm it. They could not help but look at Yunkursen. When Yunkursen saw that scarlet light, a grave expression appeared on her calm face. When she felt everyone's gaze, she turned around and said slowly, "Your mission is already complete. If you have a divine flame talisman, you may leave now. If you do not, I can give you one." When Zhang Lai and Mu Heng heard this, they were stunned. Doubt filled their faces, they did not understand what was going on. "Senior Sister Yun, didn't you say we were going to meet up with the other teams through the forest?" "Indeed, we are almost at our destination. Why are we not leaving?" Yunkursen's unexpected words caught the two of them off guard. They could not understand what was going on. The plan was to walk out of the forest, but why was the mission completed before they even got out? When Xiaoqin heard Yunkursen suddenly say that the mission was completed, he was somewhat stunned. However, when he looked at the top of the mountain, he saw the red light soaring into the sky and the aura filling the entire space. After a while, Xiaoqin understood the crux of the matter. He looked at the sky with a calm face and shook his head with a bitter smile. Xiaoqin slowly got up and said to Mu Heng and Zhang Lai, "Go out. After all, each of you has collected 10 demon cores. You have already completed half of the task. 100 medial grade spirit stones is guaranteed. There is also a large number of demonic cores. You have already gained quite a lot." After a pause, Xiaoqin continued, "There is an even more important harvest. After such an intense battle, Zhang Lai, after you go out and cultivate bitterly, your cultivation should be able to reach peak inferior grade martial saint. That should not be a problem." Xiaoqin looked at Mu Heng and said, "There is also Mu Heng. Although your cultivation realm will not increase by leaps and bounds, your strength will probably increase even more than Zhang Lai's." Zhang Lai thought for a long time. At this moment, he more or less understood the crux of the matter. He revealed a complicated expression and said, "Yi Chen, that is not what I meant." Gao Xiang and the others, Xiaoqian's calm gaze suddenly gave off a sharp light. He said, "Experiential training is filled with danger in the first place. Don't think about it anymore. Let's go." Mu Heng looked deeply at the calm Yunkursen and did not say anything. He took out the divine flame talisman from his bosom. After a while, his body slowly turned into a ball of fiery light and disappeared from this space. Zhang Lai was shocked by the sudden look in Xiaoqian's eyes. He did not say anything more and took out the divine flame talisman as well. Then, he turned into a ball of fiery light and slowly disappeared from this space. After the two of them left, the atmosphere between Xiaoqian and Yunkursen slowly turned strange. Neither of them spoke, the forest was extremely quiet. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire earth began to shake. No, it wasn't the entire earth that was shaking, it was the entire space that was shaking. Trees collapsed one after another. Countless demonic beasts ran around in panic. The entire forest instantly turned chaotic. However, the atmosphere between the two of them was still incredibly quiet. The surrounding chaos did not affect the two of them at all. After a long time, Yunkursen sighed gently and said, "Are you still not leaving? If you do not have a divine flame talisman, I can give you one." Xiaoqin shook his head and said, "There is no need. Can I ask you a few questions? Yun Kursen's calm face did not change at all. She nodded and said, I knew you would blame me. I also know what you want to ask. I can tell you the answer. That's right, from the very start, the Elders' Assembly did not intend for you people to complete the mission. The ones who completed the mission were Lu Chen's group. The main mission of our 10 teams was to attract the Blood Demon General's attention, so that he would send out all the blood demons from the palace. This would allow Lu Chen and the others to use the aura-concealing talisman to sneak into the palace. Then, they would be able to focus on fighting the Blood Demon General. Xiao Qin said indifferently, I guessed that. You misunderstood me. I do not blame you. I just wanted to ask you, how confident are Lu Chen and the others in killing the Blood Demon General? Based on what Yun Kursen said, Xiao Qin had already guessed most of it. To put it simply, the Elders' Assembly wanted to use them as cannon fodder, to attract the firepower and create an opportunity for Lu Chen and the others. Zhang Lai could not understand why the Elders' Assembly did not make it clear in advance. Instead, they sent the others to die for no reason. That was why he was dissatisfied when he found out the answer. However, Xiao Qin did not dwell on this problem. It was a very simple logic. If the Elders' Assembly had told them in advance, not even half of them would have participated in the mission. Out of 100 people, less than half would participate in the mission. No one would be stupid enough to volunteer to be cannon fodder. Similarly, this matter could not be blamed on Yun Kursen. At the very least, she was not the one who initiated the mission. As a team leader, she had already done her duty. Every time there was a battle, Yun Kursen would charge to the front lines. When someone got injured, she would distribute spirit stones and medicinal pills to everyone. She did her best to ensure everyone's safety. That was why Xiao Qin used his strong mental energy to calm Zhang Lai down when his emotions were fluctuating. The strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one was just a chess piece in the eyes of those in power. If one was strong enough to become a core disciple, they would naturally give one a divine flame talisman to ensure one's safety. Xiao Qin did not blame anyone, nor did he resent anyone. This matter only allowed him to see the nature of this world more clearly. Without sufficient strength, every step he took was filled with danger. So he had to become stronger, stronger, and stronger. Only then would he be able to grasp his own fate in his own hands. Right now, Xiao Qin was only concerned about whether Lu Chen and the others could kill the Blood Demon General. If they could kill him easily, then there would be no need for him to worry about the mission that Lu Tianyu gave him. He could just leave this place. If there was not a high chance of success, he would still make a trip. At the very least, he had to use the heaven-splitting saber technique that Lu Tianyu had hidden in the lunar shadow saber before leaving. When Yun Kursen saw Xiao Qin being so calm, she was somewhat surprised. She muttered to herself for a while before saying, there is a 60% chance of success. Among Lu Chen's group, there are 7 people who have grasped the blood demon body disintegration technique. They can burn their life force and instantly increase their combat prowess. These 7 people did not intend to leave this place alive in the first place. They are the death-sworn soldiers of the Divine Saber Camp. In a situation where there are no losses, they can increase their combat prowess by up to 10 times. When Xiao Qin heard this, he was startled. Lu Riyue was among the 10. If Lu Riyue was among the 7, he could not just sit by and do nothing. Sorry, I have to go first. The silver warship flew out from Xiao Chen's right eye. Xiao Qin quickly leaped onto it. Before he left, he seemed to have thought of something. He said, actually, you don't have to blame yourself. You have already done very well. Right after he spoke, Xiao Qin piloted the silver warship and sped through the air towards the palace at the top of the cliff. It was like lightning, disappearing in a flash. Yun Kursen watched as Xiao Qin left. A faint smile appeared on her delicate face. She shook the roaming dragon saber in her hand and muttered to herself, interesting. What is so urgent that he is even abandoning his heaven-ranked spirit weapon? In the forest, Murong Chong looked at the red light soaring into the sky. He slowly stopped and thought for a long time. "Senior brother Murong, why did you stop?" one of the team members asked, feeling confused. Murong Chong did not reply. He turned around and walked over to a severely injured core disciple. Then, he slowly placed the divine flame talisman on his chest. After that, under the astonished gazes of the others, that person slowly turned into a clump of flames and disappeared from this space. After doing all this, Murong Chong took out another divine flame talisman. He said, "You all stay here. There is no need to advance any further. I only have one divine flame talisman left. I'll leave it to you to make your own arrangements." Murong Chong gently pushed off the ground. After he finished speaking, he soared into the sky. His body moved through the air, creating intense sonic booms. He quickly flew towards the palace in front. "Senior brother Murong, don't go." When the group of people saw Murong Chong leave behind a divine flame talisman and leave, they could not help but cry out in panic. For them to be able to travel so far with only 3 deaths, it could be said that it was all because of Murong Chong's ability. When Murong Chong left, everyone immediately panicked. The same scene happened in the other teams in the forest. When the core disciples who were leading the teams saw the red light soaring into the sky, they all stopped. However, what these people did was very different from what Murong Chong and Yun Kursin did. They directly used their divine flame talismans and left this space, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded core disciples. A strong wind blew past Xiao Chen's ears. His hair fluttered in the wind and his clothes fluttered continuously. Chapter 253. Xiao Chen had an anxious expression on his face as he activated the flying formation on the warship with all his might. He rushed towards the palace without caring about his essence consumption. Xiao Chen consoled himself, elder sister Ryue should not use the blood demon body disintegration technique. Otherwise, Lu Tianyu would not have let her enter this subspace. After all, she was Lu Tianyu's daughter. No matter how much of a bastard Lu Tianyu was, he would not joke around with his own daughter. However, Xiao Chen thought about it. Perhaps that old man had guessed that I was worried about Lu Ryue. That old man might have purposely used this method to force me to stay in the subspace and kill the blood demon general according to his rules. Given that old fox's character, he might really be able to do that. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen could not help but increase the speed of the silver warship. Xiao Chen's speed was already very close to the speed of sound. The cold wind felt like knives when it blew on his face. This made Xiao Chen feel some pain. He had to use his essence to block it off. Bang! 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 Just at this moment, intense sonic booms came from behind Xiao Chen, exploding in the air. A figure quickly caught up and landed steadily on the stern of the ship. Xiao Chen's gaze turned cold. When he saw who it was, he said in surprise, "Murong Chong." Murong Chong held his saber in his left hand and met Xiao Chen's gaze. He said mockingly, "Why are you in such a rush to die?" When Xiao Chen heard this, his face slowly sank. He said in a cold voice, "I have no time to waste with you. This is my warship. Please get off." Murong Chong looked like he had heard a joke. He had an extremely amused expression as he said, "Please get off. What if I don't want to? Then I can only chase you off." Murong Chong, who was at the stern, smiled coldly. "I want to see how capable you are to dare to make a move against me, your former senior brother." Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, Clear Wind Chop. Xiao Chen did not reply. He shouted and executed the blue dragon cloud soaring art and clear wind chop at the same time. Suddenly, 9 cool winds blew in the sky. Xiao Chen's figure split into 9. Hu Qi. Amid the cool breeze, the snow-white lunar shadow saber in Xiao Chen's hand vanished. He withdrew all his killing qi and combined it with the 9 images. It was hard to distinguish the real from the fake. Just as the saber light was about to strike Murong Chong, something strange happened. A cool breeze blew and Murong Chong's body suddenly disappeared from Xiao Chen's sight. Xiao Chen remained calm. His spiritual sense turned into rings of light and spread out, scanning the area within 200 meters of him. In the haze, a black dot appeared on the lower right side of Xiao Chen, 100 meters away, and was captured by Xiao Chen's spiritual awareness. Found it, merge. The 9 phantoms in the sky overlapped, and Xiao Chen's speed doubled. The friction in the air created a violent sonic boom. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with a resplendent purple electric light, illuminating the scarlet sky. The saber tore through the air and hacked at the black dot at lightning speed. Hoo! When the saber struck the air, it gave off a thunderous sound. However, aside from the cool breeze, there was no sign of Murong Chong. Xiao Chen frowned and felt suspicious in his heart. What's going on? Even if he hid himself in the cool breeze, he did not really turn into the air. If I can find the right position, I can still attack. Hoo! Hoo! A cool breeze blew behind Xiao Chen. Murong Chang's unhurried voice could be heard. Little junior brother, don't look for the wrong place. I am here. The voice moved with the cool breeze and circled around Xiao Chen. After that, it reverberated in the surroundings. It made it impossible to determine where the person who spoke was. Xiao Chen revealed a cautious expression. He slowly closed his eyes and sheathed the snow-white lunar shadow saber. Murong Chong had already practiced the clear wind chop to great perfection. He had also comprehended the state of wind of the clear wind chop to consummation. The two complemented each other. In a contest of the clear wind chop, Xiao Chen was indeed inferior to him. If Xiao Chen wanted to find Murong Chong, it would be difficult. Before Murong Chong attacked, he would not be able to find an opening. Xiao Chen could only wait for the instant Murong Chong attacked. Only then would he have a chance of finding his position. At that time, he would use the strength of his physical body to make an opening appear. After that, he would use the rushing thunder saber technique to launch an unending chain of attacks and completely defeat him. As long as Murong Chong retreated, he would not be able to dodge the rushing thunder saber technique. A weak cool breeze blew on Xiao Chen's face. The gentle energy caused his nervous expression to relax. It's coming. Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. A bright light flashed in his eyes, they were as sharp as a saber. Xiao Chen shouted, and all the bones in his body crackled. Ferocious tiger leaving the mountains, 100 beasts wave. A force of 6,000 kilograms struck the cool breeze, giving off a series of explosive sounds. Even the invisible wind exploded from this punch. Murong Chong, who was hidden in the cool breeze, had a shocked expression on his face. He was mildly astonished. He decisively revealed himself and gave up on attacking. Then, he removed his hand from the saber hilt. He sent out a palm strike. The palm wind was like thunder, causing the air to tremble. Bang! The fist and palm collided and gave off a loud sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble and reverberate endlessly. Surging shockwaves spread out in all directions like the tide. The two of them retreated 5 steps in the air at the same time. One stood at the bow and the other at the stern. Unexpectedly, the two of them were evenly matched in this punch and palm strike. The qi and blood in Xiao Chen's body surged, his internal organs were shaken. Hot blood rushed to his head, but Xiao Chen did not suppress it. He opened his mouth and vomited. Xiao Chen had not expected such a result. His physical body had already reached a horrifying level. His full-powered strike was 6,000 kilograms of force. With such a sudden attack, he could kill a superior-grade martial saint. However, not only was Murong Chong fine, he even managed to fight to a draw. The silver warship continued to fly in the sky under the bright red full moon. A strong wind blew past the two of them. Their long black hair and clothes fluttered in the air, making loud sounds. Blood leaked out of the corner of Murong Chang's mouth. His complexion was somewhat pale. He had used essence to execute this palm strike. The quality of his physical body was much weaker than Xiao Chen's. The internal injuries he suffered were even more severe than Xiao Chen's. Murong Chong slowly wiped off the blood on the corner of his mouth. He revealed a faint smile on his stern face. You are able to force me to withdraw my saber. You already possess the qualifications to challenge me. However, if this is all you have, it is far from enough to chase me back. Hey! Just as Murong Chong was about to make another move, an azure leaf appeared in the air above the silver warship at some point in time. The leaf drifted in the wind. It looked weak and unremarkable, but strangely, it maintained an incredible speed in the wind. It was neither fast nor slow, giving off a soothing feeling. However, in an instant, it moved more than 100 meters. Its speed was actually slightly faster than Xiao Chen's silver warship. Xiao Chen's gaze focused on the leaf. He felt somewhat suspicious. Who is this? To think that he released his life martial spirit here. Based on the strangeness of this martial spirit, it might be an inherited martial spirit. The azure leaf slowly landed between the two of them. The azure leaf glowed with a white light. Yun Kursen, dressed in white and holding the roaming dragon saber, appeared before the two of them with a calm expression. The two of you, are you still in the mood for a showdown at this moment? Yun Kursen's delicate face did not reveal any expression as she spoke indifferently. It is actually Yun Kursen. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. However, when he thought about it, Yun Kursen was a peak inferior grade martial spirit, yet she was terrifyingly strong. If it was an inherited martial spirit, then it could be explained. Moreover, along the way, only someone from an inherited clan would not care about these inferior grade spirit stones. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "This is my warship. I do not welcome people looking for trouble." Murong Chong ignored him and placed his saber at the side. Then, he sat at the stern and closed his eyes to rest. Xiao Chen was anxious about Lu Ryue's matter. He did not want to waste any more time with Murong Chong. He turned around and said, "Senior Sister Yun, why are you here as well?" Yun Kursen looked at the palace in the distance, which was glowing with a red light and filled with killing qi. She said, "I have the same goal as you." Xiao Chen found it funny. He said indifferently, "You don't even know what my goal is. How can you say it's the same as me?" Yun Kursen glanced at Murong Chong before looking at Xiao Chen. She said, "Actually, the three of us have the same goal." Xiao Chen shook his head slightly and no longer bothered with this question. He controlled the silver warship at full speed and flew at lightning speed towards the palace. Bang! 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 Inside the palace, the 7 divine saber camp bladesmen, whose combat prowess had increased after the blood demon body disintegration, were filled with killing qi. Boundless scarlet saber qi flew around the palace. Every strand of saber qi was more than 100 meters long. They were incomparably horrifying and contained horrifying energy. When the saber qi struck the blood demon general's body, it forced him to retreat. Wounds appeared all over his body. After the 7 of them underwent the blood demon body disintegration, their combat prowess surpassed that of a regular medial grade martial king. Furthermore, with the cooperation of Lu Chen and the other 2, they caught the blood demon general off guard. After that, they suppressed the blood demon general, not giving him a chance to counterattack. Angry Azure River. The 7 of them shouted and a scarlet light surged around their bodies. 7 strands of red saber qi merged into one in the air and turned into a vast scarlet river, surging towards the blood demon general. The blood demon general revealed a grave expression on his pale face. He pushed his palms in the air and a spherical scarlet ball appeared, encasing him within it. Seeing the cool breeze but not the saber. A cool breeze blew in the great hall. Lu Ryue's nimble body flew quickly in the cool breeze. There was a flash of saber light and a crack immediately appeared in the scarlet ball that the blood demon general condensed. Boom! The surging scarlet river entered the crack with a shwa sound. Miserable cries came from the scarlet ball of light. In the next instant, the scarlet ball of light exploded. The blood demon general's body turned into countless tiny blood droplets and disappeared into the air. Is it over? Lu Chen said with a bewildered expression as he watched the blood demon general disappear. The others did not let their guard down. It was not easy for them to get to this point. If they were careless, all their efforts would go to waste. None of them could afford to lose. After waiting for a long time, there was still no movement in the majestic palace. The great hall was silent, only the continuous breathing of the crowd could be heard. Chapter 254. Lu Chen muttered to himself for a while before saying, he should be dead already. After all, it is just a projection. Go and kill the remaining blood demons, and this space will disappear. When the others heard this, they nodded. The blood demon general was indeed horrifying. However, he was just a projection in this space, he did not even have a tenth of his strength. Just as everyone heaved a sigh of relief, countless blood droplets suddenly appeared in the hall. The blood droplets quickly gathered at a certain point in the air. In the blink of an eye, all the blood droplets gathered together. The blood demon general's figure appeared behind a bladesman who had executed the blood demon's self-disintegration technique. Pu Ci. There was a horrifying miserable shriek. That bladesman's body emitted a hua la la sound. The blood demon general sucked all the blood in his body. Soon, he turned into a sheet of human skin. High up in the sky, the scarlet full moon shone down a beam of red light. The blood demon general's weakened body looked solid once again. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Everyone had no time to react, they were all astonished. The blood demon general casually tossed away the human skin in his hand. His pale lips were covered in blood. He revealed a sinister smile, foolish humans, do you think I will die so easily? As the silver warship got closer and closer to the palace on the edge of the cliff, the terrifying murderous aura brought more and more pressure to the crowd. Yun Kursen said indifferently, even if it is just a projection, this blood demon general is probably as strong as a peak medial grade martial king. Murong Chong, who was at the stern, suddenly opened his eyes. He stood up and said, I'm afraid it is not just that. Coupled with his identity as a demon, his true combat prowess is probably that of a superior grade martial king. In the Great Qin nation, a person with the cultivation of a martial saint could be considered as a minor expert. They could become an overlord in a small place like Mo City, receiving invitations and hospitality from various powers. After martial saint, every increase in cultivation realm would result in a qualitative increase in strength. Furthermore, it was incomparably difficult. It was already pretty good for a cultivator to become a martial saint before the age of 30. Furthermore, to become a true expert in the Great Qin nation, one had to be a martial king. After one became a martial king, one would be the target of all the clans in the Great Qin nation. To a large extent, a clan's true strength was reflected in the number and quality of martial kings that the clan possessed. Quantity naturally referred to the number of people, while quality referred to the martial king realm. Once a cultivator reached the martial king realm, even a small advantage would immediately determine the victor, not to mention the difference in cultivation realm. That was because it was simply too difficult to increase one's strength at this level. Everyone clearly knew that the difference between peak medial grade martial saint and superior grade martial saint was like the difference between heaven and earth. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the difference in combat prowess was tenfold. When Xiaochen heard Murong Chang's words, his face remained calm. However, he was extremely anxious in his heart. He could only pray that nothing happened to Lu Riyue. Xiaochen finally understood why Lu Tianyu left such a huge force in the lunar shadow saber. It was because he had expected that the younger generation of the heavenly saber pavilion would not be a match for the blood demon general. Murong Chang's expression suddenly changed. He felt it was strange as he said, "What's going on?" That blood demon general's aura suddenly disappeared. Xiao Chen and Yun Kursen also felt it at the same time. That overwhelming aura actually disappeared in an instant. Furthermore, they could not feel it at all. Yun Kursen guessed suspiciously, could it be that the blood demon general was already killed? When a person's aura disappeared, aside from hiding it on purpose, there was only one explanation, death. Given the Blood Demon General's style, there was no way he would hide it on purpose. The only explanation left was death. Who? A beam of red light descended from the full moon. Everyone felt the Blood Demon General's horrifying aura once again. Yun Kursen frowned and said, "Why does this feel like he revived from the dead? What exactly happened in that palace?" The silhouette of the palace had already appeared in everyone's vision. It did not look very far away, but they would need some time to reach it. Xiaoqin remained silent as he stared at the scarlet full moon above him. He had felt that there was something wrong with this scarlet moon a long time ago. The scarlet light that descended from the scarlet moon confirmed Xiaoqian's guess. That scarlet light contained a surging life force. Murong Chong said indifferently, "This moon is a little strange. I am sure that the Blood Demon General was indeed killed to a certain extent. However, the scarlet light of this moon revived him. Eternal life under the full moon." Xiaoqin frowned and thought doubtfully. Xiaoqin did not say anything more. The most important thing now was to fly to the palace. That was the most important thing. He took out an inferior grade spirit stone. After Xiaoqin absorbed all the energy in the spirit stone, the qi whirlpool in his dantian started to spin rapidly. He used his essence without caring about the expenditure. The speed of the silver warship increased explosively again. After 10 minutes, the three of them finally arrived above the palace. Rumble. The intense sounds of fighting passed through the obstruction of the palace and resounded in everyone's ears. Hu Qi. Murong Chong leaped into the air and jumped off the stern of the warship. He quickly descended to the top of the palace. He sent out a palm strike and a large hole immediately appeared in the roof of the palace. Murong Chong did not hesitate to jump in. Xiaoqin did not hesitate either. He recalled the silver warship into his right eye and jumped into the hole that Murong Chong created with Yun Kursen. Bang! While the two of them were still in the air, they saw Murong Chong turn into a cool breeze and blow towards the Blood Demon General silently. With a schwa saber strike, he left a horrifying wound on the Blood Demon General's body. Anger breaks the Azure River. The horrifying scarlet saber chi merged with the Tao in the Great Hall once again and formed a scarlet river. It carried a boundless aura as it surged towards the Blood Demon General. Anger breaks the Azure River was originally a peak Earth-ranked martial technique. With so many people working together, the might of this move was already at the level of an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. An intense explosion resounded in the Great Hall. The entire Great Hall started to shake. With a loud bang, this move killed the Blood Demon General once again. He turned into countless blood droplets and disappeared from the Great Hall. When Lu Riyue saw Xiaoqin, she quickly leaped over. She revealed an anxious expression on her pretty face as she said quickly, "Yi Chen, why are you here? Didn't I give you the Divine Flame Talisman?" Xiaoqin said in a soft voice, "There is no need to be anxious. Your father told me to come. He already expected that you are not a match for the Blood Demon General. He sealed a martial technique in the lunar shadow saber. It should be able to kill him." The Blood Demon General was killed by the crowd once again. However, this time, no one showed any signs of relaxation on their faces. Instead, they were incomparably anxious. "Senior Brother Lu, the Blood Demon body disintegration technique's duration is almost up. Everyone's strength has already been exhausted. If we use Anger Breaks the Azure River again, its might will decrease significantly. If the Blood Demon General revives again, the situation will not be good." A Divine Saber Camp Bladesman said anxiously to Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression turned sullen. He already knew what the other party said. However, the situation this time was completely out of his expectations. Originally, by relying on the tenfold increase in combat prowess of the Blood Demon body disintegration technique, as well as the joint attack, Anger Breaks the Azure River, when all the other Blood Demons had left the palace, it should not be too difficult to kill the Blood Demon General's projection. It should not be too difficult to kill the Blood Demon General's projection. However, Xiao Chen did not expect it to reach such a stage where the Blood Demon General could not be killed. Murong Chong glanced at Xiao Chen, who was standing with Lu Riyue. A barely detectable rage flashed in his eyes. He quickly walked over to Lu Chen's side and said, his original body should be that scarlet moon in the sky. There is no such thing as an unlimited revival in this world. If we continue killing him, he will eventually collapse. Lu Chen smiled bitterly and pointed to the 3 human skins on the ground. He said, I'm afraid that before he collapses, we will not be able to hold on. Let's kill him one more time. If he still does not die, we can only choose to retreat. Pu ci. Pu ci. A dense number of scarlet pearls appeared in the hall. They quickly gathered at a certain point. After a while, the Blood Demon General's figure formed again. However, this time, everyone was more careful. No one was caught in a sneak attack. A scarlet light descended from the scarlet moon again. The Blood Demon General's originally weak figure instantly became stronger under the illumination of the scarlet light. The Blood Demon General grinned and revealed a cruel smile on his pale face. He looked at Xiao Chen and the other 2 and said, another 3 people coming to die. Kill. The Blood Demon's self-disintegration technique could only last for a limited time. Lu Chen did not want to waste time. The moment the Blood Demon General's figure appeared, he led the others to charge over. Lu Riyue, who was beside Xiao Chen, told them to be careful. Then, she charged into the battlefield and fought with the Blood Demon General. After a few big battles, the 7 people in the battlefield were very well coordinated with each other. It was not good for Xiao Chen and the other 2 to interfere. Otherwise, they would disrupt their rhythm. They could only wait and see, waiting for an opportunity. Blood Demon Death Spear. The Blood Demon General shouted and a scarlet ball condensed in his hand. The scarlet ball quickly elongated and turned into a spear. It left a scarlet mark in the air as it flew towards the crowd. The speed of the spear was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before Lu Chen. A bright light flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. He quickly drew a circle in the air with his saber. A whirlwind appeared in front of Lu Chen. Pu ci. When the horrifying scarlet spear brushed past it, it immediately lost its aim and was sent flying to the side. Bang! The scarlet spear crashed into a huge stone pillar in the hall. There was a loud explosion and a large chunk of the stone pillar immediately corroded. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The top half of the stone pillar that was suspended in the air fell towards the ground. The stone pillar, which was tens of meters tall, fell down. Everyone quickly dodged. Bang! The stone pillar fell and kicked up a large cloud of dust. The hall shook continuously under the intense bombardment. Pu ci. The Blood Demon General took advantage of the opportunity when everyone dodged. He laughed strangely and turned into a scarlet liquid, charging at a bladesman who executed the Blood Demon's self-disintegration technique. That bladesman had just stabilized himself. By the time he felt the danger behind him, it was already too late. Chapter 255. There was a crunching sound as the Blood Demon General pierced through this person's body. There was a zzz sound as that person cried out miserably. After a while, the Blood Demon General sucked the dust out of him, leaving behind a piece of human skin. The Blood Demon General turned back into his human form and laughed. Human blood is always so wonderful, leaving one with an endless aftertaste. Lu Chen's expression turned cold. Of the Divine Saber Camp's bladesmen who executed the Blood Demon body disintegration, 3 had already died. The remaining 4 had already executed the Angry Azure River. Senior Sister Riyue, we cannot waste any more time. Quickly create an opportunity to execute the Angry Azure River, Lu Chen shouted as he knocked the Blood Demon General back with his saber. The Blood Demon General also knew how powerful the Angry Azure River was. He executed the Blood Demon Death Spear continuously, not giving the others a chance to execute it. The spear, which contained a corrosive power, flew rapidly towards the crowd. The crowd had already experienced the might of the blood demon death spear earlier. They did not dare to clash head-on with it, they all leaped and dodged. Bang! 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 The remaining 11 stone pillars in the Great Hall were all struck by the blood demon death spear. One by one, the stone pillars collapsed. Dust was kicked up, the scene was extremely chaotic. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the blood demon general turned into a beam of red light and attacked the crowd continuously. Lu Chen and the others had to guard against the stone pillars falling from the sky as well as the blood demon general's sneak attacks. They did not have a chance to attack the blood demon general, they were too busy dealing with him. Murong Chong raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the palace. His expression changed slightly. Not good, this palace is going to collapse. The palace, which had lost the support of the 12 stone pillars, was shaking non-stop. Gravel kept falling from the ceiling. Just as Murong Chong finished speaking, there was a loud sound and the entire dome collapsed. Countless boulders fell with a crashing sound. Lu Chen said loudly, "Let's get out of here first." Boom! The remaining people condensed a boundless saber light on their sabers and made their moves, shattering the rocks falling from above. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His figure flashed in the air and he circulated the dragon and tiger body sculpting art. He punched with 5,000 kilograms of force, shattering the huge rocks into countless fragments. Yun Kursen turned into a fallen leaf drifting in the wind amidst the dust, swaying as she floated away. When all the dust had settled, the huge and majestic palace had been completely reduced to ruins. Everyone was covered in dust, looking somewhat miserable. Amidst the rubble, a red light exploded. Dust flew everywhere, and the blood demon general's figure appeared under the illumination of the full moon. The blood demon general's pale face revealed an angry expression. He said coldly, "Ignorant juniors, how dare you destroy my palace? Today, none of you will leave this place alive." Who? A cool breeze blew, and Lu Riyue's figure suddenly disappeared into the cool breeze. In the next moment, a wound appeared on the blood demon general's chest, and blood spurted out. Lu Riyue's figure flashed by the blood demon general. The blood demon general cried out in pain and tried to grab her. However, he did not manage to grab anything. Instead, another wound appeared on his back. Lu Chen quickly said, "This is a good opportunity. Prepare your combined martial technique." A cool breeze blew continuously in front of the blood demon general. Lu Riyue's figure appeared and disappeared around him, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. She left behind many wounds. The blood demon general was anxious. His figure flickered quickly, turning into a ball of red light that moved erratically. However, the cool breeze did not give up. No matter where the blood demon general hid, no matter what form he took, there would always be a saber light that left a wound on his body. Damn it! The blood demon general roared angrily and pressed his palms together. His chi and blood exploded out, and a surging scarlet light spread out from his body. Under the illumination of the scarlet light, Lu Riyue, who was hidden in the cool breeze, immediately revealed a red figure. The blood demon general revealed a sinister smile. "I found you. Die." Blood demon death fist. Lightning evasion. An electric light flashed, and Xiao Chen appeared in front of Lu Riyue. The bones in his body gave off crackling sounds. His left hand turned into a dragon, and his right hand turned into a tiger. The dragon and tiger merged into Xiao Chen's body, and the images of a dragon and a tiger intertwined with each other. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Bang! The blood demon general's horrifying punch landed on Xiao Chen's arms. The horrifying energy gave off a loud sound, and cracks appeared on the ground under Xiao Chen's feet. Above the crack, a strong gust of air gushed out. The boulders on the ground trembled violently. The huge rocks on the ground flew up and spun around Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen did not move at all. The dragon and tiger body sculpting art circulated continuously in his body, quickly accumulating energy. At this moment, the dragon did not roar, and the tiger did not roar. Crouching tiger hidden dragon, I'll let you be arrogant first. In the next moment, Xiaochen roared angrily and leaned back slightly. He punched ferociously, and the dragon roared and tiger roared continuously. The sound was like thunder. The clouds churned in the scarlet sky, and countless bolts of lightning appeared. The image of a dragon and tiger circling behind Xiaochen poured into Xiaochen's body. The aura accumulated by the crouching tiger hidden dragon was unleashed with this punch. This was the third move of the great dragon tiger fist. Borrowing the aura of the crouching tiger hidden dragon, accumulating supreme energy, dragon roar and tiger roar. Clearly, the blood demon general did not expect Xiaochen to be able to withstand his blood demon death fist head-on. All the more, he did not expect Xiaochen to be able to counterattack so quickly after being struck by the blood demon death fist. The horrifying punch had already reached 5,000 kilograms of force. It landed on the blood demon general's chest. When Xiaochen punched, a scarlet light shot out. A head-sized hole appeared in the blood demon general's chest. Electricity flickered at the edges of the hole, preventing the wound from healing. Xiaochen endured the surging qi and blood in his body. He pushed off the ground and turned into a purple shadow, retreating 100 meters. Lu Riyue rushed over and asked worriedly, "Yichen, are you all right?" In terms of might, the blood demon death fist was no weaker than the blood demon death spear. Since Xiaochen received this punch head-on, it was definitely not as easy as it looked. Xiaochen swallowed a blood-replenishing pill and said, "I suffered some internal injuries, but I can still hold on. Don't worry about it for now." Angry Azure River. The surging Scarlet River blocked the blood demon general, who wanted to chase after Xiaochen. The river surged and waves surged, it contained boundless energy. Damn it! The blood demon general stopped in his tracks. He raised his hands, and a surging scarlet sphere covered his body. Lu Chen's expression was calm as he tossed out the saber in his hand. The saber turned into an eagle in the air, flying towards the scarlet ball. He shouted angrily, "Open for me." Dang! The eagle pecked ferociously at the scarlet ball, and a saber light flashed. A small crack appeared on the scarlet ball. However, Lu Chen did not have time to rejoice. The surging blood immediately churned and filled up the slits in an instant. In the next moment, the surging scarlet river crashed into the scarlet ball. The scarlet ball did not last long before it quickly crumbled under the relentless attacks of the scarlet river. Although the blood demon general's defense crumbled, the might of the Scarlet River decreased significantly. When the Scarlet River struck the blood demon general's body, it gave off an intense explosion. Blood rained down and a scarlet light flashed. After the light scattered, the blood demon general was not killed like the previous 2 times. The pool of blood on the ground surged continuously, trying to reform a new body. Peerless lunar shadow. Murongchong decisively made his move. He drew his saber and 2 crescent moons intersected on the tip of his saber. A figure flashed in the air and the 2 crescent moons spun around. Finally, they formed a scarlet moon behind Murongchong. Strangely, 2 scarlet moons appeared in the sky. Under the full moon, a sharp scarlet light flashed on Murongchong's saber. The tip of the saber drew an arc in the air and a scarlet crescent moon formed. Then, it hacked at the blood demon general on the ground. Eagles gather. Lu Chen stretched out his hand and the saber on the ground returned to his hand. Then, he made his move at the same time. Countless eagles made of energy flew out behind Lu Chen, covering the sky and covering the sun. Xiaochen swung his saber and all the eagles in the sky quickly merged together, forming a golden eagle that gave off a glazed light. The eagle spread its wings and let out a drawn-out cry. It tore through the air and left behind a shockwave as it charged at the pool of blood on the ground. Bang! Bang! The eagle and the crescent moon struck the pool of blood at the same time. 2 explosions rang out. A huge pit appeared on the ground. Countless cracks extended out from the edges of the pit. The blood demon general's aura vanished from everyone's perception once again. Lu Chen sheathed his saber. He looked at the Blades men beside him, who had turned into withered corpses due to the blood demon body disintegration technique's duration running out. His face turned frosty. Schwa. Lu Chen took out a divine flame talisman and tossed it over to Lu Ryue. Then, he took out a divine flame talisman for himself, intending to leave this place. Lu Ryue stretched out her hand and caught it. She said, Lu Chen, the blood demon general is definitely not dead yet. Lu Chen said indifferently, I know. However, we no longer have any trump cards. First Elder Jiang Qi already informed us 3 days ago. This is the only thing the royal clan's Imperial Dragon Legion can do. After Lu Chen spoke, he ignited the divine flame talisman. He turned into a ball of fire and slowly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lingyun Mountain Range, Heaven Viewing Platform, Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the people of the Elders' Assembly were anxiously waiting for the results. Who? A clump of fire appeared before everyone. When the fire finished burning, Lu Chen's frosty expression appeared. When the Elders' Assembly saw Lu Chen's expression, their hearts sank. A shadow flashed in their hearts. The second elder held on to a hopeful attitude as he asked, Lu Chen, how did the mission go? Lu Chen shook his head and said, we failed. The blood demon general should be severely injured. The time it takes for the seal to break will be delayed. Failed? Someone at the side was in disbelief. He said, how can it be? Although the blood demon general is extremely horrifying, reaching medial-grade martial sage, he is just a projection in that subspace. His strength should have fallen to Martial King. Furthermore, there are the other disciples to help you lure away the remaining blood demons in the palace. With the tenfold increase in combat prowess from burning the blood demon body disintegration technique and the angry azure river, which is comparable to an inferior grade heaven-ranked martial technique, there should not be any problems. Lu Chen explained, it is not that simple. There is a strange scarlet moon hanging high in that space. Every time we kill the blood demon general, the scarlet moon will revive him. By the third time, the disciple executing the blood demon body disintegration technique had already burned all his life force. I had no choice but to retreat. Chapter 256. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other. They had not expected the blood demon general to be so difficult to deal with. They also could not understand the scarlet moon. Through the reincarnation well, the Elders' Assembly knew that there was a scarlet moon in that space. However, they did not pay much attention to it. They did not expect to lose here. The second elder muttered, that scarlet moon should be the energy core of the entire subspace. The blood demon general is probably preparing to use it to break the seal. Now that the scarlet moon has been used up so many times, the time needed to break the seal will be delayed by at least half a month. The third elder, who was at the side, added, in half a month, the core strength of the Imperial Dragon Legion should be able to rush over. At that time, we should be able to deal with this crisis with the strength of our Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion of the Great Qin Nation's royal court. There were no more than 10,000 of them. They were led by Nangong Lai, the head of the 10 martial monarchs. The weakest in the legion was a peak superior grade martial saint. Together with the 10 ancient warships and the 2,000-odd peak martial kings, even if they met a regular martial sage, they would be able to kill them easily. Furthermore, they had been in the north for a long time, fighting against the barbarian race, which was ruled by the deep abyss demonic world. Their combat prowess was maintained at its peak. The Imperial Dragon Legion was a legion of the Great Qin Nation's peak experts. It could be said to be the foundation of the Great Qin Nation. The first elder, Jiang Qi, shook his head and smiled bitterly. This group of people has a shocking appetite. They want 1/10 of the spirit stone income from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's spirit vein mine before they are willing to help. Lu Chen's expression changed. He said in astonishment, why are they acting like bandits? If they allow the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to open, half of the Shiha province will be affected. Are they not afraid? The second elder, who was at the side, said, at first, they asked for 20%. Because of this, they reduced it to 10%. Furthermore, they can wait until the Heavenly Saber Pavilion is destroyed before making their move. Jiang Qi muttered, the weak do not have the qualifications to negotiate. The people of the royal court can't wait for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion to be destroyed. If they were not afraid of dying indiscriminately, they would not even agree to help. At this moment, the silhouette of a golden warship appeared in everyone's vision. The warship stopped outside the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's barrier, not advancing any further. Jiang Qi looked up and saw a black banner fluttering in the wind at the bow of the ship. The word, "Ing," was written on the banner. Take my token and open the barrier. Let it fly in, Jiang Qi said as he handed the token to an elder behind him. The elder nodded. He pushed off the ground and leaped into the air, silently flying into the distance. This was the strength of a martial king. They could truly fly in the air without creating any sonic booms. A moment later, the golden warship flew rapidly in their direction. When the golden warship arrived above everyone's heads, everyone could clearly feel how huge the warship was. It covered the sky and cast a huge shadow. It was like a moving fortress. Who? A petite golden figure jumped down from the bow of the ship. She was wearing a golden battle armor that glowed with a golden luster under the sun. The sunlight cast a faint golden glow on the girl's face. Coupled with her aura, she looked like a goddess of war, valiant and formidable looking. Everyone present guessed the identity of this girl. They all revealed astonished expressions. They had not expected this person to come. Aside from the great Qin nation's Princess Yu, there was no one else from the royal clan that could astonish the elders' assembly. Keng Chang. Yu landed firmly on the ground. When the battle armor she wore touched the ground, it gave off a melodious metallic sound. Amidst this sweet-sounding voice, a murderous aura instantly spread out. This was not the owner's intention. Instead, that aura had already merged with the owner of the voice. There was no need for it to be intentional, everyone could feel it. Greetings to Princess Yu. Although the elders of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion were very strong, they still had to put on a show before the most prestigious princess of the royal clan. Yu revealed a faint smile on her beautiful face. Seniors, there is no need to be so polite. Jiang Qi was somewhat confused as he asked, it is not the appointed time yet. Why are the Imperial Dragon Legion here so early? Yu smiled and said, I have some personal matters to attend to. That's why I borrowed the warship to rush over. This will not affect your agreement with the Imperial Dragon Legion. Of course, if there is a need, the people on the warship can enter combat mode at any time. Princess Yu had personal matters to attend to at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion? Jiang Qi and the elders exchanged glances. They did not understand. They could not figure out when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion had a relationship with Princess Yu. However, Jiang Qi was a wily old fox after all. He did not ask about personal matters. He said, never mind. Since you are here, then make your preparations. Our people failed. It looks like the Imperial Dragon Legion will have to make a move this time. Yu's expression changed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, that's good as well. We can deal with these two matters at the same time. Just at this moment, there was a formless fluctuation in the air. Aside from Jiang Qi, no one else felt it. That fluctuation was indeed heading towards Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi's expression changed, and he suddenly closed his eyes. It seemed like he was in deep thought, or like he was communicating with someone silently. When Yu saw the situation, she stopped preparing to summon the group off the warship. She unintentionally glanced in the direction of Qingyun Peak. After a while, Jiang Qi opened his eyes. There was an additional smile on his face than before. He said, Your Highness, there is a change in the situation. How about we tour the Heavenly Saber Pavilion first and enjoy the scenery of the Lingyun mountain range? All the elders looked at each other. They did not know what was going on. Why did Jiang Qi suddenly change his mind? Yu was slightly stunned as well. She said, as you wish. That's good. Lu Chen, I will leave Her Highness to you. Jiang Qi smiled gently. He was clearly in a good mood. Above the ruins of the palace on the cliff in the subspace, Xiao Chen, Yun Kursen, Murong Chong, and Lu Ryue each stood in a corner. They had no intention of leaving. Lu Ryue looked at the divine flame talisman in her hand. Then, she tossed it at Murong Chong. Puchi! A saber light flashed, and Murong Chong chopped the divine flame talisman in half. Lu Ryue was so angry that she could not speak. She said, "You." Murong Chong sheathed his saber. His stern face was expressionless as he said indifferently, "Is this the first day you met me? I never leave a way out for myself." Lu Ryue calmed herself down and her expression returned to normal. She asked Xiao Chen, "Are you not leaving as well?" Xiao Chen replied, "I promised your father that the blood demon general must be killed." Yun Kursen, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "Did you all notice that every time the blood demon general revives, it takes much longer than before?" Hearing this, everyone's mind lit up. It seemed to be true. It was the first time they had killed a blood demon general. The blood demon general only took 5 minutes to revive. The second time, it took 10 minutes to successfully revive. The third time, which was now. 20 minutes had passed, and the blood demon general had not revived. If it were not for the previous 2 experiences, everyone would have left long ago, thinking that the blood demon general had already been killed. Murong Chong said, "I already said it long ago. It is impossible for the blood demon general to revive an unlimited number of times. This is not in accordance with the rules of this world. Any energy will run out eventually." Yun Kursen nodded and continued, "Furthermore, every time he revives, there is a period of weakness. Only when the red light of the full moon shines will he recover to his peak strength. If we attack during that period of time, we can easily kill him." That was indeed the case. When everyone thought about it carefully, the scarlet light would only come from the scarlet moon after the blood demon general revived. Lu Ryue shook her head and said, "That won't do. That period of time is too short. If we attack so quickly, the might of the attack will be weakened. It will not be a threat to him." Yun Kursen glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Yi Chen, there is a way." A strange look flashed in Murong Chong's eyes. He did not believe it. He could not even execute a powerful martial technique in such a short period of time. He did not believe that someone weaker than him, Xiao Chen, could do it. "He can do it." "Stop joking," Murong Chong snorted coldly. "Hu Qi! Hu Qi!" Countless tiny droplets of blood appeared out of nowhere in the space above the rubble. They started to gather at a certain point. Everyone's expressions changed. They knew that this was the prelude to the blood demon general's revival. They quickly stopped talking. Xiao Chen remained silent. A fierce flame started burning in his right eye, turning into a sea of flames. The blood demon general's somewhat weak figure reappeared. The scarlet light of the full moon was like a ribbon as it descended quickly. The blood demon general revealed a sinister smile on his pale face. He said, "Only the 4 of you are left? How unfortunate, that brat ran away. Under the full moon, I am an undying existence. I have disappointed you all again." "Ah!" Before the blood demon general finished speaking, just as the scarlet light was about to land on his head, the purple thunder true fire that Xiao Chen had already prepared turned into a purple arrow and pierced into the blood demon general's heart. Bang! Electricity shot out in all directions. Before the scarlet light landed on the blood demon general's body, his body exploded into countless droplets of blood. Z! Z! In the air, the ground was continuously overflowing. Those tiny beads of blood were all blown into nothingness. The blood demon general that had just been revived was killed just like that. Lu Ryue and Murong Chong revealed astonished gazes. This was especially so for Murong Chong. His eyes were filled with a fiery light, he was in complete disbelief. Although Lu Ryue was astonished, when she saw Xiao Chen's strength, she still felt happy for him. She asked in pleasant surprise, Yi Chen, this is a martial technique that you grasped after advancing to martial saint, right? If I did not know about it in advance, I would not have been able to dodge this move. Xiao Chen's move allowed the origin energy of the purple thunder true fire to be unleashed. When he attacked with his full power, he could move at the speed of sound. Chapter 257. Unless one was a martial king, if one did not cultivate a special movement technique, they would not be able to dodge it. What Lu Ryue said was true. And, after I advanced to martial saint, my state of thunder improved. Then, I comprehended this move. However, it exhausts a lot of essence. If I ignore the consequences, I can execute it 3 more times, Xiaochen told Lu Ryue honestly. Murong Chong, who was at the side, simulated his chances of dodging this move if he was within 100 meters of Xiaochen. The answer he obtained shocked him. He only had a 50% chance of dodging it. The might of this move was so great that it could instantly kill the weakened blood demon general. If it struck him, he would definitely die. That was to say, Xiaochen had a 50% chance of injuring the blood demon general within 100 meters. Murong Chong muttered to himself, it looks like I have to raise my state of wind to 80%. Otherwise, I will not have a high chance of dodging this move. This time, the blood demon general took close to an hour to revive. However, the result did not change. The instant the red light landed, Xiaochen's purple thunder true fire blasted the blood demon general into countless blood droplets. Xiaochen repeated this process 2 more times. Each time, the blood demon general took longer to revive. However, each time, he would be instantly killed by the instant the red light descended. After using this move frequently, Xiaochen's face was completely drained of blood. He was terrifyingly pale. Lu Ryue handed him an inferior-grade spirit stone. However, Xiaochen had used too many spirit stones in a short period of time. Be it the battle in the forest or when he was piloting the silver warship, Xiaochen's essence was constantly being depleted. Xiaochen's body had already developed a resistance to inferior-grade spirit stones. Normally, the inferior-grade spirit stone would be able to recover essence in an instant. Now, it was incomparably slow, as though it had no effect. Lu Ryue asked worriedly, are you alright? If you can't hold on, use the divine flame talisman to leave first. Xiaochen shook his head and casually tossed away the inferior-grade spirit stone in his hand. Then, he took out a qi returning pill and swallowed it. He said, it does not matter. The martial technique in the saber does not require the support of essence. I have to wait until he reveals his true body before making a move. You only have 1 chance to make a move. Lu Tianyu's words lingered in Xiaochen's mind, so he didn't dare to make a move. This time, the blood demon general's resurrection took so long that it was frustrating. After 4 hours, there was still no movement from the ruins of the palace. However, no one let down their guard. Everyone knew that the blood demon general was not dead. Furthermore, Xiaochen could no longer send out the purple thunder true fire. Hence, they did not dare to be careless. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire space began to shake rapidly without any warning. The blood-red full moon in the sky grew larger and larger as everyone watched in astonishment. The moon is about to fall. The 4 of them suddenly reacted and exclaimed. Without any hesitation, the silver warship in Xiaochen's right eye flew out, and the others quickly jumped onto it. Bang! Not long after Xiaochen piloted the silver warship, a horrifying shockwave smashed over. The silver warship was like a lone boat on a huge wave, rocking back and forth. With a thought from Xiaochen, the silver warship grew larger continuously. Finally, it became a huge warship more than 200 meters long and 20 meters wide. Only then did it slowly stabilize. At the same time, everyone could clearly see the scene below. The moment the moon set. The instant the moon fell, the entire cliff shattered into pieces and fell into the abyss of nothingness. As for the moon, it was not a moon at all. It was a huge chunk of flesh dripping with blood. The scarlet flesh was covered in layers of blood. There were also countless tentacles on its surface. The tentacles wriggled continuously, causing one's hair to stand on end and their hearts to tremble. Pooh! Pooh! The huge chunk of scarlet flesh started wriggling non-stop. After a while, it turned into a 200-meter-tall scarlet humanoid monster. A horrifying aura was released from the monster's body. The entire space reeked of blood, and the four of them felt pressure. Yun Kursen said in a trembling voice, "Is this the Blood Demon General's main body in this space? This aura gives off the feeling that he is almost a peak martial monarch." Dee-da! Dee-da! Blood continuously dripped from the Blood Demon General's new body. He looked at the four people on the silver warship and said angrily, "I want to kill you all. The ceremony that I prepared for 20 years was actually ruined by you bunch of ants." Who? When Xiaoqin saw the completely formed Blood Demon General, his face turned calm. He pushed off the bow of the warship and leaped into the air. "Yi Chen, what are you doing?" Yun Kursen and Lu Ryue exclaimed. The Blood Demon General looked at Xiaoqin flying towards him. He revealed a sinister smile on his mangled face. "How reckless. You forced me to reveal my main body. No one in this space can kill me." Right after he spoke, the Blood Demon General waved his right hand. The huge scarlet hand opened up like a small mountain and moved towards Xiaoqin. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in Xiaoqin's calm eyes. When he saw the scarlet hand approaching him, he swung his lunar shadow saber and said coldly, "Die." The snow-white lunar shadow saber immediately left Xiaoqin's hand. It turned into an intense multicolored light in the dark sky. The multicolored light disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that people suspected they were seeing things. Pu Ci. The Blood Demon General's huge body split in half from the middle. The mountain-like scarlet hand stopped 1 meter above Xiaoqin's head. There was no startling sound, no magnificent light, no Blood Demon General's huge body. The Blood Demon General's huge body was silently chopped in half. Then, it turned into a scarlet light that filled the sky, not leaving a speck of dust behind. The night sky behind the Blood Demon General was like a piece of black cloth that had been cut open by someone, revealing an endless void that was darker than the darkness of the night. Hu Qi. A spot of light flashed quickly in the boundless void. The lunar shadow saber flew back to Xiaoqin's hand. In the next moment, cracks started to appear in the crimson space. This was a sign that the space was about to collapse. This time, the Blood Demon General was completely dead. He would never come back to life. Of course, his true body in the demonic world would not die, he would only lose some of his energy. Xiaoqin turned around and flew back to the silver warship. When he landed on the bow, he could not help but sway a few times. Lu Ryue quickly supported him. The earlier attack exhausted much more mental energy than Xiaoqin had expected. He felt like he was on the verge of collapsing. Lu Ryue said, "Why were you so rash? Even if we did not kill him, we would have completed our mission." Xiaoqin did his best to compose himself. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Don't worry. This is not my strength. It was given to me by your father. I am just feeling a little exhausted." Hearing Xiaoqin's explanation, Murong Chong heaved a sigh of relief. If that earlier attack was Xiaoqin's strength, it would be too horrifying. Murong Chong estimated that no one in the entire Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be able to block this attack. The pure strength of this attack seemed to have reached the limits of what a human could achieve. It could even shatter space. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. More and more cracks appeared in the space. It started to shatter like glass. Before everyone could react, they discovered that their bodies had turned into pieces of glass. The entire space shattered. The consciousness of Xiaoqin and the others went blank for a moment. When their consciousness returned, their bodies had already been transported to the outside world from the reincarnation well. Xiaoqin and the other core disciples who remained in the subspace all returned to the reincarnation well's side. After everyone had a clear look at their surroundings, they were shocked. After everyone saw their surroundings clearly, their expressions changed to one of wild joy. They originally thought that no one would die. They did not expect them to return alive. The four old men guarding the reincarnation well revealed gratified expressions on their skinny faces. Only the leader did not show any joy. He said indifferently, "I wonder if we will still be this lucky after 20 years. Not long after the group came out, someone immediately led the way back. Then, that person summoned the heavenly wind vulture and brought the group back to the heaven viewing platform. Xiaoqin sat cross-legged on the heavenly wind vulture. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated quickly in his body. The series of battles had caused him to feel haggard and fatigued. 2 hours later, when the heavenly wind vulture passed by Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin opened his eyes and slowly stood up. He had already recovered a little. Xiaoqin took out 20 demon cores from the universe ring and handed them to Lu Riyue. "Help me turn in the mission. I have some things to ask your father." Lu Riyue received the demon cores and nodded gently. When Murong Chong saw Xiaoqin jump down from the heavenly wind vulture, he revealed a faint smile on his stern face. He said to Lu Riyue, "I did not expect you to receive such a disciple. However, I will defeat him ruthlessly. I will let you know that aside from me, no one else can restore Qingyun Peak to glory." A strong wind blew, causing Lu Riyue's fine black hair to flutter. There was a trace of sadness on her charming face. She said indifferently, "I never intended for him to restore Qingyun Peak to glory. He does not belong to Qingyun Peak, nor does he belong to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Sooner or later, he will leave." Murong Chong was slightly stunned before he said, "In that case, before he leaves, I will give him an unforgettable experience." A trace of anger flashed on Lu Riyue's face. She said, "Murong Chong, don't go overboard." Murong Chong smiled gently and said, "You should be more worried about yourself. On the 15th of next month, I will go to the Elders' Assembly to formally apply for the position of Qingyun Peak's Peak Master. I hope you can advance to Martial King before then." After Murong Chong spoke, he jumped off the heavenly wind vulture without looking back. He gave off a piercing sonic boom as he flew into the distance. On the summit of Qingyun Peak, Xiaoqin landed firmly in front of Lu Tianyu. Lu Tianyu was sitting cross-legged on a rock as usual, like an old man past his prime. However, Xiaoqin did not dare to underestimate this person. He had a faint guess in his heart. If he could leave the rock he was sitting on, he would be able to overturn the entire Qingyun Peak. No one in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion would be a match for him. Lu Tianyu looked at Xiaoqin and smiled gently, "Why are you rushing over to my place instead of receiving your reward?" Chapter 258. Xiaoqin sorted out his thoughts and said, "I just want to know whether that final saber strike was the power you gave me or the power that the lunar shadow saber originally possessed." The power of that final saber strike had reached a horrifying level. Xiaoqin did not think that it was the power that the lunar shadow saber originally possessed. Instead, it was Lu Tianyu's power that was stored in the lunar shadow saber using some secret technique. However, when he personally executed that saber strike earlier, he felt very familiar with that kind of power. It was like it was a part of his body and not something that was given to him by someone else. Lu Tianyu said indifferently, "I already said it long ago. This is the power of the lunar shadow saber. It is just that you are unable to grasp it now." Xiaoqin asked doubtfully, "Why?" Lu Tianyu said indifferently, "Your current lunar shadow saber is the thunderwood sword that the Thunder King used back then. Although it looks different, it is derived from the Battle Sage origins. The Battle Sage origins are split into 6 parts. Each part contains a different secret technique. As of now, you have already obtained 2 parts, the Changing Character Formula and the Strength Character Formula. The Battle Sage secret technique, the Changing Character Formula, was personally passed down by the Thunder King. You have grasped a little of it. However, this Strength Character Formula, without the guidance of an outsider, it is impossible for you to grasp it." Xiaoqin entered deep thought and said, "You are saying that the horrifying saber strike was grasped by the Battle Sage origins that contained the Strength Character Formula." "That's right." Xiaochen said doubtfully, but when did I obtain the strength character formula? Why do I not know about it? Lu Tianyu waved his hand and smiled bitterly, if you don't know, how would I know? This wily old fox always leaves half of his words unsaid. Even if I continue asking, I will not get any results. I should wait until I wake Ao Jiao up before asking her. Xiaochen thought quickly and came to the conclusion that Lu Tianyu definitely knew about it. However, there was nothing he could do if he did not tell him. Thinking of this, Xiaochen felt that there was no point in staying here. It was too dangerous to interact with this person. So, he turned around and headed down the cliff. Don't you want to know where the third broken blade that contains the battle sage origin is? This broken saber was personally broken by the Thunder King back then. If not for the Heavenly Saber Pavilion having a divine weapon protecting it, he would have taken it away long ago. Don't you want it? Lu Tianyu's voice came from behind Xiaochen. His words were filled with temptation. Xiaochen couldn't be bothered with him. He jumped off the cliff and said, I want your sister. You want my sister? What do you want my sister for? My sister died a long time ago. Hearing Xiaochen's reply, Lu Tianyu's face was filled with doubt. That's right, Xiaochen really wanted to know where the third broken blade that contained the battle sage origin was. However, even if he was beaten to death, he would not have any more interactions with Lu Tianyu. Nothing good would come out of accepting benefits from this old man. Although Fu Fu had returned safely from this trip to the subspace, it was still a daunting experience. However, the exhaustion of Xiaochen's essence and mental energy was greater than any other time. Without a week of recuperation, Xiaochen would not be able to recover to his peak state. Thus, when Lu Tianyu tempted him again, Xiaochen could not help but complain. The wind blew past his ears. Xiaochen used the gravity spell and quickly flew towards his courtyard at the waist of the mountain. Due to his insufficient essence, Xiaochen did not dare to fly at full speed. He flew for an hour before he slowly landed in his courtyard. After returning to his bedroom, Xiaochen did his best to control his desire to sleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed and slowly circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation, entering a state of cultivation. Puda. Bai jumped out of the Spirit Blood Jade and headed for the window. Xiaochen could sense its direction and did not bother with it. Since there were other people in the subspace, they didn't dare to let it out. Since she was already at Qingyun Peak, he might as well let her go out and have some fun. After all, there would not be any danger. The purple qi whirlpool in Xiaochen's dantian spun quickly. The pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy in the air quickly flowed into his body. After advancing to Martial Saint, Xiaochen discovered that if he did not purposely absorb it, all the spiritual energy he absorbed during cultivation would be lightning-attributed. This gave Xiaochen a slight headache. When he executed the Rushing Thunder Saber technique with pure lightning-attributed spiritual energy, its might would naturally be stronger. However, when he executed other martial techniques, such as the Lingyun Saber technique, there would be many obstacles. It was very difficult for the state of thunder to merge with the state of mountain, preventing the state of mountain from advancing further. What surprised Xiaochen was that the state of thunder and the state of cloud could merge easily. This caused the state of cloud of the Lingyun Saber technique to rise continuously. This was both a good and a bad thing. To any cultivator, the growth of a state was something that they could not ask for. However, the Lingyun Saber technique focused on the balance between the clouds and the mountain. If the state of cloud grew too quickly, it would eventually cause the balance to be lost. By that time, when Xiaochen executed the Lingyun Saber technique, not only would it not improve, it might even decrease in might. As Xiaochen cultivated, he also pondered. If this continued, if he could not find a solution, he could only look for a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. A regular earth-ranked saber technique was no longer of interest to Xiaochen. He had to be at least a superior grade earth-ranked saber technique. The last time he was in the library, he did not find a pure lightning-attributed saber technique. There was only a dual-attributed wind and thunder saber technique. It looked like he had to find an opportunity to go down the mountain. Time slowly passed. Drops of crystalline purple liquid dripped down from the purple chi whirlpool. Xiao Chen's originally exhausted essence was slowly replenished. Dang! Dang! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen heard footsteps coming from outside the courtyard. At the same time, there was a huge aura accompanying the footsteps. There is an expert. Xiao Chen quickly stopped circulating his energy. A purple light flashed in his eyes and his spiritual sense shot out like an arrow. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense quickly pierced out and saw the appearance of the person who came. How could it be her? When Xiao Chen saw the appearance of this person, he was extremely astonished. He did not have time to think. He quickly got up and went out. This was because this person was quickly heading for his bedroom. Creak. The door opened and Yingyu stood in front of it. She was wearing a set of golden female armor. She had a faint smile on her beautiful face as she looked at Xiao Chen. Yingyu's red lips parted and a melodious voice rang out, "It's been a long time. I did not expect you to have advanced from an insignificant martial master to a martial saint." When Xiao Chen saw Yingyu's appearance again, he could not help but feel a ripple in his heart. This girl was simply too beautiful. She was exceptionally beautiful, able to cause cities to collapse. It would not be an exaggeration to describe her as someone who could bring calamity to a nation. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen remembered that he seemed to have done some disrespectful things to her in the past. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yingyu to look for him for no reason. If it was because of that matter, it would be problematic. Although Xiao Chen felt flustered in his heart, his expression was still incomparably calm. After all, he still had some confidence in his shape-shifting technique. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Speaking of which, I don't think I know you, right?" Yingyu glanced at Xiao Chen and did not say anything. She turned around and headed for the courtyard. Xiao Chen quickly and carefully followed her. Yingyu sat down at the stone table and smiled faintly. "Are you still pretending to be ignorant? Should I call you Xiao Chen or Yi Chen? Tell me." Yingyu's tone was extremely calm. In fact, it even sounded somewhat cordial. However, when others heard it, there was an indescribable might to it. This was the innate aura of a ruler. No matter how one tried to hide it, it would leak out unknowingly. It looked like Yingyu knew everything. That was right. With the other party's power, the entire Great Qin nation was under her control. Sometimes, even if one changed their appearance and put in the effort, they would still be able to find out. It was just a matter of time. After all, sometimes, one would unknowingly give themselves away without even realizing it. Xiao Chen sat across from Yingyu and said indifferently, "Since you already know, I will not hide it. Just say it directly. Why are you looking for me? If it's because of the Guyi Marquis, I have nothing to say." Yingyu took out a wooden sculpture of a woman from her bosom. That woman wore golden armor. Her pretty face was in high spirits. Under the superb skill of the sculptor, it looked like a real person. It was a miniature Yingyu. Xiao Chen's heart was in a fluster. He did not expect what he was afraid of to happen. Yingyu really came for this matter. However, if it was just this sculpture, Xiao Chen would not be afraid. What an exquisite sculpture. The work of the gods, it looks like a real person. I wonder who sculpted it. Hey, it looks exactly like you, Xiao Chen commented on the sculpture as if nothing had happened. Yingyu gently played with the sculpture in her hand. She smiled faintly and said, "I would like to know who sculpted this as well. Almost everyone in the upper class of the imperial capital has one. It is even sold for 100 spirit stones each. I did not expect it to be worth such a price. If I lack money in the future, I can look for this sculptor to help me. It is actually so expensive, 100 inferior grade spirit stones. Damn it. In the end, I was still cheated by that damn fatso." Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he cursed in his heart. "What's wrong with you? Your complexion seems off," Yingyu smiled gently. Xiao Chen covered it up and laughed, "Nothing much. I am just a little depressed." Ta! Suddenly, Ingyu smacked the stone table violently. She released a horrifying aura from her body. When this aura merged with her voice, it startled Xiaochen. How long are you going to keep up the act? Unexpectedly, you are still not willing to admit it. Ingyu's expression suddenly changed as she took out another wooden sculpture. Based on the appearance of this wooden sculpture, it was no different from the previous one. However, the clothes on it were missing, it was only wearing a thin undergarment. However, this was not the key point. The key point was that the protruding part of the chest of the wooden sculpture had been completely rubbed off. After this incident, the appearance of a perfectly fine sculpture had changed completely. This time, Xiaochen could no longer sit still. He had an urge to cry. He had overestimated Fatso's character. Kim Taeho had begged Xiaochen for this sculpture for a long time. However, Xiaochen did not carve it for him. Later on, Xiaochen lacked essence light arrows. He had no choice but to carve one for Xiaochen. Chapter 259. Who would have thought that even a dog can't change its habit of eating shit? His coquettish and wretched character was still the same as before. Xiaochen quickly explained, I admit that I carved this statue. However, this was all Kim Taeho's idea. It has nothing to do with me. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me on this. Sorry, Brother Debeo. At the crucial moment, I can only use you, Xiaochen thought to himself. Ingyu smiled and did not say anything. She took out a purple crystal ball and Xiaochen's eyes lit up. He knew this was a special tool that could store a person's voice. However, why didn't you take it out? Your Highness, listen to me. This was all Xiaochen's idea. It has nothing to do with me, fat brother. At that time, he had something on me, so I was forced to do it. You have to believe me. Kim Taeho's unforgettable voice, filled with his own style, slowly came out from the purple crystal ball. When Xiaochen heard this, he was stunned. He had not expected Fatso to be so shameless, directly betraying him. Ingyu smiled faintly, do you have anything else to say? It looked like Kim Taeho had confessed everything. Xiaochen had no choice but to admit it. However, Xiaochen's expression slowly calmed down. Xiaochen thought quickly. If Ingyu was really angry, she would not have wasted so much time talking nonsense with me. With her character, she would have made a move on me long ago. It looked like she still remembered that he had saved her life before. Hence, she was not truly angry. After thinking through all this, Xiaochen sat down again and said, Ying, no, I should call you Princess Ingyu now. What do you want to do? Just say it. Ingyu was slightly stunned. The evidence was conclusive. She did not expect Xiaochen to be so calm. Such an attitude disappointed her. She smiled faintly and said, what do you think I can do to you? Xiaochen's heart tightened. Ingyu's tone seemed to contain some anger and helplessness. Seeing Xiaochen remain silent, Ingyu slowly withdrew her smile. She said seriously, as for the statue, I will punish you to carve one for me every month. Furthermore, it has to be different. Then, we will forget about this matter. There is one more thing. Feng Feishue recommended you to join the Imperial Dragon Legion. My reply was to make a decision after we met. Now, I have a decision. The inheritor of the Blue Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiaochen. Are you willing to leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion and join the Imperial Dragon Legion? When someone exposed him as the inheritor of the Azure Dragon Martial Spirit, Xiaochen was mildly startled. However, when he thought about how Ingyu and Feng Feishue knew each other, he was no longer afraid. Xiaochen calmed himself down and asked, I would like to ask why Feng Feishue wants me to join your Imperial Dragon Legion. Given the strength of the Feng clan and the fact that they were in the imperial capital, it was not strange that they knew Ingyu. However, why did she recommend him to join the Imperial Dragon Legion? If it were a normal person, even if they did not join the Imperial Dragon Legion, they would still be overjoyed at Ingyu's invitation. The Imperial Dragon Legion was the strongest legion in the Great Qin nation. After joining, it meant that they would receive a better cultivation environment than the three great sections. Furthermore, the royal clan could strengthen their reputation and status. To most cultivators, it was an excellent place to go. It could even be said to be the best place for cultivators in the great Qin nation. However, there was one thing that Xiao Qian could not understand. What was the relationship between him and Feng Feixue? Why would she help him again and again? Furthermore, she did it without asking for anything in return. Yu thought for a while before saying, "Firstly, you have offended almost all the noble clans in the great Qin nation. Even Feng Feixue would find it difficult to restore Xiao Qian's identity. However, after you join the Imperial Dragon Legion, the royal clan will vouch for you. Naturally, no one will dare to make things difficult for you. Secondly, there are a few copies of the martial techniques and cultivation techniques exclusive to the Blue Dragon martial spirit in the royal clan. If you join, they can give them to you immediately. Thirdly, the reason is very simple. The royal clan controls the most resources. There is no limit to how much they can invest in the Imperial Dragon Legion. The cultivation environment there is even better than the three great sections. Feng Feixue's intention is not to rush you into making a decision. You can decide whether to reject it or not after you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion." When Xiao Qian heard this, he smiled faintly. Feng Feixue had thought of everything. Xiao Qian could not think of a reason to reject her. However, he would not agree. The Tianwu continent was boundless. Xiao Qian had never thought of it before. He had set his sights on the great Qin nation. Since he had come to this world, he had to work hard to climb to the limits of a cultivator. He did not seek to reach the unprecedented heights of the Tianwu Emperor. He wanted to reach the level of the Thunder King. Then, he could move unhindered in the continent, unrivaled. Although joining the Imperial Dragon Legion would allow one's cultivation to increase rapidly in a short period of time, it would be difficult for one to leave in the future. It was very likely that one would be bound to the great Qin nation for the rest of their lives. To those cultivators who aimed to become martial monarchs or martial kings, this was not a problem. However, to Xiao Qian, it was a big problem. Xiao Qian shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm afraid I cannot accept it. Help me pass on a message to Feng Feixue. Thank her for her kind intentions." Yu was somewhat surprised. She asked, "Why?" "The exclusive martial techniques of the Blue Dragon martial spirit are extremely strong. To you, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, do you intend to use the alias Yi Chen for the rest of your life?" Xiao Qian smiled faintly. Since the martial techniques are copies, there will definitely be more than one copy. There will always be a chance to obtain them. Furthermore, without proper guidance, it would be extremely difficult to comprehend these martial techniques on your own. As for my identity, of course, I will not use the identity of Yi Chen for the rest of my life. Back then, I said it before. 2 years later, I will personally kill my way to these noble clans and make them take back their decision. Xiao Qian's tone was extremely calm. He did not say any heroic words. However, the resolute gaze in his eyes left no room for doubt. Everyone believed that he would definitely be able to do it. Yu revealed a pensive expression. After a while, she smiled gently and said, "Have you never thought about why Feng Feixue always wants you to go to the imperial capital? Be it the first Heavenly Qin school or the current Imperial Dragon Legion, their main base was actually in the imperial capital." After Yu's reminder, Xiao Qian realized this point. "In the future, if I have a request, I hope you can do your best to help me." Suddenly, Xiao Qian remembered what Feng Feixue said when he left Mo City. Could it be that there is something in this world that even Feng Feixue cannot do? After coming out for so long, he had a better understanding of the Feng clan's strength. The Phoenix Feather Merchant Association was much stronger than he had imagined. Their business covered the entire Tianwu continent. They were involved in almost every profitable business. Within the great Qin nation, all the big sects and powers had countless connections with the Feng clan. They more or less had some business dealings with them. Furthermore, The thing that made the Feng clan not dare to underestimate them was the fact that they controlled all the spirit stone sales channels within the Great Qin nation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion, the Misty Sword Sect, the Night Spirit Palace, and even the royal clan controlled the spirit stone mines. The spirit stones produced all had to go through the Feng clan's channels in order to obtain the greatest benefits. Even the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, a sect with 10,000 years of history, did not dare to offend such a huge power. Could it be that there was anything that they could not do to Feng Feishue? Xiao Qin collected his thoughts and replied, I am indebted to Feng Feishue. If she has something to ask of me, as long as I am able to do it, no matter where I am, no matter how urgent it is, I will be at her beck and call. She just needs to say the word, and I will be there. Yingyu smiled faintly, never mind. Since she did not tell you, I will not say much. Just remember what you said today. Also, don't forget to carve a wooden sculpture for me every month. I'll take my leave first. Wait a moment. Xiao Qin saw that Yingyu was about to leave. He thought of something and called out to stop her. Yingyu turned around and said, Is there anything else? Did you change your mind? Xiao Qin took out a flowing light flower from his universe ring and handed it to Yingyu. He said, If you return to the imperial capital, help me give this flowing light flower to my cousin. Yingyu's eyes were very sharp. With one glance, she could tell that this flowing light flower was not an ordinary flowing light flower. It should be an immortal grade flowing light flower. She did not expect Xiao Qin to give it away just like that. Yingyu retracted her hand and a strong suction force appeared. The flowing light flower immediately flew into her hand. She brought the golden flower to her nose and sniffed it gently. She said, It is indeed an immortal grade flowing light flower. Are you not afraid that I will take it for myself? Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, With your comprehension ability, the flowing light flower would not be of much use to you. Furthermore, you are a princess. You would not do such a despicable thing. Yingyu retracted her hand and the flowing light flower immediately disappeared. A mischievous smile appeared on her exquisite face. That might not necessarily be the case. Xiao Qin smiled and did not reply. After Yingyu spoke, she did not stay any longer. She rushed out of this place. It was clear that she was in a rush for time. After not seeing Yingyu for a year, Xiao Qin had advanced from an insignificant martial master to an inferior grade martial saint. However, he still could not see through Yingyu's cultivation. Xiao Qin really did not know how she cultivated. She was about the same age as Xiao Qin, but their cultivations were worlds apart. Yingyu's arrival caused Xiao Qin to recall some of the past. This caused him to temporarily lose the will to continue cultivating. At this moment, the sky was already dark. The full moon hung high in the night sky. The faint moonlight shone down with a gentle light, illuminating Xiao Qin's courtyard. Xiao Qin took out a flask of wine and a wine cup from the universe ring. Xiao Qin poured himself a cup and looked at the full moon in the sky, deep in thought. Unknowingly, it had already been a year since Xiao Qin left Mo City. During this year, he had experienced many things. When he first left, he had been too sharp. In the ancient remnant, he had offended all the noble clans in the Dongming province and the south. After that, his actions at the Flying Snow Manor had pushed him and the noble clans into a dead end. Even Feng Feishue found it hard to mediate. However, Feng Feishue did not blame Xiao Qin for everything that happened. She even took the initiative to help him take care of the Shao clan in Mo City, not letting these noble clans make things difficult for the Shao clan. Now that Xiao Qin thought about the things he did in the past, he realized that he did not care about the consequences. He did not even consider the consequences his actions would bring to the Shao clan. Chapter 260. However, since Xiao Qin had already done it, he should not regret it. When one was young, one had to have some sharpness. Otherwise, as one grew older, that sharpness would completely disappear. To a cultivator, if one was afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, being cautious and careful, thinking too much, one day, one would completely lose the sharpness of a cultivator. Hu Qi. Just as Xiao Chen was drinking by himself, a white figure appeared in his vision. It was Bai, who had gone out, returning. When Bai smelled the fragrance of the wine, she immediately jumped onto the stone table. Her watery eyes looked pitifully at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and took out another wine cup. After he filled it up, he placed it beside Bai. Bai immediately drank it happily. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Xiao Chen rubbed Bai's head. He said somewhat ruefully, "From the beginning to the end, aside from the saber in my hand, only you can accompany me." Footsteps came from outside again. The rhythm of these footsteps was very familiar to Xiao Chen. He did not even need to release his spiritual sense to know that it was Lu Suifeng. Indeed, after a while, Lu Suifeng's figure appeared in front of Xiao Chen. When Xiao Chen felt Lu Suifeng's aura, his eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, when did you break through to Martial Saint?" Lu Suifeng had just broken through the day before yesterday. When he heard Xiao Chen's congratulations, his face was filled with a smile. He said, "I just broke through not long ago. This is all thanks to your flowing light flower. My comprehension ability has increased significantly. The bottleneck that has troubled me for almost a year is finally over." Bottlenecks were like this. Sometimes, even if one thought about it hard, worrying about it day and night, thinking of all sorts of methods, they would still not be able to break through. It could be 1 year, 2 years, or even 10 years. Some people might not even be able to break through in their entire lives. However, with just a small breakthrough, the bottleneck would be broken immediately. Xiao Chen's flowing light flower helped Lu Suifeng break through this breakthrough. Lu Suifeng took out a pile of glowing medial-grade spirit stones. He said enviously, "This is what my sister told me to bring to you. There are 200 medial-grade spirit stones here. Take a look." Xiao Chen pocketed all the spirit stones in a flash and said, "By the way, where's your sister? Why isn't she here?" Lu Suifeng thought of something and said, "I nearly forgot. My sister is in closed-door cultivation. She told me to tell you that she will not be able to help you operate the ancient absolute formation for this period of time. She told you to cultivate bitterly first and stabilize your cultivation." Xiao Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He found it strange that she had gone into seclusion all of a sudden. "That's no problem. Do you know why she went into seclusion?" Xiao Chen, who had been comprehending the ancient absolute saber formation for a period of time, already had some idea of listening to the sword and communicating with it. Now, he was just short of an opportunity to barely cross the threshold. In the short term, it would not be a big deal if he did not go to the ancient absolute saber formation. However, Xiao Chen was more concerned about Lu Riyue. Why was she in such a rush to enter seclusion? Lu Suifeng shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. She looked like she had a lot on her mind, so it would not be good for me to ask. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Xiao Chen urged him to stay. "Let's sit down and have a drink before you leave." Lu Suifeng was about to agree when he saw Bai raise his head and glance at him. He immediately changed his words, "It's fine, it's fine. I have something urgent to do and need to leave immediately." Lingyun Mountain Range, at a desolate waterfall in the back of the mountain, there was an unceasing waterfall falling from a high place. Dark clouds churned in the sky, and the faint sound of muffled thunder rang out continuously. Xiao Chen stood at the side of the small river formed by the waterfall. He drew the lunar shadow saber in his hand, and there was a flash of saber light. Thunder roared in the sky. Suddenly, boundless clouds appeared around Xiao Chen. A resplendent electric light suddenly lit up in the clouds, splitting the layers of clouds apart. At the same time, the thunder in the sky seemed to be attracted by something, and it gave off a deafening roar. Countless splashes appeared on the raging river at the sound of this voice. Everlasting startling cloud. The instant all the clouds scattered, the snow-white blade of the lunar shadow saber gave off a thin saber chi. The saber chi disappeared in a flash. It was so fast that it created an illusion. Xiao Chen swung his saber upwards and shouted, "Explode!" With a schwa sound, the thin saber chi that had already dissipated in the air exploded in the air. The purple saber chi was surrounded by countless electric lights. It was like a screen of water spreading out in the air. Pai li pa la. The electric light flickered continuously on the screen of saber chi. At the end of the screen, the gushing waterfall was chopped in half by the saber. The electric light surrounding the screen of saber chi lingered for a long time. The gushing waterfall, which carried 5,000 kilograms of force, was stopped by the horrifying electric energy. It just hung there in the air like it had stopped moving. Xiaoqin sheathed his saber and looked at the purple electric light that had yet to scatter. He said, "After the state of thunder is added to the everlasting startling cloud, its might has increased by 20%. Although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xiaoqin did not reveal any joy on his face. It had already been half a month since Xiaoqin came out of the subspace. During this half a month, Xiaoqin had been digesting his gains in the subspace. Those 2 days of high-intensity battles could be said to be the most intense battle Xiaoqin had ever experienced, be it physically or mentally. There was an unending stream of demonic beasts, as well as the elusive demons who hid in the back and launched sneak attacks. It forced him to maintain a high level of concentration. 2 days of experiential training was much better than a month of experiential training. After half a month, Xiaoqin had completely absorbed all the accumulations from this experiential training. His cultivation had stabilized at inferior grade martial saint. He could break through to peak inferior grade martial saint at any time. Xiaoqian's comprehension of the state of thunder had also reached an even higher level. When he made a move, he could already condense the power of thunder. With the aid of the state of thunder, the might of the state of clouds in the everlasting startling cloud saber technique had increased. However, the state of mountains had stagnated. This resulted in Xiaoqin being unable to comprehend the final move of the Lingyun saber technique. Now, even the state of the 17th move, twisting road around peak, was starting to show signs of instability. Thus, although the might of the everlasting startling cloud had increased significantly, Xiaoqin was unable to feel happy. The electric light in the air started to slowly scatter. The surging waterfall started to flow again. The sound of splashing water resounded in Xiaoqian's ears once again. Xiaoqin said indifferently, "It looks like I really have to find a lightning-attributed saber technique. In the end, the rank of the rushing thunder saber technique is too low. It is no longer suitable for my current combat style. Furthermore, it is too straightforward. I am unable to adapt to changes in combat." After completing the mission in the subspace, Xiaoqin could freely choose a spirit weapon, martial technique, or battle armor. What Xiaoqin chose was a martial technique. In the past few days, Xiaoqin had taken some time to visit the libraries of the various peaks of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, the results disappointed him. There were very few pure lightning-attributed martial techniques. Even if there were, their ranks would be very low. Xiaoqin did not care for them. Since there were none in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, he could only search for them at the foot of the mountain. However, before that, he had to do something first. He had to lend the heaven-ranked roaming dragon saber to Yun Kursen. He did not know why, but Yun Kursen had not returned it yet. Originally, Xiaoqin was prepared to ask her about it a week ago. After all, Xiaoqin had not reached the stage where he could casually give away a heaven-ranked spirit weapon. However, that was the crucial period for Xiaoqian's cultivation. Furthermore, given Yun Kursen's character, she would not go back on her word. Hence, he dragged it out until today. Xiaoqin left Qingyun Peak and asked around for Yun Kursen's whereabouts in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. He did not delay and went to look for her with a calm expression. Even though half a month had passed, Xiaoqin was not worried that Yun Kursen would keep the roaming dragon saber for herself. His only guess was that she urgently needed the roaming dragon saber, so she took it and used it temporarily. Sometimes, a person's character could be seen from their temperament. Yun Kursen always gave off a calm and indifferent temperament. It was impossible for her to do such a despicable thing. Furthermore, after interacting with her for a period of time, Xiaoqin was sure that this temperament was not fake. Are you saying that Yun Kursen left half a month ago? When Xiaochen rushed to Yun Kursen's residence, he did not see her in person. There was only a maid cleaning the room. After asking around, he obtained this information. Half a month ago. That is when we just came out of the subspace, Xiaochen thought to himself. What exactly happened for her to leave in such a rush? When the maid saw the identity token hanging at Xiaochen's waist, her eyes lit up and she asked, "That's right, are you Qing Yun Peak's young master Yi?" Xiaochen nodded and said, "That's right, I am Qing Yun Peak's young master Yi. Here is my identity token." The maid took out a note and smiled, "That's right." Before Miss Yun left, she left a note. She said that if someone from Qing Yun Peak was looking for her, I should hand it to it. It has been more than half a month. You have not come. I nearly forgot. Xiaochen received the note and slowly opened it. He read it in his heart, "Brother Yi, there is an urgent matter at home. I need to borrow your roaming dragon saber. This matter happened very suddenly. I am unable to tell you personally. I hope you can forgive me. There are some spirit stones under the bed. Consider them as compensation for borrowing your heavenly weapon. I will thank you in person another day. I am very sorry." Xiaochen smiled gently and burned the note. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Yun Kursen did indeed have an urgent matter and needed to borrow the roaming dragon saber. Xiaochen looked at the maid before him and smiled, "Did you forget? Miss Yun still has something she wants you to pass to me." The maid was somewhat confused. She thought for a while and said, "Yes, yes. I remember now. There is a box under the bed. It is very heavy. I do not know what it is. Miss instructed me not to open it. After a long time, I forgot about it." The maid led Xiaochen to Yun Kursen's bedroom. She found the box under the bed. However, even after using all her strength, she could not move it at all. Xiaochen quickly stopped her and moved the box himself. However, he did not open the box. He extended his spiritual sense into it and discovered it was filled with piles of inferior-grade spirit stones. After a rough count, there were at least 5,000 of them. Yun Kursen was really generous. She casually placed 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones under the bed. Was she not afraid that someone would steal them? With so many inferior-grade spirit stones, it was a windfall. After Xiaochen placed them in his universe ring, he left the place. Chapter 261. That night, as Xiaochen was cultivating in his courtyard, Lu Suifeng rushed over. Xiaochen had no choice but to stop cultivating and come out to welcome him. In the past half a month, Lu Suifeng had improved every day. Now, he was filled with energy. Xiaochen smiled, "It is already so late, why are you looking for me?" Lu Suifeng was not in a rush to reply. He looked around and did not discover Bai. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "There is a huge auction going on in Shihe City, the capital city of the Shihe province. It is specially organized by Linlang Pavilion for cultivators. There are many good things there. Coincidentally, I am lacking a good spirit weapon and would like to try my luck. I was wondering if you would like to accompany me." Linlang Pavilion's auction. Xiaochen was excited. He had originally planned to go down the mountain during this period of time to search for a high-ranked lightning-attributed martial technique. Coincidentally, Linlang Pavilion was going to hold a large-scale auction. This saved him a lot of effort. Xiaochen asked with interest, "How big is the scale of the auction? What rank is it?" Seeing that Xiaochen was very interested, Lu Suifeng quickly introduced, "The scale is very big. It is a large-scale auction that Linlang Pavilion holds once every 10 years. Only spirit stones are allowed to be used for transactions. The standards are no weaker than the large-scale auctions in the imperial capital. With Linlang Pavilion's strength, it should not be difficult for them to collect some high-ranked martial techniques. I can go and take a look." Thinking of this, Xiaochen did not hesitate and agreed. Lu Suifeng smiled, "Then it is settled." "Oh right, If you are lacking spirit stones, you can tell me. I will go and get my second uncle to help you get some in advance. Lacking spirit stones? Xiaoqian shook his head calmly and smiled, there is no need, I have enough spirit stones. Xiaoqian had not used the 5,000 medial-grade spirit stones he obtained in the underground world. These medial-grade spirit stones could be exchanged for 500,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. There were also the 200 medial-grade spirit stones from half a month ago and the 5,000 inferior-grade spirit stones that he had just obtained today. If he added the demonic cores in his universe ring that could be exchanged for inferior-grade spirit stones, Xiaoqian's spirit stones might even be more than what the already declined Qingyun Peak had. With so many spirit stones, it would be more than enough to buy a superior-grade Earth-rank lightning attributed martial technique. There was no need to worry. Lu Suifeng said, that's good. I will come and find you tomorrow morning. Early the next morning, Lu Suifeng arrived as scheduled. Shihe City was 25,000 kilometers away from the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. It was a long journey. Naturally, the two of them could not walk there. When they arrived at the place where the Heavenly Saber Pavilion reared spirit beasts, the two of them each took out their spirit stones and rented 2 dragon blood horses that could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. They did not say anything and went down the mountain. Not long after the two of them left, Song Qianhe, who was on Biyun Peak, went to Song Kei's room in pleasant surprise. The moment he opened the door, he smiled and said, Father, you told me to send people to keep an eye on Xiaoqian. He has gone down the mountain. On the bed, Song Kei, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. A vicious look flashed in his eyes as he said coldly, is this true? Where are they going? What are they planning to do? How long will they be gone for? Tell me everything in detail. Song Qianhe quickly said, I heard from the Spirit Beast Hall that they are going to Shihe City to participate in the decennial auction. With the speed of the dragon blood horses, the round trip would take about a month. I finally found an opportunity. There are people in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion protecting you, so I have no way of killing you. However, once you leave the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, let's see who can protect you. How reckless. Song Kei got up and smiled sinisterly, I have some old friends who are going to the decennial auction. I can ask them for help. The dragon blood horse could travel 1,500 kilometers in a day. If they traveled day and night, it would not be a problem for them to travel 2,500 kilometers. However, be it man or horse, they could not travel day and night. They might meet with some dangers along the way. The two of them had to maintain their peak condition. On average, the two of them could only travel 2,000 kilometers a day at most. 3 days later, Xiaoqian and Lu Suifeng stopped in front of a savanna. Lu Suifeng introduced, this savanna is called the Devil Savanna. The entire savanna is about the size of 3 Lingyun mountain ranges. There are countless spirit beasts in the savanna. There are also hundreds of bandits. This is the most dangerous part of our journey. Xiaoqian dismounted and said, then let's rest for a while. After that, we will continue on our way at full speed. Let's try to get out of this place as soon as possible. The two of them found a clean patch of grass and started to set up camp. They had been eating and sleeping in the open along the way, so they were very familiar with setting up camp. Soon, 2 small tents were set up. After they took out their rations and water to replenish themselves, the two of them started to rest. Night slowly fell. The two of them discussed for a while and decided that Xiaoqian would stand guard tonight while Lu Suifeng would rest. Roar! Xiaoqian started a bonfire in front of his tent and sat there quietly. The roars of spirit beasts came from the distance. The light of the bonfire shone on Xiaoqian's face, flickering non-stop. Xiaoqian's expression was incomparably calm. Xiaoqian's spiritual sense spread out like a halo. He could see everything within a kilometer in his mind. There is a group of superior grade rank 4 demonic beasts to the northwest. There are about 200 of them. The Wolf King is already close to a rank 5 demonic beast. There is a rank 5 demonic beast lightning ox to the northeast. It is the strongest demonic beast in the surroundings. There are also 3 demonic blood lions to the south. Xiaoqin slowly got up and looked to the northeast. He smiled faintly and said, "It looks like the two of us are really popular. Unexpectedly, so many spirit beasts are targeting us. I will start with you." Lightning evasion. A bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the pitch-black night sky. As the lightning descended, Xiaoqin appeared beside the lightning ox. As a lightning-attributed spirit beast, the lightning ox was very sensitive to lightning. The moment Xiaoqin appeared, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm came from the lightning ox's horn and struck at Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin said coldly, "Just a grain of light and you dare to compete with the sun and the moon. You are seeking death." The clouds in the sky started to collide. Before Xiaoqin made his move, the momentum of the state of thunder had already formed. Ka-xie. The lunar shadow saber was drawn at lightning speed. An explosion of thunder resounded in the silent savanna as Xiaoqin drew his saber. A bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket descended from the sky. The bolt of lightning was attached to the saber. In comparison, the bolt of lightning that the lightning ox shot out was like a baby meeting an adult. It was instantly swallowed up. The momentum of the saber did not change and its might did not decrease. The lunar shadow saber hacked down on the huge body. Pu-ci. The horrifying electric saber light chopped the lightning ox in half. The electricity lingered on the wound and the fragrance of roasted beef wafted through the savanna. When the remaining spirit beasts saw Xiaoqin deal with the strongest lightning ox in one move, they immediately scattered, fleeing in all directions. Xiaoqin did not bother with them. After he took out the lightning ox's spirit core, he returned to his tent. Seeing that the bonfire was about to extinguish, he added some more firewood. What happened? Lu Suifeng, who was startled awake by the thunder, asked as he walked out of his tent. Xiaoqin smiled faintly, "Nothing much, I just chased away some spirit beasts. You can continue sleeping." Lu Suifeng nodded and returned to his tent. He was rather confident in Xiaoqin's strength. As long as he did not meet with the peak spirit beasts of the Devil Savannah, he would be able to move about freely. 1,000 meters away, in a place where Xiaoqin's spiritual sense could not reach, there were 2 bandits on a small hill, each carrying a large saber on their back. They were riding tall horses and had seen the earlier scene. One of the bandits was somewhat astonished as he said, "What strength? He killed the rank 5 lightning ox in one strike. First leader, are we still going to make a move?" The bandit who was addressed as the first leader had a long scar on his face. He was tall and sturdy, looking very ferocious. He smiled cruelly and said, "The stronger they are, the more good things they have on them. It is just 2 people. Our bandit group has a total of 200 people. When have we been afraid of anyone in this savannah?" The other bandit continued, "They should be going to participate in Shiha City's auction. Recently, I heard from the brothers of the other bandit groups that they have already done a few such transactions. They have gained a lot. In fact, just one transaction would be worth tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. However, these 2 people seem to be core disciples of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. Are we afraid of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's revenge by targeting them?" The first leader laughed loudly, "What's there to be afraid of? We will silence them and destroy the corpses. Who would know that we did it? At worst, we will just go out and lie low for a while. At that time, when the Heavenly Saber Pavilion comes to take revenge, the other bandit groups will suffer. They will help us kill off some of our competitors for free." When the other bandit heard this, he smiled and said, "First leader is wise. That way, we will not lose out no matter what." The first leader said coldly, "Gather the brothers. We will make our move tomorrow at noon." When the sky brightened, Xiaoqin and Lu Suifeng mounted their dragon blood horses and continued on their way. Not long after, Xiaoqin suddenly pulled on the reins and stopped. Lu Suifeng quickly stopped as well and asked cautiously, "Is there a situation?" Xiaoqin nodded, "We are being targeted by a bandit group. There are 200 of them, and the weakest of them is a martial grand master. There are about 10 of them who are martial saints and above. The leader with the highest cultivation is a superior grade martial saint. What should we do? When Lu Suifeng heard that there were so many people, he could not help but worry. Xiao Qin said indifferently, to capture the bandits, first capture the leader. Kill the one with the highest cultivation. The rest are nothing to be afraid of. Rumble. Indeed, it was as Xiao Qin said. Not long later, a group of 200 bandits arrived before the two of them in a grandiose manner. The leader of the other party was the first leader from yesterday. When he saw the two of them, he revealed a sinister smile on his horrifying face. He did not bother saying anything and charged over while roaring. Xiao Qin slapped the back of the horse and immediately soared into the air. In an instant, countless hidden weapons and arrows flew towards him at high speed. Azure Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Qin shouted and turned into a purple arc. It was like a flood dragon swaying in the air. All the arrows flying at him fell to the ground with a hua la 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 sound. At the end of the arc, Xiao Qin instantly appeared in front of the first leader. He drew his lunar shadow saber with a huang dang sound. A horrifying lightning glow with the aura of a thunderbolt struck towards the head of the leader. Chapter 262. Everything happened in a few blinks of an eye. Before the first leader could react, the lightning-like lunar shadow saber was already nearing his head. The first leader was startled. He quickly took out the saber on his back and used it to block above his head. Bang! The first leader's hasty move was unable to block Xiao Qin's lightning-fast strike. There was a loud bang, and he was knocked off his horse. His body knocked into a few bandits before landing heavily on the ground. The first leader's right hand, which was holding the saber, felt numb. He was horrified. He got up from the ground and shouted, "This is troublesome. Let's get rid of this brat first." The other martial saint bandits quickly gave up on Lu Suifeng and chased after Xiao Qin. On the other side, Lu Suifeng's saber chi was moving about. Relying on the advantage of his cultivation realm, the group of bandits could not get close to him. There should not be any danger in a short period of time. When Xiao Qin landed on the ground, a martial saint bandit immediately charged over. He swung the mace in his hand at Xiao Qin's head. Cultivators who used huge weapons had a very direct fighting style. The might of the martial techniques they learned was also very strong. When they used their full power, the force they could achieve was rather impressive. Xiao Qin swung his saber upwards and the mace immediately fell down, blocking the handle of the lunar shadow saber. After that, no matter how much force he used, he could not move it any further. Pu ci. Pu ci. The other bandits continuously sent out saber chi and sword chi at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and exerted some force with his right hand. The bandit using the saber immediately felt a huge force. The saber in his hand flew out and he was forced to take a few steps back before he could stabilize himself. Swirling mountain destroys clouds. Xiao Qin shouted and the image of a mountain peak infused into the lunar shadow saber. A strong wind blew from the ground in front of him, scattering all the saber chi and sword chi flying at him. Lone Peak's fatal blow. Xiao Qin quickly took a step forward and hacked at the cultivator using the mace. A lone peak appeared above his head. The saber carried a huge force and chopped the bandit in half. Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations, clear wind slash. Xiao Qin's momentum was like a rainbow, and he continued to advance triumphantly. Suddenly, 9 cool breezes blew in the field, and each breeze hit a figure. Puchi puchi. Xiao Qin could only see the cool breeze and not the sabers. The 9 figures seemed illusory and real. There was no killing chi at all. Even the saber lights could not be seen. There was no way to avoid them. Immediately, 9 spurts of blood sprayed into the air, filling the sky. Huge wounds appeared on the chests of the 9 bandits, and blood poured out. The first leader was already within 100 meters of Xiao Qin when he saw the situation. Knowing that something was amiss, he quickly halted his footsteps and bellowed, "Stop him!" After he finished speaking, he immediately turned around and fled. Immediately, some fearless mounted bandits rushed towards Xiao Chen, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Courting death. Xiao Chen shouted coldly. The snow-white lunar shadow saber lit up with electricity and drew a purple arc in the air. Lightning flickered on the arc, emitting a constant sizzling sound. This was the second move of the rushing thunder saber technique, Arc Light Chop. The surrounding martial Grand Master bandits were immediately chopped in half at the waist by the arclight. Electricity crackled on their wounds, charring them. Immediately, no one dared to get close to Xiao Chen. Taking advantage of this time, the Great Master rode a horse and galloped for 1,000 meters. Xiao Chen took out the Soul Slayer bow and Essence Light Arrow from the Universe Ring. He drew the bow, drew the bowstring, and released. Chi! There was a piercing sonic boom in the air. The Essence Light Arrow turned into a meteor and caught up to the fleeing Great Master in the blink of an eye, piercing through his chest. After the Essence Light Arrow killed the Great Master, it continued flying for a few hundred meters before it slowly descended. With the death of their leader, the remaining bandits completely lost their confidence. They did not want to fight a meaningless battle, so they scattered. The two of them casually killed a few bandits and did not chase after them. Xiao Chen walked over to the Great Master's corpse. As for Lu Suifeng, he remained where he was and searched the corpses of the martial saint bandits. Xiao Chen had long felt that the potential of the Soul Slayer bow was limitless. Back then, when Xiao Chen's physical body reached small perfection, he managed to kill the Jiang clan's first elder with one arrow. Now that Xiao Chen's physical body's strength had reached 6,000 kilograms of force, the might of the Soul Slayer bow would definitely increase significantly. However, killing a defenseless superior-grade martial saint with one arrow still shocked Xiao Chen. It looked like the might of the Soul Slayer bow was not limited to this. He wondered what kind of might a cultivator with a sage body could achieve when using the Soul Slayer bow. It might even be able to shoot down the stars in the sky. With such thoughts in mind, Xiao Chen slowly walked over to the Great Master. He removed the spatial ring on his right hand and poured out tens of thousands of inferior-grade spirit stones. This greatly astonished Xiao Chen. He did not expect the business of these bandits to be so good. No wonder there were so many bandits in the Devil Savannah. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and swept all the inferior-grade spirit stones into the ring. Then, he started to search for other things. There were still some trash spirit weapons and all sorts of secret manuals on the ground. They were not very useful, so Xiao Chen tossed them into the Universe Ring. Suddenly, a map glowing with spiritual light appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. Xiao Chen picked it up and looked at it. There were mountains and rivers on the map. There was also an arrowhead indicating a route. The end of the route was a river, and it was marked with a very eye-catching red dot. The end of the river seemed to be a vast ocean. The location marked with the red dot was an island. Xiao Chen was not familiar with the geography of the Great Qin nation. So, he did not know where the red dot on the map was. The material of the map was extraordinary. It gave off a very dense spiritual energy. It should be made from the skin of a high-ranked spirit beast. After he put away the map, Xiao Chen muttered, "Looks like this map is not simple. If I have time in the future, I should find an opportunity to search for the end. Who knows, there might be a fortuitous encounter there." To all cultivators, fortuitous encounters were things they dreamed of. In reality, all the famous experts in history had more or less had their own fortuitous encounters. It was still the same in the current world. Many ordinary cultivators experienced an explosive increase in strength after a fortuitous encounter. Under the same conditions, talent, comprehension ability, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques, all geniuses would be able to break out of the encirclement. If they wanted to fight their way out of the encirclement and take the lead, it would depend on how many fortuitous encounters each genius had. Xiao Chen's fortuitous encounter in Savage Forest could also be considered a fortuitous encounter. It was just that he did not gain much from that fortuitous encounter. Now that he thought about it, he only gained some inferior-grade spirit stones and a broken sword from that fortuitous encounter. The true benefits were probably all obtained by Chu Xiaoyang. Xiao Chen, how was your harvest? I found 4,000 inferior-grade spirit stones from that group of people. There were also many medicinal pills and spirit cores of spirit beasts. In total, there are more than 8,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Just as Xiao Chen was thinking, Lu Suifeng's excited voice came from behind. Xiao Chen stood up and smiled faintly, not bad. There are more than 10,000 inferior-grade spirit stones in this fellow's spatial ring. Lu Suifeng was flabbergasted. He said, this group of bandits is really extraordinarily rich. Xiao Chen looked around the vast grassland. When he looked up, all he could see was withered yellow grass. When the wind blew, it was like a wave moving about. This place is a good place to be a bandit. When there are merchant groups or lone cultivators passing by, they will rob the merchants. When there are no merchants, they will kill spirit beasts. It would be hard to become skinny in such a situation. Lu Suifeng smiled and said, based on what you said, we would be rich after we clean out all the bandits this time. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, that is not realistic. We can think that way, and others can think that way as well. However, the bandits on the grassland are still very active. There must be something we do not know. Lu Suifeng nodded and said, that's right. I once heard that the 3 inherited clans of the Shihe province surrounded the bandits on the Devil Savannah. However, they all died in the end. If I think about it, it should be the same as what you said. The 2 of them stopped discussing and found their own dragon blood horses. Then, they continued their journey quickly. In the clouds 5,000 meters high in the sky, an old man hid himself in a white cloud drifting in the wind and saw everything that was happening on the ground. After a while, he revealed a cautious smile. It looks like Song Kei's deal is not going to be easy. I knew that 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones would not be so easy to obtain. This brat has not revealed all his trump cards yet. I will continue to observe him for a few more days. Song Kei is not easy to deal with. I am just an inferior-grade martial king. I have to be even more cautious. This old man was called Yu Mingshan. He was an inferior-grade martial king and a lone cultivator. He was a cautious person and was somewhat famous in the Shihe province. He had been friends with Song Kei for a long time in the past. After he agreed to help Song Kei kill Xiao Chen, he became more cautious. Song Kei actually offered a price of 1,000 medial-grade spirit stones for an insignificant inferior-grade martial saint. After Yu Mingshan confirmed that Song Kei was only an inferior-grade martial saint, he became even more cautious. There was definitely something strange going on. Yu Mingshan was very clear on what kind of person Song Kei was. If even he found it difficult to deal with someone, it would definitely not be easy. Indeed, after a few days of observation and today's battle, Yu Mingshan's guess was verified. Although Xiao Chen was only an inferior-grade martial saint, his combat prowess could easily kill a superior-grade martial saint. Xiao Chen's actual combat prowess was probably comparable to a peak superior-grade martial saint. Yu Mingshan muttered, if that is all, I am not afraid. If he has an inherited martial spirit, then I might as well forget about this deal. Xiao Chen and Yu Mingshan did not know that they were being watched. They continued to gallop across the vast Devil Savannah. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The 2 of them ran into a few more groups of bandits. In the end, all the bandits did not return. They were robbed clean by the 2 of them. In the past 5 days, the 2 of them had gained another 20,000 inferior-grade spirit stones. Of course, along the way, they ran into some strong groups of bandits. The leaders were martial kings and there were more than 1,000 of them. Xiao Chen maintained a vigilant state. He kept his spiritual sense out. Hence, when he ran into these bandits, he would avoid them when they were 2 kilometers away. He would not overestimate himself. Chapter 263. On this particular day, the 2 of them cleared out another group of bandits. After Lu Suifeng looted the corpses on the ground, he said joyfully, "Originally, I thought there would be some danger in this devil savannah. I did not expect there to be so much unexpected wealth. The spirit stones I obtained are even more than what I brought." Xiaoqun shook his head in his heart. It seemed like things had been going too smoothly for the past few days, causing Lu Suifeng's confidence to swell. In reality, this devil savannah was filled with danger. It was not like what Lu Suifeng said. If it were not for Xiaoqun accompanying him, Lu Suifeng would not have been able to travel so far alone. Any group of bandits could easily kill him. Even Xiaoqun did not dare to let his guard down in this devil savannah. A few days ago, Xiaoqun had personally seen a group of bandits led by a peak martial king. A regular Heavenly Saber Pavilion elder would not be a match for the leader of the bandits. "I have to warn Lu Suifeng," Xiaoqun said. "In that case, you will have to continue the rest of the journey alone. That way, I won't have to split the spirit stones with you." When Lu Suifeng heard this, he was stunned. Then, he remembered that his words were indeed inappropriate. He said, "Yi Chen, don't worry. I was just saying. I am still clear about the situation here." Xiaoqun heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like Lu Suifeng was a reasonable person. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Kill! 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 As the two of them spoke, a cool breeze carried the sounds of killing into their ears. Their expressions changed and they quickly stopped talking, listening intently. Lu Suifeng said, "It seems like a group of merchants was robbed by bandits. Should we go and take a look?" At the end of the Devil Savannah was the Black Dragon River that traversed the Great Qin Nation. There was a huge harbor there. Using the harbor, the goods of the Great Qin Nation could be transported to the various countries of the Tianwu continent. Hence, there were many merchant groups coming and going in the Devil Savannah. The two of them had seen many merchant groups in the past few days. When they came across anyone that needed help, they would lend a hand. That was why Lu Suifeng asked. Xiaoqun nodded and said, "There's a slope there. We should be able to observe the scene ahead. Let's take a look first." To the best of his abilities, Xiaoqun would try his best to help the caravan. However, if the bandit group was too strong, Xiaoqun would not be so foolish as to risk his life. Caution was the most important thing. The two of them rushed to the high ground and finally saw the situation in front of them clearly. There was indeed a caravan being surrounded and attacked by a group of about 500 mounted bandits. The bandits were unstoppable, beating up the merchant group's guards until they could not retaliate at all. All of them shouted excitedly. This caravan was rather strange. All the boxes and carriages were inlaid with a layer of dazzling gold, which was extremely dazzling under the direct sunlight. Moreover, the two of them did not see the flag of the Chamber of Commerce, which meant that this was a very small Chamber of Commerce. It was not important whether or not the flag was displayed. Lu Suifeng said suspiciously, "Why is this caravan so ostentatious? It is like they are luring the bandits to rob them. Those bandits do not seem difficult to deal with. Should we make a move?" Xiaoqun felt it was very strange as well. Normally, caravans would be very low-key, doing their best not to attract the attention of the bandits. Some caravans would even purposely dress up in tatters. However, this caravan was different. From the boxes to the carriages, everything was inlaid with gold. Even the saddles on the horses were made of pure gold. Xiaoqun thought for a while and said, "There is definitely something strange about this caravan. Let's wait a while more." At this moment, the bandits in the distance were already near the core of the caravan. There was a very luxurious carriage parked there. The carriage was led by 5 pure gold horses. It was 100 square meters large. The decorations on the handrails and the wheels were all made of pure gold. How tacky, Xiaoqun thought to himself as he shook his head. This is simply a moving treasury. It would be a miracle if it was not robbed in the Devil Savannah. Ha ha ha. Another fat fish has taken the bait. Suddenly, a vulgar laughter came from the luxurious carriage. Hu Chi. A fat figure flew out from the window of the carriage. That person held a huge golden coffin lid in his hand. The fat figure flashed quickly in the air. His speed was uncoordinated with his body, it was unbelievably fast. Bang! The coffin lid swept through the air and struck the leader of the bandits. The saber that the leader of the bandits wanted to block was smashed into pieces by the coffin lid. The coffin lid carried a huge force. With a shwa sound, the first leader of the bandits vomited blood and was sent flying. He could not resist at all. Fatso smashed the coffin lid heavily on the ground, giving off a loud sound. The entire ground started to tremble. The horses on the ground were startled. They swayed left and right, and the bandits on them fell to the ground. Fatso shouted, "All of you, stop pretending. Stand up for this fat lord." The bandits on the ground felt it was strange. Who is pretending? We really fell down. Even if you don't tell us, we will stand up. Shwa. Shwa. However, something shocking happened. The guards that they had knocked to the ground earlier all stood up energetically. It was as if nothing had happened to them. The aura they gave off was ferocious, and a ferocious light shone in their eyes. Their eyes were filled with malicious intent. They looked even more like bandits than the bandits themselves. The bandits stood up and slowly gathered together. Only then did they realize that they had unknowingly been surrounded by the guards of this caravan. They immediately panicked. Bang! Fatso suddenly jumped on the ground. He smashed the coffin lid in his hand at the bandit leader who had just stood up. Before the bandit leader could react, he was smashed to the ground again. Blood flowed out of his head. This time, he could no longer stand up. Fatso stomped on the bandit leader, who was struggling to stand up again. He placed the golden coffin lid heavily on the ground and scolded, "Did this fat lord say that you could stand up? You are still standing. This fat lord will trample you to death." A ferocious glint flashed in Fatty's eyes as he swept his gaze across the bandits. When the other bandits saw the fate of their leader, they immediately understood Fatty's intentions. One by one, they immediately crouched down. Suddenly, Fatso laughed loudly, "I hereby announce that this is a robbery. Aside from your underwear, leave everything behind for this fat lord." The situation instantly turned around. Under Fatso's strong aura, the bandits on the ground did not dare to resist. They prostrated themselves on the ground obediently, not daring to move at all. Just look at the first leader's situation. Even now, he was still being trampled on. This time, they could only admit defeat. After a while, a person walked over quickly. This person was the manservant from Whitewater City. "Young master, I have counted everything. There is a total of 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Adding the other goods, there is a total of 15,000 inferior grade spirit stones." Fatso frowned slightly and said something that caused all the bandits on the ground to vomit blood. "Why is it so little? Did you follow my instructions? Did you even search the underwear?" On the slope, Xiao Chen and Lu Suifeng looked at the situation. They were both astonished. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. He was just about to settle the score with Fatso. He did not expect to meet him here. Actually, he should have thought of it long ago. Only this damn Fatso, Kim Tae-ho, would dare to use such a tacky and tasteless carriage. Lu Suifeng suddenly understood, so, it is the Jin clan's Kim Tae-ho. No wonder he dared to be so ostentatious. I actually misjudged him earlier. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was somewhat surprised. He asked, "You know him?" Lu Suifeng nodded and explained, "He is the young master of the number 1 merchant association in the Great Tang Nation, the Golden Rock Merchant Association. At the same time, it is one of the 5 great merchant associations in the world. It is on the same level as the Great Qin Nation's Phoenix Feather Merchant Association. The Golden Rock Merchant Association was not very famous in the Great Qin Nation in the past. However, in the past few years, this person and the people from the Heavenly Craft Manor got on good terms. Now, They are very active in the Great Qin Nation, one of the 5 great merchant associations. I did not expect this fatso to have such a great background. When Xiaochen heard Lu Suifeng's explanation, he sighed in his heart. He had already guessed that this person's background was not simple. However, he did not expect it to be so horrifying. Lu Suifeng had some panic in his eyes. He said, "Yi Chen, let's leave quickly. This person has a bad reputation. It will not be a good thing if we are targeted by him." Xiaochen felt it was strange. He asked, "Why?" Lu Suifeng said, "His reputation in the Shihe province is very horrifying. Rumor has it that the heir of the Yan clan, one of the 3 noble clans of the Shihe province, was ruthlessly humiliated by this person in the Dongming province. After Yan Qianhe returned, he could not bear the humiliation and felt too ashamed to face anyone. Hence, he disappeared." Xiaochen felt ashamed in his heart. This rumor was extraordinarily horrifying. He clearly killed Yan Qianhe. Now, it turned out that he could not bear the humiliation and disappeared. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "It is just a rumor. Let's go. I still have a score to settle with this fatso." Under Lu Suifeng's astonished gaze, Xiaochen had already leaped over the mound and was quickly flying downwards. Fatso had a pleased smile on his face. He inadvertently glanced at the approaching Xiaochen and was startled. He thought he saw wrong. He looked again to confirm it. Then, he quickly let go of the first leader and moved back. Blue Dragon Tail Whip. Xiaochen shouted and moved in a purple arc in the air. It was like a flood dragon moving in the air. With a shua sound, he arrived before Kim Taeho. "Brother Debao, we meet again. Don't you recognize me? Why are you running so fast?" Xiaochen smiled gently as he stood before Kim Taeho. Kim Taeho revealed an embarrassed smile. He placed the coffin in his hand into his spatial ring and said, "I really don't recognize you. I thought you were some powerful expert." Xiaochen said indifferently, "Stop pretending. You went to the Heavenly Saber Pavilion not long ago. Do you have anything to explain?" Kim Taeho had a righteous expression as he said, "It was that woman who forced me. You have to believe me. She had something on me. I was forced to say that because I had no other choice. It would be strange if I believed you." Xiaochen could not be bothered with him. He said, "I knew you would say that. Stop speaking nonsense. This sculpture actually sold for 100 inferior grade spirit stones each. How many spirit stones are you prepared to split with me?" Kim Taeho smiled embarrassedly. "What kind of relationship do we have? Talking about money will hurt our relationship. Come, let's go to my carriage. Don't say anything, I'll take good care of you."